Fact is just me asking you guys to follow the rules. I wouldn't doubt it. I guess we're gonna go ahead and appeal it. If the appeal goes through, we'll be good. If the appeal doesn't go through, we'll have to restart the stream. Yeah, whatever. What's up, Pablo? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I want to talk. No. I want to talk about abortion.
I think that Pablo's driving, because I can very obviously hear the microwave microphone of your 2006 Toyota Tundra. Okay, all right. I think Pablo's driving. If I had to take a guess, I'd put a lot of money on that. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, folks. What's up? Do you support Trump? Bruh, are you with us? Do you support Trump?
So
That is a child. That is a very, very, very small child. We are only 5 minutes into the stream, and this is how it is already going. Oh my dear God. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest. We're gonna get Let's Debate up here. Let's get that next guest loaded in. Let's fucking go, dude. Hello, do you support Trump?
Dean, put the vape down. Put the vape down. Put it down.
Moving on to the next guest. We're gonna go to get the next guest up here. No, this is we got some great debates going on today. No, super good debates. Wow, this is awesome. I'm super. Oh man, I love it. I love it. No, this is exactly what I go live for. This right here, ladies and gentlemen. This right here.
Nigger.
I don't go live for that. I don't go live for that. Moving on to the next guest, we got D Brown loading up into the stream. Just, be patient. You just be patient. You know what I mean? Just be patient. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you?
25.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I had to fight a fucking war to find you, sir. Okay.
No, I saw. I want to put a quick clarification. Do you think foreign entities should give money and I guess coincide and correspond and I guess push a certain candidate a certain way just for their, I guess, political gain?
Foreign entities? I think it depends.
Yes.
I think it depends on the entity. But I mean, as a whole, I'm kind of like against the Citizens United decision. I'm kind of against like money in politics. But I don't know if I'd have a. I don't know if I'd have a clear answer for you.
Specifically APAC and J Street.
Oh, APAC? No, I'm not a fan of APAC, and I don't know even what J Street is.
Okay, J Street is a very pro-Israel forward company. They give a lot of money to very much. I can give you a whole list of people, but it's over 1,000 people that are currently in political.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of pro-Israeli lobbies. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, then I guess you wouldn't be very pro-Israel of anybody that ran in the 2024 election.
That's right. I didn't like the fact that Kamala Harris was pro-Israel. I just merely thought that she was less pro-Israel compared to Trump. Now, you're MAGA. That's awesome. We're going to go ahead and start the stream over on YouTube if you just want to bear with us for a second. Let's go to get that YouTube broadcast started right now, quite frankly. Assume your places.
No, I just wanted to know your thought on that because, I mean...
1 second, sir. Hello, and welcome into the stream for everybody that is joining us over on YouTube and for everybody that has already joined us on TikTok. It is so good to have you in here with us for the day. If you've never been here before, let me quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters that we load up into the live stream through our TikTok broadcast on why they still support Trump as president. And the purpose of this stream is to attempt to change their mind, but also to try to change and sway the minds of maybe some of the more independent or MAGA-leaning people watching the stream, and to better equip the liberals, leftists, so on and so forth watching, the anti-Trumpers watching, with awesome truth nukes and knowledge bombs that you guys could actually take home and, maybe see if you could use them to change the minds of some of your MAGA friends or family members. We have our very first Trump supporter already connected in to the stream right now. I'm going to go ahead and unmute your mic, D Brown. If you want to take it away and tell us why you support Trump, the mic is yours.
No, I just wanted to know your clarification on foreign aid when it came to APAC specifically.
Okay, well, I mean, I clarified that to you before
Yeah,
we started the YouTube stream. So you didn't want to debate about why you support Trump?
No, I wanted to debate about whether or not foreign aid should be allowed because how do you regulate such...
I guess maybe a question that I have for you is why do you support Trump if you don't like APAC, considering the fact that they've...
I don't support. I'm just asking. What do you think you're?
Oh,
what do you think?
Wait, you don't support Trump?
Only, I guess the only thing would be just the raising of the military funding. That's about it.
No, I'm like saying his presidency as a whole. Like, are you MAGA? You're a Trump supporter.
As a presidency as whole, I would say it's because a president, you have to support a president, but
That guy lied to me. All right, he's not MAGA. We're going to go to kick him out and move on to the next guest. Here we go, folks. All right, only up in that queue if you are a Trump supporter. I tried to start the live stream over on YouTube when we finally get that very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and connected in. And he said he was one, right? But then when he actually joined, apparently, his demeanor changed a little bit. What's going on, Zach? Do you support Trump? Zach, are you with us? Zach is not with us, quite frankly. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. We got Hunts loading in. If you are in the queue, just make sure it's because you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Welcome in. Are you MAGA, Hunts? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. And why do you support Trump, Hunts?
Fuck you.
Calm down. Okay, let's try again. I guess we're not going to try again. I guess he's gone. Dude, okay. Yeah, we've had a lot of man babies recently. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. By the way, I'm not sure if we still have that restriction on the YouTube stream. Sorry, not on the YouTube stream, on the TikTok stream. If we don't just start shooting up in viewers here shortly, we're going to go ahead and hit a restart because that means I think that the restriction is still in effect. Welcome in, Mary. Do you support Trump? Do you want to tell us if you're MAGA? We heard a laugh of a child. Their profile picture was a 65-year-old woman, so I'm going to go and assume that they're a troll. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. What's up, Zach? Welcome back. I had you up maybe about a minute ago, and you didn't have anything to say. What about now? Are you now willing to have a conversation with me? And you are. And how old are you, Zach?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
May.
Should I believe you? I feel like you're lying to us about your age.
I'm not.
Do you swear?
No.
Wait.
I'm a man.
Wait.
I'm a
Wait,
man
you're a
of
Christian.
Christ.
Wait, do you swear in the Bible that you're 18?
No, I don't swear on anything.
Whoa, you won't swear in the Bible that you're 18? I think that you're lying, Zach. Get the hell out of here. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Oh, yeah, that one broke him. Donna, appreciate you so much for the membership subscription over on YouTube. Thank you for the love, Donna. What's going on, Jaden? Do you support Trump? Jaden, are you with us? I'm going to go ahead and take that as a no. All right, folks, here's what we're going to do. Because we have that restriction on the TikTok live stream, we are going to go ahead and restart the broadcast. If you happen to be one of the very first 6.6 thousand people that have joined us on TikTok for the day, I'm going to go ahead and give you a quick set of instructions on how to come back following the restart. Go ahead and hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner right now, just to ensure that at the end of the day, you'll be able to find me on your following list. And once again, if you're on YouTube, then this won't affect you, and you just get to hang out with us for a second. Now, here's what's going to happen. When I end the stream to restart it, this is what your phone screen is going to look like. It's going to say live has ended. Then it's going to show you my profile picture if it wasn't so goddamn blurry. You might just have to take my word for it because I don't. There we go. It'll say live has ended. It'll show you my profile picture. Now, if you click on that profile picture, it'll send you to my account page. Then once you are on my account page right here, what I want you to do is count to 10. Okay, pull down on the videos, refresh the account page, and then click back into the new live stream. The restarts only take 10 seconds. This is going to be super duper quick, you guys, and I will see you on the second broadcast in literally 5 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and start counting down now. 5.
Get a new one. Well, I got the port of entry, which is what I wanted. Greta, Angela, Nancy, thank you.
Come up on my stream and troll me and then repost it on TikTok. It's been getting a bit of attention. So I think that's why we have maybe a higher level of trolls today and more recently than we have in the past. Now, welcome back in, everybody. For everybody that is rejoining us over on TikTok, go ahead and hop in that queue for me if you're an American adult. We're going to hop right back into the debates. Before we do, I want to thank a couple people. Sage, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, who says thank you for everything that you do. It is so important. Appreciate you for that love, Sage. Thank you for the very first donation of the stream, as well as Christopher the 5, who says much love from Ohio. Much love to you. Thank you for the love, Christopher. And then Anna, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says keep up the good work. Appreciate that, Anna. I really appreciate that so much. Anna, Christopher, and Sage. You guys are awesome. But we're going to go ahead and hop right back into the debates. Just make sure if you're in that queue, you're following the rules. Let's go to get that very first guest of the day loaded up. If you are watching and you just want to skip that line, come right up into the live, just go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that comment section. I'll happily get you connected. But yeah, let's go ahead and hop on to that very first debate of the day. We have Isabella loading up into the box. Just keep in mind, guys, if you guys break the rules, I'm going to ban you. So... May, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. Okay, Isabella said goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. We got Nabens4 connecting up to the stream. And let me know how your day's been so far down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the travel in the U.S., Tyler. That's very kind of you. What's up? Do you support Trump? All right, I'm just going to go ahead and automatically kick them because they started playing music. We got Carson loading up into the stream, folks. Just looking for some good faith debates.
Yo,
Carson.
what's up, Dean?
Hey, are you MAGA?
Yo, hello. It's
Hi.
lagging.
Hi. Do you support Trump, Carson?
Yes,
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. What year were you born in?
I was born in 2006,
Okay, what month?
October
What day?
7th.
Okay. When did that make you 19?
No.
I think it would.
Do you think you won that debate with Nick?
I think it would. I think it would make you 19. Dude's lying about his age. But yes, to answer your question, I absolutely destroyed Nick Fuentes in that debate, undeniably. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, hey, Dean, thank you for this. Thank you for these streams. And also, do you like matcha? I like matcha with like the right amount of like sugar in it. I'm going to be honest, right amount of sweetener. Matcha on its own, green tea, not a big fan. Thank you for the $10, Andrew. What's up? Do you support Trump, Jasmine?
The one I always use, but that's not the one.
Jax, are you here? Okay, he's not. I'm going to go to kick Jax and move on to the next guest. Yeah, so this is typically how it goes at the beginning of the stream, folks. Just absolutely impossible to find a debate because, the MAGA's scared of me. Quite frankly, they just don't want to talk to me. What's up? Do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds. I'm going to go and start counting down. 5, 4.
You vape.
That is a small child. Banned. All right, guys, we're gonna start banning everybody that breaks the rules. It's just if you're not a Trump supporter, if you're not American, if you're not at least 18, you're gonna get banned. And we're just gonna start doing it very, very quickly, just because this is getting really annoying at this point. We have the next guest. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA or banned?
I'm a hard right MAGA motherfucker.
All right, he's a troll. We're gonna move on to Anna. All right, and we're gonna give the guests around 5 seconds to answer. We got Anna loading up into the box right now. Hello, Anna. Are you a Trump supporter or banned?
Hello?
Hey, you got 5 seconds. Are you a Trump supporter or are you banned?
Hello?
Are you MAGA?
Yeah,
Okay, how old are you?
18,
What year were you born in?
2007,
Okay, what month?
November.
Okay, and what time was it? All right, and you're banned. Moving on to the next guest, guys. I don't know why it's only trolls today. What that tells me is that MAGA just doesn't want to talk to me. They're too scared. That's what it tells me, if I'm just going to keep it straight up. Hello, BP. Are you MAGA or are you banned?
I'm MAGA.
Okay, is that BP? You are? That is. Okay, how old are you?
19.
19. What year were you born in?
2006.
Yeah, I don't trust that for a second. Sorry, man. Riley, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo.
Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA or banned?
Oh, MAGA.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
November.
Okay. I feel like you're just repeating the answer that the last guest gave. How come like every single one of my guests is born in the same year and the same month?
Oh, because I copied them?
Okay. All right. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. We got the next guest, Red, loading up into the box. Here we go, guys. Oh, my God. All right. We got Red Rider connecting to the stream, guys. Yeah, children, just stay out, please. We're just looking for some debates. Hello, Red. Do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds to answer before you're banned.
I'm recently 18. I got raped recently, and my family's MAGA. I know I might get banned, but I just need help.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that this is the right place to come for help. What I would recommend that you do is, well, what kind of help do you need?
Baby loves Dean Withers. Baby loves Dean Withers.
Okay, we kicked him. What kind of help do you need?
Mainly, I just want to find a way to, like, talk to my entire family, try to get them to understand.
Understand like what? Like why they shouldn't support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. That's the kind of help that you're looking for. I thought that you may be looking for some like other kind of help. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, feel free to, have them join the stream. I could talk to them, but I mean, if you're just looking for, different like rhetorical tools or devices to like have these conversations and points to make, I mean, I think that watching the stream could be a really good solution for that. I am going to go ahead and remove you, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. And I'm really sorry that happened to you. We're going to go to move on to the next guest right now, guys. I am going to go ahead and put the rules back up on screen. Guys, please follow the rules. Please follow the rules.
Wait.
Hey, are you breaking the rules, Leah? Yeah, Leah is breaking the rules. You're banned. Moving on to Garrett. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. If you break the rules, you're going to get banned. No exceptions. If you want to know what the rules are, just look at your phone screen. Hey, Garrett, do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds before you're banned. Banned! Moving on to the next guest. Oh, yeah, man, you ran out of time there. Don't know what to tell you. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. It is seriously like, hey, are you a Trump supporter or are you banned? 5 seconds.
Yo.
Are you a Trump supporter or are you banned?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, why do you have a Palestinian flag in your profile picture? If you support the guy that held a joint press conference with Netanyahu saying that he wanted to personally send America in to ethnically cleanse the remaining 2.1 million Palestinians living on the Gaza Strip.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
It's not a yes or no question. How old are you?
Oh, yeah, I am. Yeah.
It wasn't a yes or no question. I asked for your age. That wouldn't be a yes or no. That would be a number.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
How banned? Moving on to the next guest, guys. Follow the rules if you don't want to get banned, guys. We're just banning everyone today, apparently, because we're just simply not finding anybody to talk to. All right, guys, we're going to go to put the rules back up on screen right now. Just follow them before you hop inside of that queue, guys. We got the next guest loading up into the box right now. It's just, make sure that you're MAGA or you're going to get banned. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA or banned? Banned. Moving on to the next guest, we got Kira loading up into the box. Let's go and get them up here. Oh, actually, we have Justice connecting to the stream. Here we go. Hey, Justice, are you MAGA or are you banned? You got 5 seconds to answer before you're just banned. And you are?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay. Oh, how old are you?
37.
Yeah. What year are you born in?
88. I know I have I don't know. But either way, I was born 88, 37. Swear to God.
Well, name a popular band from the late 90s, early 2000s.
Blink 182.
Name one of their songs.
First Date. My Age Again. Something to those effects.
Yeah, you know what? I'll trust it. I mean, I didn't even know that song because that was before my time. I'm only 21.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, I was in elementary school.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump, man.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, I think that Trump is, a good Christian, and I have faith, in what he does.
Okay. Well, this is going to be an incredibly easy argument to dispute because if he was Christian, then he'd be a bad Christian. Okay. He's an adjudicated rapist. He's boasted about sexually exploiting kids. But it's funny because he's not even a Christian. Okay. So James 2:24 says what? It says that faith without works is dead, meaning that in order to maintain a relationship with Jesus, in order to be a follower of Christ, a Christian, you must have faith, but you also must do the works. And one of the necessary works would be repentance for your sins. Now, Donald Trump did an interview where he was asked if he's ever asked God to forgive any of his sins ever, and he said no, meaning that he has not and continues to not fulfill one of the two necessary conditions in order to maintain an active relationship with Jesus and to be a Christian, meaning he's not a Christian.
Yeah, listen, I'm just as upset with him as you are. We all sin.
Well, no, you said he's a good Christian, but in all reality, he's not even a Christian.
Well, he tries to be.
No, he doesn't. That's literally the part he lacks on. He lacks on trying to be a Christian because he doesn't do the necessary works you need to in order to be one, which would be repentance for your sins. That's why he's not a Christian. It's because he doesn't try to be one, because he doesn't repent for his sins.
But that doesn't mean that we turn our back on him.
Well, it means that he's not a Christian. Like I said, faith without works is dead. Okay, that's James speaking in the scripture, not me.
Well, I mean, I believe he's a Christian. I believe
Okay,
he has
why do you believe he's a Christian?
Well, just from the things I've heard about him.
Like what?
I mean, he's given, speeches on, faith and on verses.
Okay, so if you talk about the Bible, then you're a Christian.
Well,
if you say
it's
you have
not-
faith in God, then you're a Christian. So you're saying that the only thing you need in order to be a Christian is faith in God.
That's one of the things.
But it's not the only thing, right? Because you also need to do the necessary works. Can we agree that a necessary work that you need to do, as I've already said twice now, would be repentance for your sins?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to change your way on the Christian part.
No,
So
I'm asking you a question. Is a necessary work in order to be a Christian, okay, the fact that you have to repent for your sins to God?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay, so you agree that in order to be Christian, you have to repent. Trump says that he's never repented for anything he's ever done wrong. Therefore, he's not a Christian per his own word of mouth.
Yeah, but even if you sin, you can still be a Christian.
Buddy, you just agreed that in order to be Christian, you must repent for your sins, right?
No, I want to clarify. In order to be a good...
This is so insufferable. Go ahead.
All right, let's go to the border.
What? No, we're not going to go to the border. We're going to finish out on our conversation about Christianity. Okay?
I know, but I thought you said you were
in order to
about
be
to
a
lose
Christian,
it there.
do you have to repent for your sins? Yes or no?
I know, I'm trying to help you out. Like, I sense that you're kind of agitated,
Hey.
so I want to move away from it.
No, I don't want to move away from it. I'm here to get agitated.
I'm
here to
helping
have
you
these
out.
hard conversations. Would you agree that in
Okay.
order to be Christian, you got to repent to God for your sins?
Wait, honestly, now I'm a little bit lost.
Bro, dude, there was nothing confusing about that whatsoever, okay? You said, in order to be Christian, you must repent for your sins. Therefore, if you don't repent for your sins, you aren't Christian, right?
A good Christian.
But I didn't ask you, in order to be a good Christian, do you have to repent? I just said, in order to be Christian, do you have to repent?
No.
Okay, so then what are the necessary works, okay, that James is talking about when he says that faith without works is dead?
I'm not familiar with that, to be honest.
You're not familiar
But-
with the scripture. Okay, I get that. All right,
That part-
it's very frequent. It is very, very frequent for like MAGA Christians to just not be familiar with
well-
scripture at all. In fact, can you name one like church, one denomination of Christianity that thinks that you don't have to repent for your sins?
I believe that if you believe in Christ as the Lord and Savior, you're a Christian.
Okay, but the Bible says otherwise.
Well, that's fine.
Well, it's not fine because then you're believing something about Christianity that the Christian Bible explicitly denies, which is heresy.
Which is who?
That's heresy.
Okay.
Do you get that? Is that a fair evaluation?
It's all perspective. I mean,
But there's a perspective on how you interpret the verses in the Bible. But there's like no way to interpret James when he says faith without works is dead to mean anything other than faith alone, right? Does not grant you salvation.
Yeah, again, I don't know that. I'd have to, I don't know if I have my Bible here. Let me take a look. No, that's Stephen King. You know what? I don't know where it is. I don't want to take up your time, but he's not a good Christian. I'll give you that. He's not a good Christian.
Okay, so then you support him as president because you think he's a bad Christian, even though right, he's obviously
No. You,
okay, all right. So he's not a Christian, okay, and you don't know your scripture. You're misinterpreting it. You're engaging in heresy because you're imposing your beliefs on top of the scripture, even when the scripture explicitly says that they're false. That's heretical, okay? 1,000 years ago, that's something that people were burned at the stake for. Okay, I'm not saying that you should be burned at the stake. I'm just simply asking you to reevaluate, right, your thoughts and feelings on the
Wait,
scripture.
what?
There. I said 1,000 years ago, people would be burnt on a stake for heresy. Okay, I'm not saying that
But
you
then
should
you
be burnt
said-
on a stake, right? I'm just saying that you should reevaluate
Wow.
your beliefs here about the Bible.
See, this is why the left is demonic, right here.
What? No, that's something the church did.
Yeah,
You're
can't
just saying that
hide
the
it
church was
now.
demonic.
Listen, the cat's out of the bag. You
Wait,
did it.
Is it not a fact that people like 1,000 years ago, people were burnt on stakes for heresy?
Well, yeah, but what you said aside from that,
Aside from that, I said I don't think you should. I'm just saying you should like reevaluate your beliefs here because they're anti-Christian. I explicitly said I don't think you should be burnt on a stake, but I think that you should probably reevaluate your beliefs here because they are heretical.
well, all right. So that's that.
So why
I also-
did you say this is why the left is demonic?
I don't want to listen. The left. Well, I don't really want to go down that part of it.
I do. You
It's
said
just gonna, like-
you said this is why the left is demonic. What did I do? What did I say that like invoked that reaction? What did I do? What did I say that was like demonic?
Listen, I have a lot of like intuition, and like I know things. Like when they have, I just get a feeling.
Okay.
And
Okay. All right. Yeah.
but
yeah.
it's not based on just feelings. It's like facts.
You're the feelings. You just feel like I'm demonic. Okay. All right. Do you need a binky?
Again,
So you feel like I'm demonic, right? Just because I'm trying to discuss the facts and like literally like I'm giving you scripture, right? This whole time I've just been going over James 2:24, James 2:24. Okay, but then you don't think that the right's demonic. You don't think Trump's demonic, even though he's a 34 count felon. He's an adjudicated rapist. He's boasted about perving on the naked bodies of women and the naked bodies of girls to Howard Stern. He said he'd date his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. He said on a 10-year-old girl, sexualizing her, saying that he'd be dating her in 10 years. He was best buddies with Epstein, sending him letters talking about the wonderful things that they're going to do in secret, detailed by the picture of the outline of like a naked body of a woman or girl. Okay, and he's not demonic, but I am. How so?
no, it's a good point.
It's a great point. It is such a great point. It is common sense.
No, you can't really argue with something like that.
Right.
So, yeah.
Should I move on to the next guest? Is this going to go anywhere productive?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day,
At the end of the day, it's
You're-
night, right?
no, at the end of the day,
You're going to deny it.
You're not gonna change-
Okay, no, go ahead.
right? But you're not going to change anyone's mind on these debates.
Okay. Okay.
You just got to understand that you are making a lot of money because of Trump.
Oh, you just came up here to complain about the money I'm making. Oh, wait.
Well, no, I mean-
I'm not making money because of Trump. Okay, Trump isn't the one telling individuals that support what we do here to like check out my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio or in the pinned comment over on the YouTube stream to then like donate to me. You know, like for instance, I'll just give you an example. Mary sent $20 over on Super Chat. Appreciate you for that love, Mary. As well as yes, Mary, I did see your message. I did get it. Thank you so much for the love. I should add on here real quick. Or like the Jude with the $5 on Venmo. Devin with the $10 on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love, Devin. Devin says, my wife told me I was wrong for being friends with somebody that was gay. Devin, you have some real issues with it. That is a real problem. I appreciate you for the $10. I hope that you figure that one out. Or Allie, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Let's get 300 Allie W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Allie with the $30 says the house I was trying to rent fell through. So donations shall continue. Well, what happened, Allie? Did they just like go with another applicant or something? I mean, I hope that you and your husband end up figuring that one out. Appreciate you for the $30, as well as Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $5. Christopher with a 5 and Sage with a 5. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. Did Trump cause all those people to donate?
No, but Trump did give you the opportunity to have this platform. And listen, if Trump wasn't in the equation, I don't think you would have the ability to have.
Yeah. Matthew, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Matthew down below in that comment section. Danielle, thank you so much for the $20. Saying I keep thinking that horrible final guest from last night. Yeah, they were fucking terrible. I appreciate you for the $20, Danielle. And then Matthew, thank you so much for the 5. Yo, dude, thank you so much, Trump. Thank you so much, dude. All right. Thank you so much, Trump.
You're all about.
We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only happen that few of you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. That was not going anywhere whatsoever. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, but can I tell you why?
Unfortunately not, because we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters. Guys, if you join and you are not a Trump supporter, I am going to ban you. Patty, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, with love from Trump. Keep going, Dean. Yo, W Trump. I'm just kidding. Don't even put that as a meme. Thank you for the $20, Patty. Let's get 200 Patty W's. And let's get, holy shit, let's get 1,000 Peter W's for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Peter, my friend, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the love, bro. You know, I say this every single time you drop a crazy donor like that, but I'm going to say it again. I do not deserve that shit. That is way too much goddamn money, Mr. Peter. Thank you so much for your kindness. Peter with $100 says, because you, sir, are a great person and stands up for what is right in this insane world. Well, Peter, thank you so much for the love, man. That is so fucking kind of you. As well as Mary, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I'm happy that you're enjoying the stream after that crazy weekend, Mary. Thank you so much for the $20. And then Taylor, thank you so much for the $10. Taylor explicitly asked me not to read her message out loud, so I won't. But let's show some love to Peter, Mary, and Taylor down below in that chat. Welcome in. What's going on, James? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I lost my voice a bit, but
you did kind of lose your voice. That's okay, though. How old are you?
I am 19 years old.
Okay. Yeah, man. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support, who's in my mind the worst president of your 19 years of life, Mr. Trump. You know, the guy that's, like declaring war in American cities, giving the military an illegal directive to arrest people in the streets, saying it's illegal to criticize him in the media, infringing on the First, Second, 14th, 22nd Amendment, reducing the purchasing power of half of Americans, taking health care away from 10 million of them, and now refusing to allow emergency funding to be spent to keep food stamps going for 41 million low-income Americans. Why do you still support him as president?
My biggest thing is that I necessarily don't support everything he does, for sure. I think the reason why I do support him is because the reason why I do support him is because he's upholding a lot of conservative values.
Which one?
Whereas I feel like yes. So for example, I think that he is against abortion. I think that's the biggest crime in our society. It's the biggest immorality that we continue to support each and every day. The unaliving of innocent children, millions of children each and every year. It is a sad thing. I'm not making fun of those or talking bad about those who have had to abort their children. I think that is the way that society has shaped what abortion means. They don't promote it as the idea of taking away innocent human life. Doctors have established it as something that is socially acceptable. And I think that we will look back one day and realize the sheer tragedy, the sheer chaos that abortion has brought in taking innocent lives. So that's why I ultimately support the Republican movement.
Yeah, okay. Quick question. Are you pro 2A?
Am I pro what?
Pro 2A, pro gun.
I think that people should have access to guns, but I think that we should put some restrictions on who is owning guns. So I do think that everyone that has the ability to own a gun, I do think that there needs to be more restrictions set in place.
But like law-abiding American citizens, do you think they should be able to go out and buy an AR-15?
An AR-15? Sure, I'll say yes.
Okay, all right. So as it relates to abortion, you'd say that you want to restrict a woman's access to abortion because you think in doing so, it'll save the lives of more innocent children.
Yes.
Okay. So if banning AR-15s reduce the amount of gun deaths in American children, considering the fact that gun deaths are the leading cause of death within American youth, would you support banning AR-15s too? Because inevitably it would save the lives of more innocent children too.
In this given scenario, are we assuming that the government would not try to take over us and we would be defenseless given that our AR-15s are taken away? Or is this scenario just limited to the fact that without these guns, less children would be dying?
It's just limited to the fact that without these guns, less children would die. You'd be saving the lives of more innocent children.
Yes, I would support that.
Damn, so then you actually do actively support an AR-15 ban because that's a fact. Okay. All right. Well, so you came up here to debate abortion, but I inevitably convinced you before we even got around to abortion that you support a ban on AR-15s because that is an empirical outcome proven by Everytown gun research. The more gun control a state has, the less gun deaths per 100,000 residents they have. So that's cool. But anyways, I don't know. I thought that you were going to say no, then I was going to make that a point of hypocrisy, but I just ended up convincing you of an AR-15 ban. So that's cool. We'll go ahead and go back to abortion. So you think that it is a grave immorality?
Okay, that was a good point. Do you think that AR-15s, in your personal opinion, should be banned as well? Or
I mean, I'm okay with banning them if they save the lives of more innocent children, and I become like more increasingly convinced of that every single day. I mean, I think that we have an epidemic of gun violence in this country. So far this year, there's been 370 mass shootings in less than 300 days, meaning that we're averaging well over one per day, and we need to do something about it. We need to act, and maybe banning ARs is a way to act, step in the right direction. But I mean, you came up here to talk about abortion, so I won't pivot. We could talk about that. We'll stay on top.
Yeah, can I just add something in real quick? Real quick. I think that a lot of the time when people come and discuss with you, you're surprised when they hold contrary views differing from that of the Republican Party.
Yes.
I would consider myself truly independent. So when I hold certain ideologies in support of, let's just say, conservative ideas and liberal ideas, that's just me being open and honest. I see the flaws in both parties. So for me to look at one scenario and you'd be shocked that I'm not holding to conservative values is something that I do all the time. I think you would be surprised of how much my ideologies line up with truly being independent. So that example, I would deem it to be morally correct to ban AR-15s if it ultimately reduced children's death. Yeah, however, the things that I do support that are conservative values, I hold strongly to, because when I believe something, I truly believe it and I hold strongly to it. That's why I mentioned abortion to begin with.
Well, I mean, I think that, being like quote unquote independent and being able to just follow the facts, or at least what you think are the facts, compared to having like a cult-like mentality surrounding Trump and just supporting whatever he does is actually significantly better. I think it's a step in the right direction. Let's see if we could get you to take another one here on the topic of abortion. So you said that you think that abortion should be banned because you think it is like one of the most grave immoralities that we see on an annual basis in America, killing millions and millions of children. Okay, so why is it wrong to kill a fetus?
I think that all life, human life, should be protected, and I think that when you kill a fetus, that it is taking away one's human dignity.
Yeah, I don't think that everyone agrees that all human life should be legally protected. Brain dead patients are biologically alive, and they're definitely human, meaning that under your view, they should be protected. Thereby, it should be like illegal and murder for a doctor to pull the plug on them. Do you agree with that?
No, I think that there's a difference, because one, why it's in the fetus, it's developing gradually, and I think that life should be deemed to be important from conception. However, I think that if you're brain dead and in 9 months you are going to come and gain consciousness, I think it would be wrong to. However, if you're brain dead,
that's not brain death, that'd be in a coma. So we're talking about brain dead patients. Yeah, you're right. They don't have a future, but they're still human life. And you said that all human life should be protected, meaning they should too, under that principle.
I think there's levels to it. For example, I think that one definition for what I believe should be valued wouldn't hold for every single circumstance. I think that we can see this in many of our definitions.
Okay, well, then you don't think that all human life should be valued. That's not the moral principle that you hold to here. So then what is your moral principle?
Yes.
Like, what is the attribute or trait that is true of the fetus that makes a fetus morally valuable?
There's contingents to what I believe. So I believe that
that's
all
just a contradiction. So if you're going to try to create like a moral schema here to justify like who you give moral value to and why, well, like that moral schema can have levels, right? But it can't be contradictory, okay? Right? And it's contradictory to say that all human lives are morally valuable and should be protected, and to also say at the same time that brain dead patients who are human and alive, right, are not morally valuable and shouldn't have legal protection. So
yeah, you're right. I see that contradiction.
You can't believe that because that is a contradiction.
Yes. I see the contradiction I made. I think I'd have to reframe my definition of what I value to be human. I think that there's contingents of what I value to be human. For example, I think that any person that has human DNA should be valued. I also agree that if this has come to where you're brain dead and you're no longer developing as a person and there's no further attributes of like what makes you human, like of course you're going to be able to take certain examples where I'm not going to agree with. Like, I wouldn't agree with it. For example, I know that you value consciousness. There's some examples where you are born without consciousness. So then I would ask you, in that circumstance, would you be okay killing the baby yourself since there is no consciousness and you would not deem it to be valuable?
Yeah, we could happily explore the answer to that question under my view after we just understand what your view is. I mean, I just don't appreciate like the pivot like mid-conversation.
Yeah, sorry.
Because like I'm still not sure what your position is, right? Because we've now determined that your position is not that you think that the life of a fetus is morally valuable because it's a human and alive, right? Because you don't think that being merely human and alive is what grants you the right to life per your answer in the context of the brain dead patient. So we're just going to go back to the question: what makes a fetus morally valuable?
I'll say it's ability to be human while progressing. And I think when you're brain dead, you're no longer progressing. You're just stagnant in growth. What I mean by progressing is you are continuing to live. I think that a brain dead person
Continuing
is dead.
to live? What do you mean? Well, you mean something other than biological life there when you say live, because a brain dead patient, right, is biologically alive, and they'll continue to be biologically alive if they're connected to the life support. So when you say continuing to be live there, what do you mean if it's not talking about biological life?
They become stagnant in their stages of development. I think we are all developing as humans. I think that a brain dead person is no longer developing.
I mean, they experience the same biological development they would if they were not brain dead because of the life support.
I'm just a little confused on why we're arguing. I guess I value a human that is continuing to develop.
You're talking about are you talking about biological development?
No, I'm just talking about development as in progressing, as in aging, as in...
Yeah, brain dead patients age.
Okay. You bring up this topic each and every time just to like prove your point, but it really doesn't prove anything.
Yes, it does. It does prove the point that you don't think that merely being human alive is what gives you the right to life. It's a very effective and very old counterexample to the position that we are valuable because of our species, or we are valuable because of our because we're valuable of like our unique human DNA. We're valuable because of our genomes, et cetera, so on and so forth. Because brain dead patients possess all those traits. They're biologically alive. They're their own unique human with their own DNA. They're Homo sapiens sapien. They're part of our same species, but yet we don't really give them that moral value. So I think that's a counterexample that kind of proves that like none of those traits are what makes us morally valuable. And I feel like you're kind of starting to see that now.
Okay, again, I think that my definition holds for 99.9% of circumstances. I think that just because
if it doesn't even hold in one, then the principle's contradictory and it falls short.
Yeah, that's probably the only one. That's the only one that you could point out, and I think that could also find flaws.
So I'm drawing a contradiction in your view.
Yeah, and I could also, I agree that there is a contradiction that exists. However, I think I could also point out a contradiction in your own reasoning. However, that one contradiction wouldn't disprove your argument.
I don't think that my view has any contradictions in it, but even if it did, that wouldn't mean that therefore you have the right to hold to a view that's contradictory, because any view that is contradictory is necessarily false. Therefore, in that circumstance, just both of our views would be false. Right? And then you said that you don't think a contradiction in your view would disprove the view. Can contradictions ever be true, or are contradictions always false?
Contradictions are always false. It depends on the premises that are set forth.
So if there's a contradiction in your view, right, and contradictions are always false, then yes, it would necessarily disprove your view because you'd make your view false.
Depending on the premises set forth, yes.
Right, but if one of those premises set forth is contradictory to like another premise, or maybe if you're like not applying this principle in like all applicable scenarios, therefore drawing a contradiction, then the view would be false. Right?
Yes, and I think you're right. I would have to re-examine my definition of what I value to be human.
Perfect.
And I think that is important.
So now we've agreed of like your view here insofar as why you're pro-life is false. Well, I mean, what's next? Any other reasons why you support Trump? Because like obviously you shouldn't use like false, logically contradictory views to like advocate for legislation and reform to like restrict women's access to do something that they want to with their body, right? So you're gonna have to have like a non-contradictory view in order to argue that position. But like obviously you don't, and you just said that you're gonna have to take more time and think about it. That's fine, I guess. What's next? Any other reasons why you support Trump?
This is exactly your argument, and it just falls apart because you only rely on the fact of brain dead patients. I look at a fetus. I look at something that has human DNA.
I'd like to clarify. There's like many other scenarios of like humans that are alive, right? That like we don't give the right to life. That we wouldn't say it's murder to kill them, like human zygotes, for instance, right? Meaning that's not the only example that I have of a brain dead patient. But even if it were the only example, well, I only need to point out one contradiction in your view in order for it to be false. You know,
okay,
it's not like if your view has one contradiction, then it's true. But if your view has two contradictions, then it's false. No, if your view has any contradictions, even if it is this one contradiction about the brain dead patient, then the view's false. Okay, so now that we've agreed, do we agree that your view is false here because there's a present contradiction?
Based on my definition I've set forth, yes, my overall conclusion would be false.
Awesome. So then, are there any other reasons why you support Trump?
Yes, let me ask you a question, though. So in some circumstances, babies are born without consciousness. So would you go ahead and kill that baby? They only have a few weeks to live outside of the womb, and they do not have consciousness. Would you be okay killing that baby on the table who's moving around, knowing that they do not possess consciousness, because you would then consider it to be invaluable?
Are you saying that like their thymocortical connections never developed? And they don't possess
Yes.
like any level of subjective experiences or consciousness whatsoever. Well, I mean,
No, they do not.
under my view, it's a predicate of the fetus like lacking consciousness, lacking subjective experiences, while also infringing on the woman's bodily autonomy. So like, given that like this newborn is born and no longer like existing inside of the woman's uterus and reliant on her bodily resources to live, that fetus would no longer be actively infringing on the woman's bodily autonomy, thereby missing that predicate to justify the termination of its life. So that's how like my view works. And I'm just telling you this so I could inform you a little bit about the ways that I think here, but not because it's like relevant to the debate. Because insofar as what is relevant to the debate, right, is you describing why you support Trump as president and me telling you why you were wrong. And so far I've done that successfully because you conceded your view insofar as why you're pro-life.
I have not conceded my view at all.
Yes, you
Let's
said the
just
view
say-
is false. Saying your view is false is the definition of a concession.
Oh my gosh, this is why the topic never gets discussed, because for you to sit up here and think that killing an innocent human life that is continuing to develop inside of a womb solely because it doesn't have consciousness, this is when society looks at
very
something
nice
that is less
emotions.
than us.
I love your big emotions, but they're just simply not logical. They're
We
just simply
pick
not rational.
one thing. Us as humans, when we look at other humans and we choose something that they do not possess, that in and of itself is morally incorrect. We cannot, because we are supposedly higher up,
You're just
more
saying
important
that
than them.
you're just saying that it's morally wrong. But when I asked you for your argument, you ended up conceding that your argument is like logically contradictory. Like watch this, okay? If we're just all of a sudden like endorsing anti-intellectualism and saying that we could like hold to views even if they're contradictory, well, all of a sudden I think that it's okay for a woman to abort a fetus because I just think that she can. I don't have any motivating reasons for it, and I'm sure if I were to give you motivating reasons, maybe they'd be contradictory, right? Maybe it's like predicated on the location of the fetus. Maybe I just don't think it's valuable because it hasn't been born yet. And any like holes that you think that you could point out in that view, well, all of a sudden I just don't care, since views can contain contradictions and lack good motivating reason, according to your own logic.
I already gave you my definition. I think that a brain dead patient is stagnant. They are not biologically. You know what I mean by stagnant. I don't have the correct
I'm actually not
words
sure that
to-
I'm actually not sure if I do know what you mean by stagnant there.
You know exactly what I mean by stagnant.
Well, I mean, earlier
They're
when I
not
asked you to define it, you meant that they weren't like aging, a brain dead patient's age. You meant that they weren't like biologically maturing and growing. Brain dead patients like experience biological growth, cellular reproduction, the same cellular reproduction that they would experience if they weren't on life support and alive because of the life support, so on and so forth, right? But it's only on a biological level. So when you're still now continuing to say that they're just stagnant, biologically speaking, that's just false. Joshua, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, Joshua. Let's get 500 Joshua W's down below. Joshua with the $50, thank you so much, man. Says, guest is a Z-tier Phil, bro, and just got absolutely walked. Take this nonsense somewhere else. Your intellectual superiority complex is unjustified. Soy boy WD, you're the goat. Bro, Joshua, I fucking love you, dude. Holy fuck. Dude, show some love to Joshua. Dude, gotta love Joshua, dude. Shout out to Josh, man. Holy crap. As well as, oh my god, dude, what the fuck? Karen, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo too. Jesus Christ, you guys. Show some love to Karen. Karen with $100 says, for all that you're doing to educate and dismantle these people's ridiculous soapboxes, looking forward to seeing what you do next in life. Well done, Karen. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is so much goddamn money. I do not deserve that. I want to see 1,000 Karen W. Seriously, thank you so much for your kindness. All the love to you. And 500 Joshua W's. Thank you both so fucking much. As well as 500 fucking Heather W's for the $50 over on Venmo too. Thank you so much, Heather. You guys are being so kind today. Heather with a $50 says, I hope my son grows up to have your critical thinking skills. You know, honestly, if you want that to happen, right, then it will happen. If you're putting a preface on your children being intelligent and critically thinking, and you raise them in that direction, then you could absolutely make that happen. And I bet that you're a great mom, Heather. Thank you so much for the $50. Show some fucking love to Heather. Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Gigi, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, fuck Steve. Jared with the $5 saying, thank you for what you do. Thank you so much. And then Evan, thank you so much for the $10, saying, although I'm MAGA, I do support friendly debates and I like what you do. Dude, Evan, hop in that box. Come up here. Let's have a friendly debate, man. I'd love to try to change your mind here. As well as Maya, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get 200 Maya fucking W's. That is MYA. Maya says, it is so rough living in a household in a town who supports Trump and hate liberals. Fuck, I'm right there with you, Maya. I know how it feels. The same way. I got out of that household though, but I still live in that town, you know? Thank you so much for the love. And then this came in 18 minutes ago, but I still want to show you some love. Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Now, Kathy just sent the love, didn't attach any specific message. Kathy, thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Kathy down below in that chat for the 50. I seriously, I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. We've only been live for like 40 minutes today, and you guys are fucking showing up and showing out. Just know that I really, really fucking appreciate y'all. And just thank you so much for the kindness. Show some love to all the donors down below in that chat. I'm going to go and pass the mic back to James now, but seriously, all the fucking love in the world to you guys. Thank you so much for your kindness. James, is there absolutely any other reasons why you support Trump as president? Or, and I'm going to be honest here, do you want to continue to whine about the debate that you just lost on abortion?
Yeah, so I think I'd like to change my definition. I think that personhood and what makes us valuable depends on the presence of integrated brain function. So I don't think that necessarily means consciousness. I just think it's the ability to possess brain function.
The ability to possess brain function is what makes us valuable? Why?
Because it shows that we're still continuing to develop. And if you're brain dead, you no longer have brain function.
Because it's showing you that we're continuing to develop? Wait, obviously, like, development can take place without any brain function. You know, like amoebas, unicellular organisms, like, don't have brains, but yet they still, like, develop. Same thing with, like, jellyfish, so on and so forth. So when it say that that's, like, a sufficiently, like, true view to justify, like, biological development. Right, not to mention that, like, although like biological development in many scenarios like is sustained by brain function, like in humans, right? Well, when they don't have brain function, such as a brain dead patient, that biological development is instead driven by life support, the external means. And the same thing is actually true for the zygote or the fetus before they start to develop brain function at like 7 to 8 weeks, because they can't like help develop on their own. Well, then that development is guided through the natural processes of pregnancy, the bodily resources of the woman, and the domicile of the uterus.
So I just put forth another definition, and now you're saying that definition doesn't make sense, and you just completely went over it.
Well, I'm just saying that it's false. I'm saying that brain development isn't what necessarily drives biological development, and I give you many motivating reasons why that's the case. And then I even told you how like other like means of like the natural process of like pregnancy or like the external means of life support can sustain biological development in the lack of brain function. So like just like empirically speaking, that's not true.
Okay. I'd like to discuss now why I would not support 99% of Democratic people who run liberals. I think that you guys put forth very dangerous rhetoric. We can see that after the death of Charlie Kirk, you had to come on back onto your live and apologize to your fans multiple times for simply mourning the death of another human. And I think that when I'm at a university, when I see my classmates celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, it's just not one, it's not two, it's not three. It's multiple liberals who support these kind of things. They invoke dangerous rhetoric, and I think that the Republican Party are the ones who are standing up against this dangerous rhetoric. I think that Trump is spewing dangerous,
Oh my God, I'm just laughing so. Dude, when JD Vance said that we shouldn't care that these 33-year-old Republican leaders were saying they love Hitler in group chats, then calling them kids, that was, dude, he was so totally standing up against dangerous rhetoric. When Charlie Kirk himself said that the person that bashed Nancy Pelosi's husband in with a goddamn wrench when he tried to go to their house and kidnap her was a patriot, and that some other patriot should go and bail him out of jail, that was really an example of Charlie Kirk standing up to that dangerous rhetoric. When Donald Trump said, right, if you're anti-fascist, you are a domestic terrorist, and we're going to do anything in our ability to find you, right? And in other circumstances, he said, and kill you if you're a terrorist, not necessarily related to Antifa. That was Donald Trump standing up to that dangerous fucking rhetoric. You know, I don't know. Even this morning, Donald Trump was espousing even more dangerous rhetoric when he went on Truth Social and he said that, you know, he maybe want to run for a third term and he's not ruling it out and there's ways that he could do it. That is a dangerous president. It is a threat to this Constitution. It is a threat to the American democracy. It is a threat to the rule of law, and it is a threat to this republic. Okay, and if you can't see that, you're goddamn blind. I'm so sorry that you didn't like it when individuals went on the internet and they weren't mad or sad that Charlie Kirk died. But that is fundamentally different from the attack on the democracy that we live in, the attack of the Constitution that governs the democracy that we live in, and the explicit permissibility of Nazi rhetoric that we see from the vice president of this country.
From the vice president. You just listed people. I think that the main difference is that a lot of Republicans are not MAGA. So when Trump says something, a lot of us are not bandwagoning off of what he says.
You guys literally made him president.
Liberal Party, he won the popular vote. So a lot of Democrats also made him president. when I see
No, the Democrats voted for
rhetoric,
Kamala Harris or didn't vote at all.
when I see rhetoric,
There was no
being
large faction of Democrats for Trump prior to the election. That's so disingenuous, and you know it.
so disingenuous, and I know I said that. I simply said that he won the popular vote, and I
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that a
bet
bunch
you
of
a lot
Democrats
of
voted for him.
Democrats. It honestly does mean a lot of Democrats vote. If you don't think
then
a
where
lot
the
of
hell was-
Democrats,
then where the hell was Democrats for Trump? I never saw Democrats for Trump anywhere.
you don't think a lot of Democrats voted for Trump in that last previous election?
Not enough to make it like known nationally. I mean, if there was enough to make it
Not
known
enough.
nationally, then we would have seen like Democrats for Trump everywhere, right? But we didn't see that at all.
When's the last time a Republican president won the popular vote?
Once I couldn't tell you. It's been a while.
And he won the most amount of votes. So if we just take these two things, just as kind of just common sense, and we said that, okay, number one,
I
Trump
mean,
won the
I think
popular
that it's
vote.
much more likely that the reason he won the popular vote was via like more Republicans getting out there and voting, and like less people on the left getting out there and voting for miscellaneous reasons. Not necessarily because people on the left voted for Trump. And I think my evidence there is the fact that we just simply didn't see many like Democrats for Trump. You know what I mean? Like if it was like a nationwide movement, then we would have seen the Democrats for Trump posted everywhere, and I didn't see it anywhere at all. Right? But even if like some like low level of Democrats voted for Trump in the election, that doesn't change his rhetoric. Okay. That doesn't change the fact that he's a threat to this country. That doesn't change the fact that he's a threat to the Constitution that governs this country. Nor does it change the fact that you're absolutely wrong when you say that you just don't see harmful rhetoric from the right.
I see harmful rhetoric. I don't see it near at the rate as I see liberal harmful rhetoric. I think that the difference is that when a Republican person
come on.
spews harmful
Donald
rhetoric-
Trump is literally using harmful rhetoric to like justify some of the worst policy that we've
Let me
seen in modern
explain.
American history. Like think about like all of his harmful rhetoric to undocumented immigrants that isn't
Let me
just like a
explain.
fucking tweet on social media, but is
Let me
actively being
explain.
used to prop up a system of exploitation of human
Let me
rights.
explain. Let me explain.
Okay,
the
yeah,
difference
feel
lies
free
in
to
the
go and
fact-
explain. But the difference that you're not going to be able to point out is any dangerous rhetoric on the left being used to prop up like a system of active oppression and exploitation of human rights. The same way we see the dangerous rhetoric on the right being used to actively prop up multiple systems of oppression and abuse of human rights. Right? Donald Trump gets to go out and say, right, all these undocumented immigrants, they're escaping mental asylums, they're escaping prisons, they're gang members. You should be scared of them. They're bad people. They're illegal aliens. Dehumanizing them, so then he could get away with sending them to Alligator Alcatraz that was propped up in less than 7 days, where they're fed one meal a day, some of them having maggots in them. So he could get away with detaining legal immigrants like Mahmoud Khalil in ICE detention center for 3 months, or get away with like illegally deporting people like Abrigo fucking Garcia to El Salvador, where he was beaten and tortured and starved for 3 months.
Was he an American citizen? Was he born in America?
No, he wasn't born in America. That doesn't change the fact that SCOTUS ruled his removal was illegal because it violated the
wasn't an
withholding order,
American
nor does it
citizen.
change the fact that he was literally abused in El Salvador. Do you think that you have to be
Wasn't
an
an
American
American
citizen in order to have
citizen.
constitutional or human rights?
And you think that everyone who's ever been deported under any president
You're
has
not.
had the
I
fair
asked you a very.
has had the fair trial.
I asked you a very simple question. Do you think that you have to be an American citizen in order to have constitutional rights in this country?
No, I do not.
Okay, then why did you ask? Was he an American citizen? It doesn't change anything.
It does change the fact because he was not
does it
here
change?
under legal terms, and that's how you get deported.
Oh, okay. So because because he wasn't an American citizen, it was okay to illegally remove him to El Salvador, where he was beaten and tortured and starved. See, this is the outcome of the dangerous rhetoric of the right. It's funny because in one breath you're denying the dangerous rhetoric of the right, and then in the next breath you're perpetuating it.
That's not what I'm saying. I understand that dangerous rhetoric exists through people like Trump and J.D. Vance. I think that the sole difference lies in the fact that the Republicans, you could, besides MAGA is a different kind of, a lot of them are cuckoo and they're whatever. They're crazy. But I think the difference lies in the fact that if Trump says something, we as Republicans, a lot of us recognize the fact that is dangerous rhetoric. However, I think the difference is that when liberals spew dangerous rhetoric, you guys act on that rhetoric.
Hey, go ahead
You
and
guys
give me an
go out-
example. Dude, I'm so sorry. MAGA Republicans, right, do not call Donald Trump out when he does bad things. He was literally,
That's what I just said.
He
I
was
recognize that.
adjudicated.
I just
He was
said-
literally adjudicated for raping a woman, and y'all still made him president. Okay, he was found
Not
guilty
y'all.
of 34 felonies, and y'all still made him president. Yes, y'all. I mean, literally, look at the live stream that you're on right now. How do you still support Trump as president? Yes, y'all includes you. He literally tried to coup and rig the outcome of a federal election, right, with the Trump fake elector scheme in 2020 when he sent fake votes for himself to Congress from states that he lost, saying that he won to try to install himself, and y'all still made him president. He had his supporters go into the Capitol, try to kill cops and smear their fucking shit on the walls, and y'all still made him president. Okay, he pardoned 72 people that tried to kill police officers on the steps of the Capitol on J6. Then he called them patriots after letting them out of jail 8 to 10 years earlier. And you are still supporting him as president today. Don't tell me that you, nor MAGA Republicans, check Trump for the terrible things that he does nor says. Because in all reality, if you did, then you wouldn't be on my life supporting him as president right now.
There's a big difference that you can look at a president. I know this is crazy for you because all of your, I would say 90% of your views, if they're liberal, you accept them. You don't even think logically about them. Liberal idea, accept. Rationale people, when they hear a view, they don't simply accept it because it aligns with their parties. And that's someone like me. When Trump says something, people who think logically, my friends included, a ton of my friends are Republican. However, they do not support a ton of the things that Trump says.
What's a view that I hold that I don't think logically about? So if I don't think logically about a lot of the views that I hold, then it should be pretty easy for you to demonstrate I'm a dumbass in a debate. So name a couple of these views that I hold and I espouse on a day-by-day basis that are just simply illogical. And by the way, I feel like what you're going to do is you're going to name the views that maybe other people hold that are possibly illogical. I'm asking you for the views that I hold because you made that comment about me. What are the views that I hold that are illogical?
I think depending on who you're talking to, you would change your views. For example, I saw you on an interview, and during the interview, you said that if someone says something on social media and it's wrong, take it down. And you said it so confidently. So you want to take away people's free speech. But then as soon as Trump makes a post and he says that the media isn't allowed to criticize him, you come back and you say, oh my word, Trump, I cannot believe this. We need free speech. We need free speech. After you blatantly said on a live interview that if someone says something contrary, that's not true, take it down on social media.
Yeah, nice propaganda.
But then you
bro.
come back.
So the first clip that you're talking about, the interview that you're referencing, would be the panel I sat down on at the Aspen Ideas Institute a couple months back in Aspen, Colorado. And what I said wasn't, if somebody says something that's false on social media, take it down. I said that I think that there's particular things that individuals do say and do on social media that should be restricted, like Nick Fuentes with being a literal fucking Nazi being not a Nazi sympathizer, but a literal Nazi, saying Hitler was good and the Holocaust was great, right? I do think that those things should be limited on social media. And then the second thing, referencing Donald Trump. One moment.
That's freedom of speech.
Well, it's not an
You don't think that's freedom of speech?
It's not an infringement of freedom of speech because I'm not the president of the United States of America, and I'm not using the weight nor the pressure of the executive branch of the president of the United States of America to attempt to influence social media platforms into kicking Nazis off their platforms. See, that's a difference. But when Donald Trump says that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media, he's not.
I found the error.
Go ahead and laugh at something that's not an error whatsoever. Go ahead and laugh at something that's not an error whatsoever.
There you go. So you want to limit freedom of speech when it's contrary to what you believe.
Well, it's actually not limiting freedom of speech whatsoever, and you're going to have to allow me to finish speaking in order for you to have a full comprehensive overview of my view. Just simply interjecting when I'm 4 words into my sentence by laughing and then saying that there's an error is just like an anti-intellectualist way to dumb down what I'm saying, ignore the nuance, and make it one-dimensional, and to attempt to extrapolate a contradiction, when in all reality, the contradiction doesn't exist. Do you want me to continue to explain my view without your interruption, or do you just want to hop in here and make things 1D and ignore the nuance?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So you got ahead of yourself, and now you're going to look like a dumbass for getting ahead of yourself. So what I said is I think that social media platforms should limit their terms of service to kick people off their platforms that are literal Nazis. That is fundamentally different from the president of the United States of America saying that it's now illegal via the legislation and laws of the country, right, to criticize him in social media. Okay, one is saying, hey, this company should change their policy, and guess what? If they don't change their policy, well, I'm not going to coerce them into doing so because I'm a private citizen just simply voicing that opinion on social media. In the other circumstance, right, it's the president of the United States of America not advocating for a company to change their policy, but rather saying, based upon the policy not of that company, but rather of the country, it is now illegal, right, not impermissible via the guidelines of the TOS of a platform to criticize him in the media. What's the contradiction?
You are slightly changing what you said on the live interview.
No, I'm not slightly changing anything. Go ahead and play me a clip where he said, if anybody says anything that's false, take it down.
Yeah, I actually screen recorded it. So
okay, so then it should be pretty easy for you to play a clip of me saying, if anybody ever says anything that's false, take it down.
Let me pull up my computer.
Oh yeah, what happened to the laughs? Why aren't you laughing anymore? Like saying that there's a big error and contradiction in the way that I'm thinking. What happened to that?
I could still point it out without even pulling up the video, because on the video you said that if someone says something wrong, take it down.
Yeah, so
that's literally what you said.
So go ahead and point me to where I said, right, if anybody ever says anything that's false, it just needs to automatically be taken down.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it. I'm on my computer, so I don't know if all of the videos link to my computer.
By the way, I also have a really compelling argument that I could give you right now that proves I don't believe that. I never have.
Okay, I just don't know why you said it.
Do you want to know what that compelling argument is?
Yeah, go ahead.
The fact that I host these conversations. You can't deny that I think what you're saying is false, can you? Yeah, you can't deny that. And I didn't take you down. I invited you up to spread your misinformation in front of thousands and thousands and thousands of people to get fact-checked by myself.
Yeah, again, I think that you're contradicting yourself, because in one circumstance,
I just think that you misinterpreted what I said in that clip, and I just gave you the most damning argument to prove it.
It is very clear that's what I said from the get-go. I said, in some circumstances, you hold to some ideologies to look good in the moment. In other circumstances,
like I said, I don't think that this is a me issue. I think that this is a you issue.
Of course you do, because you're. Oh wait, this is it. I found it. Hold on, let's see what you say. I honestly forget, because I saved this. Like,
I forget too. I just know what I believe, and I remember the sit-down conversation they had with Brad Palumbo. What you're likely going to hear is us talking about what should be limited on social media. Then I was like, well, I mean, I think that there's like some scenarios like where people say things that are wrong that should be taken down because
I'll play it. I don't know.
Like Nick Fuentes in the defense of like the defense of like Nazis.
Yeah, I can just go ahead and play it. I forget what it says, but I'll play it.
Set of facts that can't be false, and if somebody says they're false, take their post down. No. How did that work?
Oh.
Do you want to finish playing it?
So that's all I have.
Set of facts that can't be false, and if somebody says they're false, take their post down.
So if someone says that a set of facts. Here we go.
So you have 14 words there. That is a 3-second clip with 14 words. like, bro, do you think I'm gonna fucking take you seriously?
Are you serious?
Do you think I'm gonna fucking take you seriously? Oh yes, no, 14 words is super nice. No, that's super great. Well, I mean, if you continue to play the clip, by the way, anybody could find this like publicly available on the Aspen Ideas Institute, like live on YouTube. Like the full like hour and a half conversation is posted, where you could go get the rest of the context outside of those 3 seconds. I then go on to say that like if they're just saying things that are like undeniably true and harmful, right? Like Nick Fuentes defending the Holocaust, then you should take it down. That's what social media platforms should do. Right? Like, and that's not contradictory to anything that just played in that clip. I said there's some facts, right, that are obviously false, and you should take their post down, right, when they're harmful, right? Like, i.e., like Nick Fuentes in the defense of the Holocaust.
Did you not hear what the clip said? You said that if a set of facts exist that are true and someone disagrees with those facts, take it down. Yeah. That's all you need to know from the clip.
Yeah. Then what happens?
You said
then what happens of like right after that 3-second clip? I then go on to say that like, especially when these things are harmful, right? Like Nick Fuentes defending the Holocaust, that you need to take them down. All of a sudden it reframes it from me saying if I think something is false, therefore it should be taken down, to me saying that I think that there's some things that are just evidently false and incredibly harmful that should be limited, which is completely diametrically opposed from the claim that you're positing. This is why sometimes context is important. But I don't fault a Trump supporter for taking something out of context, ignoring the nuance, making it one-dimensional, and focusing on 3 seconds to attempt to make a point. You tried really good though.
Wait, Dean, can you not mute me so I can talk? Thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh, wait, you want to say more than 3 words? Wait. Why do you need to say more than 3 words at any given point? Because you're now saying that I don't need to say more than 3 words at any given point to make my full point across, but you do? So now you're actually defending giving more context. Now you're actually defending speaking for longer than 3 sentences, and now you're actually defending exactly what I'm arguing for.
Let me talk. That would be great. So you always are referring to the Bible and saying that some verses don't need extra context because they're bad in and of themselves. You said yourself that if a set of facts exist and someone says something contrary to those facts, that it should be taken down. You do not need more context than that. Let me explain it again. You said that if a set of facts exist and someone says something contrary to those facts, it should be taken down. You do not need more context than that. If you went on and said that what you originally said was false,
why do you think that you
okay.
don't? Why do you think that you don't need any more context than that to understand my full point? When I'm telling you without additional context, you won't be able to understand my full point. Like typically, like the way that these conversations play out, right? With like clipping somebody out of context, reducing it down to like literally less than 3 seconds is when we're like talking about something that somebody else said, right? So then it's just like a back and forth on like what they meant to say and if the context matters, right? But you're actually like talking to the person that was speaking in that clip. And I'm telling you, if you listen to the full conversation, then you'll be able to like evidently understand my full point, which isn't just merely if somebody says something you think is false, it should be taken down. But like if these things are evidently false and incredibly harmful, then they should be taken down, with the example that I explicitly gave in the interview being Nick Fuentes.
But again, some things just don't need extra context for you to say that. And your followers.
So some things don't need extra context. Well, I think this does. In order to understand my full point, I'm telling you that it does.
You keep cutting me off.
I'm
Every
sorry.
5
Do
seconds.
you need extra context in order to speak? Right? Like you just simply can't defend the proposition that this particular thing doesn't need additional context, because I'm telling you that it does. Right? I was a person speaking in that clip. Right? I was the one that sat down for that full like hour and a half conversation with 3 other people. And I'm telling you, in order to understand my full point, it would need extra context. Right?
So you realize what you originally said was wrong. You realize what you originally said was wrong, so then you changed your mind. Would you agree to that?
So I don't think what I said in that clip was wrong, but I think what I said in that clip needs more context. In order
Oh
for
my
point to be
gosh,
clear.
Dean, you are just intellectually dishonest with yourself right now. For you to say that if a set of facts exist and someone speaks contrary to those set of facts, that it
I'll go out and repeat this one last time. I don't think that what I said in the clip was wrong, but I think what I said in the clip needs additional context in order for the full point to be clear. Like I don't think that is like a disingenuous or like false like examination whatsoever.
Remember when we started this conversation, you were saying that if you like are an intellectually honest person, and now I point out a very obvious flaw in how you're not an intellectually honest person, and now you're saying that, wait, actually, I think what I said was perfectly correct.
Well,
you just have to understand the full context of the circumstances.
You're just saying that it's an obvious flaw when it's not, right? Because you literally played 3 seconds. I mean, can you like time? Could you like time like how long that clip was? Like I think it was actually less than 3 seconds. I counted the words. It was 14.
Dean, you realize that some statements don't need extra context.
Exactly.
If
Some,
I
not
say
all. Exactly. Some, not all. Some. Wait, James. Some, not all.
Yes, and that yours is an example of some.
Wait,
yours
how
is an
can
example of some.
how can it be an example of something that doesn't need additional context in order to understand the stated point, when the person that you're clipping out of context is telling you that you would need the additional context in order to understand the stated point?
Of course you're going to say that now. It's like saying that the sky is always blue. You don't need extra context for that because you're implying always. You set forth two.
So you're saying that of course I'm going to say that now to defend myself. How do you know that I'm not just telling the truth?
You keep muting me every time I go to
Answer that
speak.
question. How do you know that I'm not just telling the truth?
Because you said a very set forth definition. And according to the definition,
wait. How do you know when you don't listen to the rest of the clip that like the broader point becomes clear? Right? That like what I'm referencing is going to be like things that are obviously false, that are harmful.
Cutting me off. You keep cutting me off.
Oh, so you're mad that I'm only giving you 3 seconds to speak on any given occasion? So why can't I be mad at you for doing the same thing to me?
Because you know exactly why.
Oh wait, you're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question, James. So you're mad at me for only giving you 3-second intervals to try to get your full point across. Wait, I thought 3 seconds was all somebody needed to get their full point across, according to your argument right now.
Dean, let me go ahead and ask you a question, okay?
Yeah, you're not going to respond to that. See, you want to ask me a question instead of responding to what I'm saying to refute what you're saying here is false. Sir James, how many times have you been up on this live at this point? I've acted like I don't know you, but like I'm going to break the news. This is what, your 15th time up here?
Nope, I've never come on your live before.
Dude, stop fucking lying.
Are you being for real or are you joking?
Yeah, we've debated abortion. Before this, that was like our third or fourth time debating abortion. You also came up here like a couple months ago when you were like really, really mad at me and you were like, Dean, you're a scammer. We had a whole conversation about that. You're like, Dean, you're a racist. We
Changing the subject. Changing the subject because you know you're wrong. Okay, that's okay.
Oh, so I think
nope. I never said that. I said you're changing the subject.
So I'm changing the subject, not because I'm wrong, but rather because I'm right and you can't acknowledge it. And we've been going back and forth for 5 minutes. That is just like obvious rage bait, James, right? I continue just to simply repeat like the one very clear and given point that is when you listen to that clip inside of its full context, then my point becomes clear. That point being that I find no issue with social media companies, right, taking things down that are like blatant and obvious misinformation that perpetuate harm, with the example that I explicitly gave inside of that sit-down interview being that of Nick Fuentes defending the Holocaust, being a Nazi, so on and so forth, right? And it doesn't matter how many times I tell you that. It doesn't matter how many times I try to re-describe that to you. You were inevitably just going to repeat the same thing. Dean, this clip doesn't need any more context. And then I'm inevitably going to respond the same thing. I'm Dean. I'm the one that said that. I'm the one that you're clipping out of context. I know what point I made. I know the point I've continued to make. Yes, it does need more context in order for my overall point to be clear. And then you're going to respond to that by saying, Dean, it doesn't need context. And then I'm going to respond to that by saying, yes, it does. And then you're going to be like, no, it doesn't. Then I'm going to be like, yes, it does. And that's what we've been doing for the last 10 minutes. I mean, how many more times do you want to go through the loop
I'll
here?
explain it to you one more time, and please do not cut me off once. I would greatly appreciate it. You always cut me off every single time I speak. I would not have a problem if... I would not have a problem.
Are you going to need more than 3 seconds?
Oh my gosh. I would not have a problem if after I played the clip, you said, that is not actually what I meant. And I later went on to change my perspective after I received criticism from the guy I was speaking to. However, you did not even recognize this fact. And you said, well, no, what I actually said was true and it needs more context. What you said was blatantly false and it went against your overall reasoning. I would agree with you that later on in the video, you ended up changing your perspective. However, in that clip, you blatantly said that if two statements are put forward and if someone goes contrary to what is deemed to be true, it should be taken down. That in and of itself is wrong.
You just conceded.
That in and of itself is wrong.
James, you just conceded.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did. You just said, I could agree with you when I listen to the full context. Your overall point becomes clear, and it is something different from what this clip
that you
changed
it. That you changed it because you knew you were wrong.
It's not changing it. It's adding context.
No, it's changing it. You completely changed it.
Okay, all right. Sounds good, James. I disagree. Okay? Maybe like the best possible concession I could make here is that for those particular 3 seconds, I could have found a better way to word myself. So if you were to only clip those 3 seconds and 14 words, the point wasn't clear. But when you're not just listening to the 3 seconds and the 14 words, but rather listening to the hour and the thousands and thousands of words, right? The overwhelming point is completely different from what you are attempting to perpetuate and attempt to argue from that 3-second clip. And you just admitted it, meaning there's a concession.
Every time someone says something they prove you wrong, you just ultimately end up saying that I conceded. I think it will be interesting for you to see as you continue to progress in your career.
You're just saying that you proved me wrong 3 seconds after you said when you listen to the full context, right? The overall point is significantly different from what you are trying to think I was arguing from that 3-second clip.
Okay, I'll make one last point and then, thanks for the gifts, guys. I appreciate that. Let's go.
So wait, you want to make another point? Yeah, you're pivoting. You're dodging. You know that you lost.
Because you said that I conceded, which was ultimately false. Because you recognized. Wait.
You're pivoting. You're pivoting. You're dodging. You're saying that you want to make. You're saying that you want to make another point. You're saying that you want to make another point unrelated to this one. Therefore, you're pivoting. You're dodging. You know that you're lost, right? I mean, James, that was your logic. Like earlier when I was like, we're just going in a circle, right? You're the same guy that I've talked to 15 times on 15 different occasions. Your automatic response was Dean, right? Well, this means that I know that you've lost. This means that you lost the debate because you want to change the topic. So now I'm just going to do the same thing to you.
I think it's funny how you said that I conceded when you were literally the one that said, you said, oh, wait, maybe my definition I put forth the first time was wrong and that I ended up realizing it was wrong, so I changed my thoughts. You're the one that conceded, and then you gaslit me into thinking that I'm the one that conceded when you literally said on your live, maybe my first definition was wrong. You literally conceded yourself.
I didn't concede. I was trying to give you grace. I said, maybe I should have made sure to word those 14 words better. So if you just cut them out of context, then they don't seem like a whole different argument. But like typically, right, humans, we're not looking towards like 3 seconds and 14 words to make points. And we could acknowledge that we should listen to more than 3 seconds and 14 words. So I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Aren't you the one who always plays Trump's clips and other people's clips and you only provide about 20 seconds max of the entire clip?
Well,
and
I
you
mean-
think that's sufficient enough. But then when
first
someone
and-
does the contrary to
so
you,
first and
you're like,
foremost-
no, context.
So first and foremost, right, whenever I play a clip of Trump, I do try to keep it timely for the live, but if I ever have anybody say, well, maybe there's more context, I always give them an opportunity to allow, right, that more context. But the matter of fact, they never can. Right. So yeah, I like to keep things timely for the live. So I'll play like a minute clip. That's how long the clip is of Donald Trump saying that he sexually exploits girls at Miss Teen USA, who, by the way, is who you support as president. But, you know, if anybody ever says that there's more context, I ask them to give it, right? I don't say, no, you can't give it. No, ignore the context. No. I say, okay, so what is the context?
You realize that I would pull up the context if I had access to it. This is something from that I screen recorded 3 months ago that I found on my computer, so I don't have the overall context.
This is getting very pathetic, James.
Pathetic?
Yes, very.
Yeah, you are pretty pathetic, I agree.
No, it's not me. It's you.
Oh yeah, pivoting again. Thanks. Now you're using personal insults because you cannot argue with me. But that's good. Keep going.
You're assuming that I'm calling this pathetic because I can't have this conversation with you. If I couldn't have this conversation with you, right, why didn't I just kick you when you brought it up? Right? Like, this is just like literal rage bait. James, stop rage baiting me. If I couldn't have this conversation with you, then why, less than a minute ago, did you say that you wanted to move on to the next topic?
Because you conceded, and I appreciate that.
I thought I've already clarified that there was no concession. You are now just repeating yourself, even though I've already given sufficient counter-argument to prove you wrong.
Yeah, I appreciate you conceding, and now you're changing your mind. But
So now you're just repeating yourself? Dude, I'm sorry. Just saying something doesn't make it true, James.
Yeah, and everyone on your live, you could actually go back in the live, and you said yourself
appreciate you
that
so much for
the
coming on.
definition you put forth was false, and then you ended up changing your definition to make it correct. So I do appreciate
James,
you
for the
saying-
last
I appreciate
time,
the concession.
for the last
I
time,
appreciate
that's-
the concession.
Yeah,
I appreciate
James,
it, though.
Hey, James, for the last time,
thanks.
that's not what I said. I'll clarify one more time for you. I said that, yeah, maybe I should have worded those 14 words in those 3 seconds better. So
Because
when
it was
you only
wrong.
listen.
Yeah.
Hey, James, are you going to allow me to finish speaking, or are you going to interrupt?
No, you mute me every 5 seconds, so it's only fair that I interrupt you,
I'll
so.
mute you again. I actually accidentally just kicked him instead of muting him. I meant to mute him. But anyways, I'll just go ahead and finish off that point. I didn't say that what I said was false. I said that I could have worded those 14 seconds and those 3 seconds better. So when you only listen to those 3 seconds, right, it wouldn't seem like another point was being made. But like typically humans, we're not just looking towards 3-second clips of 14 words in order to gain an understanding of what somebody thinks or feels about any particular subject, right? And when you sit down and you listen to the full hour-long conversation, right, a totally different point is made, right, given the context. And it's funny, right, because you actually agreed to that. You said, Dean, when I listened to the full sit-down, another point was made. Well, I appreciate you for the concession, James. That guy's been up here like 20 times. Every time he comes up here, he gets really mad because he just can't beat me in a debate. And then that happens. So, James, I appreciate you for coming up, getting whooped again, intellectually speaking, of course. See you next time, James. We'll see him in another couple days once he uses ChatGPT to try to make another abortion argument. Keep in mind that, by the way, all of that anger, all of that animosity, all of those big feelings from that man-child were onset because he couldn't make a pro-life argument that wasn't contradictory. Let's go to get that next guest up in here. That was fun. If you're in that queue, make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. That was super fun. That was great. I love shitting on the man-children. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, y'all. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Just make sure that you are at least 18 years of age if you do want to come up and have a conversation with us. We got Dylan loading into the box right now. Let's see here. Alexis, thank you so much for the $2 over on Venmo.
Best.
Hey, what's up?
You're
How
the
old?
best. You're the best.
Dude, thank you so much, Dylan. I obviously got to kick you because you're underage, but I got to say, you're probably like the first underage boy with crosses at his names that has come up here and said something kind. So shout out to you, Dylan. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, y'all. Let's see who's next. That's pretty cool. All right. Who do we got next? We have Hannah loading up into the box right now. Wait, where the hell did Hannah go? Hannah just disappeared. 1 second, guys. Okay, we got Yorkie Lover connecting. Here we go, guys. Okay, while Yorkie Lover's loading up, Abby, thank you so much for the $12 over on PayPal, who says, Dean, I found you a few weeks ago and I love what you do. Thank you for the love, Abby. Show some love to Abby down below. Thank you for your kindness. Chloe, like literally saying the same thing as Abby, stumbled on your TikTok live a couple days ago, and you love what I do. Thank you, Chloe, for the $5 and the kind words, as well as Tegan. Thank you so much for the $6 over on PayPal. Lacey with the 10 cents, and Daniel, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Daniel with a $10 says, I've never liked Trump on his character, but after finding you through Facebook Shorts, I've recently started to watch your lives and educate myself more. Thank you for all that you do, man. I appreciate you for the kind words, Daniel, and that's awesome to hear that, you know, you're also now against his policy, because it is absolutely terrible. Thank you for the $10, Daniel, as well as Michelle. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal as well, who says MAGA only cares about life in the womb. They don't care about living children in Palestine or living children in America. Donald Trump doesn't want to give emergency funding to 41 million Americans to keep food on their table for SNAP benefits during the shutdown. Thank you so much for the $10. What's going on, Yorkie lover? Do you support Trump? Yorkie, I've only been live for like an hour. Are you already asleep? Damn, bro, she's out. All right, we'll go and let her sleep in peace. Take care, Yorkie. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. She is out, dude. Oh my goodness. Yo, Line of God, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, fucking Metallica, you just got a little cooler. Appreciate you for that love line. Yeah, I got my Metallica tee on today. Thank you so much. Let's get 100 Lion W's and 100 Sandra W's. Thank you so much for the love, Sandra, who says, or the fact it's your platform and you take down whatever you want and not making it illegal. Yeah, that's a big difference, Sandra. He actually never addressed that. Yet another reason why the last guest lost. Appreciate you for the $10. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
And what time is it? You sound British.
I'm not British, man. That's offensive.
Oh, you are so fucking British.
I'm not. I'm Irish, actually. Sorry about that, man.
Okay.
But I'm living in America. I'm living in America. I'm American citizen.
Yeah. What time is it?
It is... Fuck, you got me, man.
I did get you. You take care now. You take care now. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. We got Austin Bindell loading up into the box. Mallory, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, love listening to your debates all the time. Big supporter here. Appreciate you for that love, Mallory. Huge shout out to you. And Lars, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Holy fuck, Lars. Thank you so much for your kindness. Lars says Garcia was granted, quote unquote, withholding of removal because El Salvador was dangerous, I believe in 2019. Yeah, meaning that he actually wasn't an undocumented immigrant because he had some type of illegal status, regardless of its lack of permanence, which was that withholding order. Absolutely correct. Okay, we got Hannah loading up. Show some love to Lars down below in the chat for the 20. And show some love to Barbara, too, for the 20, who says, I'm retired now and have recently started to watch your debates. Watching you brings me hope for the future of my granddaughters. That's awesome, Barbara. I hope that you're enjoying this stream. I hope that you're still with us. I know that you sent that $20 donation 25 minutes ago, but thank you so much for the love. Let's show some love to Barbara and Lars down below in that chat. What's going on? Are you MAGA?
Oh my God, no, I literally love you so much. I'm sorry. My family, big fan. I'm 19. I just love you.
Thank you for your kindness, Anna. I hope that you don't take me kicking you as a symbol of disrespect. It actually means that I respect you too much to have you on the live. You're just too based, okay? We're very specifically looking for people that are significantly less based than you. We're going to get that next guest loaded up here. Tucker, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well. What's going on, Bob? Do you support Trump? Oh, Bob's already gone, I guess. All right, moving on to Peter Pan, y'all. The Trump supporters, they're running. They're running today. They're running hard. They're running to hard. Their soldier come up here, James, and even he failed. So I don't know if we're going to see much success from MAGA today. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, Dean, you're a fucking faggot.
All right. Well, he is definitely a Trump supporter. Just quite frankly, too derogatory and emotional to be on the live. Let's go and get that next guest, Aiden, loaded up into the box. Matina, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. What's going on, man? Give me a second here, Aiden. Matina with the $25 on Venmo says, here's some money for pizza or whatever. Hashtag keep winning. Appreciate you for that love, Matina. I thank you so much. In fact, you know what? I'm going to have to spend that $25 on a medium cheese pizza from Domino's tonight. One of my favorite meals ever. I want to see 250 Matina W's in the live chats. That is Matina. What's up? So, Aiden, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. All right. Can I get a W Pamela from you?
Listen, I have a question though.
What about a just real quick? Okay, just one W Pamela, one W Pam. Can we get it?
All right. W Pam.
For the $50 super chat over on YouTube.
right,
Appreciate
50?
you for that.
50? Now that's a W.
That is
That's
a fucking W. Dude, I want to see 500 Pam W's down below in that chat. Pamela, thank you so much for that love. I also appreciate you for being a member of the channel team over there. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Pamela down below in that chat while we're passing Mr. Aiden here, Mike, to tell us why he supports Trump. Take it away, man. W fucking Pams. All the love to you. Thank you so much for the love, Pamela.
Well, I have a question about earlier. You said that you wanted to ban all the guns. Well, I just don't support that because I feel as though, yes, there should be a lot more stricter laws on that. But as me, I'm a hunter. I love going out, early mornings, going out for deer. You know what I mean? I just don't feel that's fair.
Do you hunt with 115s and an AR-15?
No, I mean,
right.
I mean, you're right. AR-15s, that's a little over excessive. You know what I mean?
Right. And by the way, like I just want to clarify this. I like guns too. It's probably just like a a social byproduct of being raised in like in a super conservative family and being around them a lot. But like that's something that hasn't left me. Like I personally like think guns are like can be cool. Like the gun that I own, right? Like I'm happy to own it and have it for self-defense if need be. But like at the end of the day, I value children more than I value metal. I value human life more than I value a gun, right? And if like banning or restricting particular gun ownership in some scenarios will save more people, save more children, then count me in.
Okay. I respect that. I just wanted to see like if you were saying like ban every single gun, like you know what I mean, like.
No, I don't want to ban every single gun, right? But like what I want to do is I want to advocate for like common sense gun control and reform, and I think now is actually a point where we all need to be doing this as a collective because of the epidemic of gun violence we have in this country. Okay, like we've experienced 370 mass shootings in the last 299 days of 2025. In fact, I actually don't even know if it's 270 anymore. Let me check that real quick. Because I checked that yesterday, and it was at 270. Let's see what it's at today.
Alrighty.
Now it's at 272. So there's been 272 mass shootings in America in 2025 so far, and we're not even 300 days into the year, right? I think that something needs to change.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Definitely something needs to change. You know what I mean? There definitely needs to be stronger laws on guns. And
yeah, by the way, everyone super duper quickly, look at all the Trump supporters spamming the swastikas in the TikTok chat. So like, you know, they'll get mad at the left for like saying, oh, you guys are Nazis, but then they actually are. So look at all the Trump supporters being actual Nazis in the chat, okay? So just keep that in mind, right? I apparently, according to the chat right now, like Trump supporters are Nazis, and I'm just simply observing the fact that we are only seeing swastikas spam below in that chat. All right, but go ahead.
Me personally, I do not believe in that. I would never do that or ever put that in any chat.
Yeah, how do you feel? How do you feel about the fact that all the people spamming that in my chat right now are like your guys? That's you. That's MAGA. That's MAGA.
Come on,
filling
guys.
my chat with swastikas right now.
You know what I mean? Come on, guys. Can't be doing that. There's other ways to thank you for the heart me. I love you. But sorry about that. But I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Dude, go ahead, Aiden. That was.
But like,
you were in the middle of like saying it's bad to be a Nazi, and you said thank you for the heart me. I love you. Go ahead.
That was like my first gift ever, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
But there's other ways to.
You left the TikTok app. I can't hear you. Aiden, you're not on TikTok. You got to come back to the app. I don't think he is coming back. By the way, look at the Trump supporters. They're still going. They're letting us know that they're Nazis in the chat. Look at all the Trump supporters self-identifying as Nazis in the TikTok chat right now. Okay, I don't think that Aiden's coming back. Oh, there's still some Trump supporters saying that they're Nazis in the chat, everyone. That's just saying, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Nazi. That's what they're saying in the chat, guys. Take a good look. Oh, yeah, Aiden's gone. I guess he didn't know how to respond to that. Yeah. Oh, in fact, I just saw somebody spamming the chat. Their name is MAGA MF, spamming the swastika. Yeah, he's saying, look at me. I'm MAGA. I'm a Nazi. Okay, so I guess Trump supporters want to be known as Nazis, apparently. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, everyone. Funny enough, me just calling out the fact that Trump supporters were spamming the swastika in the chat is pretty much getting it to slow down now. I've never been able to so successfully get the people in the chat to stop spamming the swastikas. All I got to say is, well, look, They're Trump supporters. They're spamming the swastikas. We're just simply observing that a lot of Trump supporters are Nazis. And then they stop. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Only hop in that queue if and only if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. And we'll happily get you loaded up in here. We got the next guest, Colin, connected to the stream right now. Yeah, they've stopped hiding. They've stopped hiding who they are, right? Yeah, I guess a lot of Trump supporters now are just bold-faced, extroverted Nazis who want you to know that they're Nazis, apparently. What's going on, Colin? Do you support Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Perfect. Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay. How do you feel about all the Trump supporters spamming the Nazi swastika in the chat?
No, I think that's disgusting. As a Trump supporter, that is horrendously disgusting. I think I sent a message saying that, but that's disgusting.
Yeah.
I will say, though, I'm not a hardcore Trump supporter. I disagree on a couple of small topics, but I do overall support him. For the past election over Kamala, I wasn't able to vote at the time because I was too young. However, if I could have, I would have voted for him over Harris. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So why do you think America would be worse off today if Kamala Harris had won the election?
Yeah, specifically like talk the border and immigration, not necessarily deportation, but particularly like border patrol and border control. So, namely immigration status and how immigration numbers illegally have dropped significantly when Trump has taken office, referred to the Biden-Harris administration. Numbers have dropped significantly. I think that's pretty commonplace.
Yeah, they have a significant fast reduction in undocumented entry. See, my thing is, I don't think that's because of any good long-term policy that Donald Trump has implemented to soothe the issue legitimately, but rather because at the end of the day, regardless if you're an undocumented immigrant or a legal immigrant, you're coming to America for higher quality of life. And I think that Donald Trump is projecting the image that if you come into this country as an undocumented immigrant, you're going to have a lower quality of life by violating the constitutional and human rights of undocumented immigrants that are already in this country.
Yeah, I somewhat agree with that, but I just want to make sure I have your position correct because I've seen you work. Just to make sure your position is the fact that Trump's policies, while they decrease overall illegal migration, it doesn't address the root cause, which would make it continue in the future, and it wouldn't actually solve the problem, right?
Yeah, so I mean that is one of my positions. Cool. That is true.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure I got that correct. I don't want to equivocate something that's not true.
No, that is an accurate representation of one of my beliefs.
Okay, cool. I want to real quickly ask what you think the root cause of immigration is, or illegal immigration is. It's too difficult to come legally, right?
Yeah, I think the root cause of vast majority of all undocumented entry in this country is the fact that the legal means of entry are simply unattainable. Okay, cool. And you think the best way to reduce that is to allow more legal entry? I think that the best way to do that is to allow more legal entry and to expedite the legal means of entry into this country. I think that we should have as many legal ports of entry as possible, and we should cut down the means and process of legal entry to take as little time as possible. Okay, and you do understand that there are a couple drawbacks that come with that, though, right? Like what? Yeah, I feel like one wage distribution drops. I believe there's a Harvard study done recently. Not recently, it was 22, I think. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But where they found that when there's an increase in migration substantially, real wages drop by about 8% due to the fact there's more people with less overall demand on the labor market. Do you think that we saw a substantial increase in immigration to America under Biden? Illegally, I think we did, yes, but I think there are also mitigating circumstances inside that scenario. Yeah, real median wages went up by 5%. Well, like they went up more. Yeah, but that's also a correlation causation fallacy. Well, I mean, that's also a correlation causation fallacy. Well, it's not, because your claim was that when we have a lot of immigration to the country, real median wages drop by 5%, but drop by 8%. And then I'm just simply saying, well, I mean, you said that we had a lot of immigration to America under the Biden-Harris administration, and they didn't drop by 8%. Yeah, but real quick, let me elaborate on that, because that is something that I believe, like, wages did grow under Biden. Yes, real wage growth did happen. However, what I'm saying is that without the illegal migration, I believe that would have grown more, because employers don't have the ability. Are you saying like if we didn't have like vast undocumented entry into the Biden-Harris administration, that real median wages wouldn't have grown by like 5%, they would have grown by like 12%? Potentially, yeah. Maybe not to that number, because I feel like when it gets higher, it gets a little bit lower. But I can show you the Harvard study if that's necessary. It was an actual study done where they found that the wages do drop. So I actually don't need a study. to understand and agree that undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on real median wages in America, because that is a fact. Okay. And the reason why I'd say that's a fact is because undocumented immigrants have less bargaining power in the workforce compared to citizens, as they don't have long-term survivability in the market, meaning that they're under the threat of like deportation, meaning they just got to get a job now, right, in order to make money before they're potentially deported, as well as when they don't have a job, they can't rely on like a lot of systems of like benefit, like they can't get federal food stamps, they can't get federal Section 8, they don't have access to federal Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, so on and so forth, and then they only have access to some state benefits in 10 over 50 states. So, like if you're an unemployed American citizen, you might be able to rely on these social safety nets to help keep a roof over your head, dinner on the table. But when you're an undocumented immigrant, that's not true. You could starve to death or, die because of harsh weather conditions. So it's like, you got to get a job, you got to get it now, and you got to hold on to it. That results in less bargaining power being collectively held against employers by undocumented immigrants than there is against employers held by U.S. citizens.
Yeah, I'll agree that's one part of it, but I also believe there's another part that is often missed over by many people on the right and the left, and that's the fact that the majority of these undocumented or illegal migrants, I don't really care what you want to say it as, I'll say it as whatever you want to, I don't care about being inclusive or whatever, that doesn't bother me, is also the fact that most of the workers that come in are low-skilled workers, and every American or migrant or everybody typically requires the same needs from each sector. They all require a roughly even...
Oh, you're cutting out, man.
Sorry, I cut out. Yeah. They all require typically even distribution, whether it be of low skill work, medium skill work, high skill work, because they all need the same needs to live and survive, right? But the majority of these workers come in as low skill workers, which makes it so that sector specifically has significantly more workers than the demand entails. What that means is that when there's more demand or when there's a similar demand but significantly higher amount of workers, the employers are able to exploit the wages and make it so the wages are lower and make it the wages are lower, and the overall wages for Americans who work in those low skill sectors also decrease. So while the part of it could be that they have less bargaining power, it's also just the fact that most of them come into these low skilled industries. I think it's a bit of both. And while one of those might be able to be fixed by some policies, I believe it's going to be a lasting negative effect just because they're coming in from these lower skilled countries.
Okay, well, I mean, just even if what you're saying here is true, like there's a higher disposition, there's a higher amount of like undocumented immigrants that are like lower skilled compared to like the average American citizen, so on and so forth. I don't think that this would like necessarily mean that there's like a bad and dramatic negative effect on industries that like hire low skill laborers, because I don't think that there's a necessary correlation between an increase in the size of a labor force, given it's the overall labor force of the country or the labor force within a particular industry, and like lower wages. Right. And I think that my proof for that's just history. I think that the size of the labor force has grown over history. So have real median wages. And that's because, when a worker works, they're not just filling a position, they're actively generating profit for their company. And then also making active contributions to the economy as a whole by buying goods in that same marketplace, meaning that we are then like incentivizing companies to grow because they have more profit and they have more consumers to buy their goods, thereby offering more job positions. And I would say that, we're talking about maybe some speculative negative outcomes of more immigration into America, and we're debating them to see if that maybe you have a point or not. But I would say that there's non-speculative, certain negative economic outcomes of mass deportation that really can't be contested, that make it clear at the end of the day that you have significantly more reason to not support Trump than to support Trump, because on the affirmative side of saying less immigration, you're only pointing at speculative reasons why that might be helpful. But on my side of saying, less mass deportation, I'm looking at certain reasons why that's harmful, such as the dramatic reduction in GDP growth. I think according to the American Immigration Council, undocumented immigrants input $1.1 through $1.7 trillion into the GDP per year. The dramatic reduction in, just the size of our consumer base, 11 million undocumented immigrants consume. The dramatic reduction in government revenue, predicated based on one, the $100 billion per year that undocumented immigrants pay in taxes, and then two, what we're actually spending to do the mass deportation, which is like over $1 trillion in the course of the next 10 years. And then we even have like non-economically related reasons to not support mass deportation, like the humanitarian concerns of separating families, deporting people illegally to Sikha and El Salvador, or unsetting a constitutional crisis because we have a president that likes to deport people without due process and likes to try to take their constitutional rights away, such as how he did with an executive order on day one, where he tried to say that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil don't have a claim to birthright citizenship, even though that has been lawful precedent set forth since 1865.
Cool. Yeah. So I will say this in advance. I'm a little bit more open on mass deportations. I'm not nearly as knowledgeable as that as I am on immigration. I've been doing a couple of research papers on that and some different stuff. So
Yeah, good for
the
you,
main
man.
basis of my knowledge.
Doing research is good. That's good.
Yeah,
The more
thank you.
research that you do, the further to the left you'll lean.
No, I'm a debate student, so I'm surrounded by
Have you been up?
liberals
Have you been up here before?
everywhere. No.
Really? Okay.
One of my friends has though.
Was that your friend? Am I thinking of your friend here that came up here and had
I think he was also talking about immigration. He's the only other Republican I know in debate.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him for like an hour, and he was like the most intelligent guest. I said he was the most intelligent guest that was on my stream for like 3 months. I was your friend.
Yeah, no, we were both at Debate Nationals. Actually, he doesn't go to the same school, but we met at a debate camp called the Sin this summer. That's
cool.
interesting, but he's one of my good friends. Yeah, he's literally the only other Republican I know inside the whole debate sphere or whatever. It's a funny story, but yeah. Anyways, though, I feel that when you mention deportations, I'll concede I'm not as knowledgeable on that. I still know a little bit, and I'm not fully in favor of what Trump is doing. I believe they should be given the right to due process. I do feel like it's a little bit unreasonable to give them the complete suite that everybody gets, because sometimes legal court systems can be dragged on for years and years. There should be a bit of reform in immigration specifically so that it goes by quicker, hire more judges, streamline the process, make it so it's actually doable, because right now it's just simply unreasonable. So I don't really agree with Trump's position. I feel like you should make the immigration courts better. Then we can do it the right way.
Yeah.
Because I do believe that for some cases, deportation's right. I do believe there are some scenarios where it's wrong. There's some where it's right. But I would not equivocate the overall drawbacks of deportation to mean that the impacts of more mass migration would be positive, because I believe there are some drawbacks to mass deportation. If you want to keep them here, that's not the point that I'm trying to make, but I feel like allowing more illegal migration, which is something that Trump has stopped, is overall a benefit because of the wages. Whether you say they're speculative or not, there's studies that have proven that is overall a benefit. There could be drawbacks of mass deportation, but I feel like they're overall
we could continue
more positive to removing that.
We could continue to have a debate about like the impact of immigration on the labor market, real median wages, so on and so forth, as we already were before we started talking about mass deportation. But I just want to ask you a question real quick. Okay, so go ahead. Like assuming here that you're right, which I want to make it clear, I don't think you are. I give some of my reasons why I don't think that you are. But assuming you are for the intents and purposes of the debate, assuming that you're right, there's some drawbacks like high levels of immigration to America. That's something that we were maybe experiencing before Trump came in and stopped that. Well, how would you feel about the argument? The way in which he stopped that is like incredibly perverse, in my mind, literally fascist, and antithetical to the values in which we should uphold as a country. Thereby, even if there was some economic benefit to lower levels of immigration onset by the Trump administration, that ultimately the means in which they're using to achieve that outcome, right, should be avoided at all costs, even if it means serving some low level of economic detriment for now.
Yeah, I just want to ask, you're talking about the process of stopping the mass migration, such as the Remain in Mexico policy, and how sometimes those cities that they remain in could be slightly dangerous. So the process can affect human rights, right?
I don't think that the Remain in Mexico policy has anything to do with like mass immigration into America. That impacted 60,000 people in 2 years at the end of the Trump administration. That's just simply policy for asylum seekers, not like green card holders, resident citizens, or undocumented immigrants. I think the policy that the Trump administration, policy they're being used in a very vague sense, the actions more so of the Trump administration that they've taken to reduce undocumented entry into this country is just by like telling them that if they do enter into this country, they're going to have a lower quality of life, thereby preventing the entry in the first place, right? And the way that they're telling them that they'll have a lower quality of life is by actually giving that lower quality of life to the undocumented immigrants right now by like black bagging college students and taking them to detention centers 1,000 miles away, violating the withholding order of like standing federal judges, deporting people without due process, like groups of Venezuelan immigrants in Texas to El Salvador, detaining like legal immigrants like Mahmoud Khalil for 3 months, illegally deporting people like Abrigo Garcia to CCOT, where he was tortured, beaten, starved for 3 weeks, saying or lying on them to fearmonger amongst like Americans, saying that they're super violent, they're criminals, they've escaped mental asylums, they've escaped prisons, right? Like leading to like vast amounts of like human rights abuse on behalf of like ICE agents or even like citizens directed to undocumented immigrants, so on and so forth, right? Like these are the means in which I believe the Trump administration has used to reduce undocumented entry. And, once again, the question is, right, for the intents and purposes of our discussion here, assuming that everything that you're saying about the economic impact of mass immigration is true, well, I mean, what I'd say is that I'm okay, right, with having some downward pressure on the economy as a whole in some speculative sense, right, for the sake of preventing the rise of fascism, human rights abuse, exploitation of constitutional rights, so on and so forth, which are the means the Trump administration is using to reduce undocumented entry.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying more now. So your main premise is that Trump is basically using fear tactics by bullying or more so abusing, whether it be primarily undocumented, but also a couple legal immigrants inside of America to discourage other people from trying to come to America, right?
Yeah, and then I'm saying even if we assume here that what you're saying is true, I don't think some marginal bump in real median wages, right, is worth it to justify us having a fascist president that's violating human rights.
Sorry, I was talking with my friends. But yeah, I think that's interesting because I feel like it's a bit non-unique in the fact that in Trump's first administration, where there weren't nearly as many mass deportations, it was basically akin to the previous administration, about the same levels, a little bit less, with significantly less fear tactics, all of that. It wasn't nearly much as in the media. I feel like, or actually statistically, the border crossings were still...
Oh, you muted yourself again, Colin.
Am I back?
You're back.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to connect my AirPods so that I could hear you a little bit better. Yeah, I feel like it's a bit non-unique in the fact that in Trump's first administration, I just want to ask you, do you think the fear tactics were significantly less in that first administration and there was significantly less abuse, whether it be through ICE or mass deportations?
Actually, yes, there was. That doesn't mean that I support the policy of Trump in his first term. It was still bad. It was still perverse. It was still wrong. However, it just was night and day compared to what we see now.
Yeah, okay, cool. Now I just want to ask, due to the fact that that was night and day compared to what we see now, and border crossings were at similar levels between the two administrations, well, same administration, but two different time periods.
Actually, that's not necessarily true. Every single year and month
pretty low.
Every single year and month under Trump's first administration, border crossings increased until 2019 with the implementation of Title 42. Trump's border policy in his first term was widely unsuccessful. Every single month, every single year went up and up and up and up until COVID hit and Title 42 was implemented.
Yeah, it did go up slightly, but it was still the lowest overall, I believe, of a presidential term by population size, compared to the U.S. global population size.
Factoring in for the incredibly low levels. Factoring in for the incredibly low levels of immigration in the last 2 years of his presidency, right? But once again, I mean, we explain those with Title 42. We explain that with the pandemic. Then we look at the trend of immigration into America before that. His policy was unsuccessful, or else we wouldn't have seen a perpetual rise in entry. Right? What policy did Donald Trump implement in his first term that's just super successful on cracking down on immigration?
I believe he had the Remain in Mexico policy in his first term. You correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that was implemented 2019 and only impacted 60,000 people. That was not one of the successful policies.
Yeah, but border crossing did significantly drop under that, and including after Title 42.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a policy that only impacted asylum seekers that dropped the border crossings of undocumented immigrants. I think it was Title 42.
Yeah, I'd also say the zero tolerance policy too, with family. Well, a bit of family separation was also bad. This was in 2018, I think.
Okay, separating families. Well, I think that'd be categorized under authoritarian policy that I don't support.
No, I agree with that, but there were some policies. For one, family separation, which was basically saying that parents would be sent to federal jail and children were separated from them, which disincentivized them. But I feel like
I
could be wrong here. I'm actually
we only saw crossings go up after that. Crossings went up 2018.
Yeah, towards the end of it, though. I don't think the family separation had a huge effect. Anyways, though, I feel like even if you equivocate most of this to a fear factor, I wouldn't necessarily...
You're pausing, Colin.
Oh, sorry, I swiped down. I saw a notification. I'm definitely open to change my opinion on this. I don't think I'm fully set into this.
Yeah.
But...
Cool.
If you're able to change my opinion on this, it's not something I'm set on. But I feel like even if some fear tactics are used, I feel like it would reduce the overall abuse that would it allow Trump to do inside the country. If fear tactics are used and not allowing Trump to have more illegal immigrants into the country, which he can use actual tactics on to harm them, wouldn't that be more beneficial than him allowing them in to then torture them and send them out?
Well, I think the fear
I feel like that's
tactics
more so
are the
beneficial.
actual abuse.
But it's the abuse that would create the fear, right?
Yeah, it is the abuse of undocumented immigrants in America that creates the fear. The fear tactic there, right, is the illegal detentions. The fear tactic there is having plainclothes ICE agents that are wearing face masks that don't have to identify themselves, ripping naked children out of their homes in Chicago suburbs, throwing them in the backs of the U-Haul vans, then taking them to detention centers. The fear tactics there, right, are, right, the illegal deportation of people like Abrigo Garcia to be beat and tortured in CCOT. The fear tactics, right, do include, right, those things, right? Like, yes, like that is what is terrible. That is what is fascist. That is what is an abuse of human rights, right? The fear tactics include, right, is like trivial and just terrible attack on the 14th Amendment when he tried to argue that if your parents an undocumented immigrant and you're born here, you're not a citizen, even though they've had that right since 1865, right? Like those fear tactics are actually infringing on the human rights, infringing on the social fabric of this country, and infringing on the constitutional protections of undocumented immigrants. Right? And I feel like as soon as we say, well, like a little fascism is okay, that's when we open up the door for where we are today and where we could be in the future, unless we reject it, in full. Reject it.
I agree with you. The fact that,
like, I feel like we need to reject fascism uncompromisingly. Do you agree? Do you agree that we have to reject fascism?
Yes, I agree with you in that part. Yeah.
Okay, so then why are you trying to compromise for the fascist remarks, tactics, and actions of the Trump administration?
I wouldn't say that they're necessarily fascist. I could defend that in a second. I do really quickly want to go back to the first topic because I have a second thing to talk about. We can go back that later in a second. I don't think the fear tactics are good, but I feel like right now in the status quo, I feel like as long as they're reducing migration, I feel like it's a net benefit for American society because one, it disincentivizes people to come to the border, which is already a dangerous situation, whether you're under the Biden administration or Trump administration, because border crossing is inherently dangerous. And two, even if it is fearful, it prevents human lives from being lost across that border process. It's whatever you think is better.
I just don't.
I think that's just
I fundamentally disagree with you. I do not think that human rights abuse is a net benefit for this country.
I'm not saying that is. I feel like the fear factor.
Yes.
That's
what's onsetting the fear? The human rights abuse.
I think so. And I think it's also being a bit amplified though, because there are abuses. I'll concede to that as a Trump supporter. I just don't think they're to the level that the whole policy is bad. But I would like to ask you, what would you think would be a better policy?
Even like a better policy than mass deportation.
But do you think the 2022 bill that was trying to be passed would be better?
I'm familiar with that 2022 bill. I haven't read into it. I'm not sure of the specifics, but obviously I'm going to say mass amnesty here. But like before we move on to that, and like honestly, like I want to be able to talk to you about this, right? Like it is absolutely a fact that the Trump administration has been violating human rights. And then you responded, well, that's maybe on the micro scale. There's a couple confirmed instances of this. No, we see this like literally like every single fucking day. Every single day, right? We're having a new story break about a new instance of human rights abuse in a nice detention center. Every single day, like we learn about how now ICE is not doing like background checks into their agents and hiring people even if they have DV on their record, right? Last week, we heard about the ICE agents kidnapping the naked children out of their rooms and throwing them into U-Haul vans. It's nonstop. And then you said, well, this is separated from the actual policy. Even the actual policy, right, is illegal and unconstitutional. I know I've referenced the CO a couple times, but once again, I'm going to re-reference it here because this is true even on the policy level, which would be Donald Trump's policy, Executive Order number 14160, that onset a constitutional crisis in this country when he tried to infringe on the constitutional protections of the children of undocumented immigrants by taking their birthright citizenship away. Like, how do you feel about that? I mean, how could you actively support an administration, right, on the basis of wanting to enforce the law that's breaking the law and infringing on one of the single-handedly one of the most important amendments of the American Constitution, that being the 14th?
Yeah, really quickly, I do have a difference of viewpoint on birthright citizenship because I do think it's a little bit absurd. And I'm not saying that like he should enforce this until it's overturned by a 2/3 majority inside Congress. It is still the law of the land. It is the Constitution. My particular viewpoint, though, which should not be applied yet because it hasn't been passed in Congress or the Supreme Court, is that I don't believe birthright citizenship should apply in the scenario that someone comes, whether it be on a tourist visa or travel visa, has a child inside America and they get birthright citizenship. I think that idea is a little bit absurd. Same goes with illegal migration. While that might be the law of the land right now, my personal viewpoint on that is that I do not support that particular law. However, Trump deciding to not enforce that due to the fact that it is in the Constitution, I'll say is not slightly.
Right. Like, we're not talking about like what you agree with. We're talking about what is legal. You know, what does the Constitution say? What powers does the executive branch of our government possess? Can a president play authoritarian, attempt to consolidate power to himself, and overrule constitutional amendments? And the answers to those questions are no, even if you disagree with the provisions and outcome of the amendment, that being birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on U.S. soil, right? And that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. So you're asking me, you think, just to make sure I got the question right, ask me whether you think that Trump and his policies that create the fear is worth the outcome, or if it's going to solve it, or like what's like the one question you want to ask me?
The big question is it worth the outcome? You know, is abusing human rights, is violating the Constitution, is setting a precedent of war on America, per Donald Trump's own word of mouth, and illegally deporting people to be beaten and tortured in Secot and El Salvador, worth it? It's fear-mongering, saying that they're all mental asylum escapees of prisons, calling them illegal aliens, dehumanizing them, right? Leading to like citizens literally killing undocumented immigrants after Googling, is it illegal to kill an illegal, right? You know, is it worth it?
If we're looking at a human lives perspective, I'm going to look this up real quick, so I'll make sure I'm not wrong in this. I'm going to look up the amount of human rights abuses and immigration thing. I think there was a report published by the Senate recently.
Yes, 510 in the first
500. Okay, cool.
Confirms.
How many border crossing deaths typically?
Individual confirmed circumstances.
Well, if you want to go even higher, I'd say 750 would be a good number because there are going to be some that are unconfirmed. I think that's a bit liberal, giving you a higher number.
Well,
but
not also, that's like illegal human rights. Right? Abuse, right? That's only like clarifying for like what is breaking the law. Okay. Right. Like, I don't think ICE agents are breaking the law, right? When, they're kidnapping naked children from their beds and throwing them in the backs of the U-Haul vans. I still think that's human rights abuse. And I think the law should be changed. Right.
Yeah.
So like in all reality,
I
a senator finding like 510 instances of the Trump administration breaking the law to abuse human rights. Right? Think about all the circumstances that aren't breaking the law. I mean, dude, like vast majority of everything that I've been telling you so far, and so far as like,
hold on. If it's not breaking the law, how's it abuse?
Well, I mean, child marriage is legal in like 16 of our states. Do you think that when a 50-year-old marries a 16-year-old in Alabama, although it's legal, do you think that an adult is abusing that child?
Per the law, no, but per my personal beliefs, yes. But my personal beliefs we've already established
I don't think the law tells us what is and isn't a violation of human rights. Like the standard.
Then how does the same premise apply to birthright citizenship? That's what I'm confused about.
Okay, well, if you're asking me about like why I think it's like an abuse of the human rights to like overturn the right to birthright citizenship, I wouldn't necessarily say that like they're abusing the human rights of those individuals, because I think that like citizenship is necessarily a social construct outside of your human rights that would be in correlate to the state. The examples of human rights exploitation would be more so the denial of due process, because that isn't nearly a social construct that results in like the material consequence of innocent individuals, right, facing an infringement of like their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, right? But if you are operating off of this principle, right, that human rights abuse can only be defined by the legislation of the state, well, this would lead to the consequence here that in Germany in the 1930s and 40s, that Nazis were not abusing the human rights of Jewish individuals because everything that they did was legal in accordance with the law of Germany.
Yeah, but like the premise I'm trying to show is that if you're talking about birthright citizenship and how the law of the land specifically says that birthright citizenship is what it is, it should apply to everybody, and you're saying that they're violating their rights because he's trying to overturn that.
Constitutional.
I don't
think that birthright citizenship, right? Like as far as like as far as I'm understanding it today, right? I'm not sure that's a human right, because citizenship is a social construct and correlate to a state, right? It is most definitely a constitutional right, and it is something that I think should be a constitutional right. right? But like once again, right, like if you are now arguing, I would really appreciate if you'd actually respond to this. If you think that human rights are just simply what is and is not defined by the state, well, I mean, were Nazis abusing the human rights of Jewish individuals when they were genociding them? Because under
Of course
your
they
view,
were. Yeah, I'll say that.
but under your
I don't
view,
want
they
to interrupt
weren't.
you, but I'm just going to say that.
Under your view, they
No, no,
weren't
no.
because it wasn't illegal.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that your defense of birthright citizenship was that it's the law, whether you want it to be changed or not.
Yeah,
But when I tried
it is
to
the
use,
law. That is the Constitution.
yeah, I agree with
yes.
that. It is the law. But when I tried to say that, in my opinion, I don't believe it's wrong, you're saying that doesn't matter because your opinion, the law says this. So while I might believe that 16-year-olds getting married to 50-year-olds is wrong, the law says otherwise, meaning that in terms of the law, it is wrong, whether you believe it's right or wrong or not. Whether I support it, which I don't for the record, doesn't mean it's an abuse because legally it isn't. That's the point that I'm trying to make, is that if we're going based off the law on one thing, we should be having to go based off the law on everything, because otherwise our differing terms of morality are just going to define the debate, and we're not going to get to an actual end position because we just have different views on different moral issues. If you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So I think that there's an error being made in here. So I understand what you're saying, right? And when I was talking about birthright citizenship, it doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with it, right? It's still a constitutional amendment. Donald Trump is still consolidating power to himself, right? The issue there is a consolidation of power. The issue there, right, is the breach of constitutional law and precedent set forth from SCOTUS since 1865. The issue there, right, is wanting to play this authoritarian leader, right? And could we agree that those things are immoral?
I think in that sense, yeah.
Okay,
but I don't believe that it necessarily applies
do you see how
much.
do you see how we're in like tailing here, right? Even though, right, you disagree with the 14th Amendment, right, giving birthright citizenship to the children of undocumented immigrants.
Not the whole point of it, but
because the Trump administration is going about it by attempting to illegally consolidate power to himself, right, and playing this authoritarian, it is still yet something that we both agree is immoral, because regardless if you like that law or not, in breaking that law, in violating the Constitution, he's engaging in these other actions that we both agree are immoral.
Yeah, in that sense. But like,
so do you understand how that clears it up, right? When I said it doesn't matter if you agree with it or not, the law is the law, right? That only matters insofar as, well, because it's the law and Donald Trump is infringing on that law, he's necessarily like pulling on tenets of fascism and reducing like the authority of like a governing body from 500 people to one person, which are like things that we think are morally wrong.
I think in some scenarios, if we want to talk about like Trump and fascism, we can do that. I personally don't believe he is. We can talk about that for sure, but I'd like to primarily talk still about like, because the main point this all got brought up upon was the premise of 16-year-olds getting married to 50-year-olds and you considering that a human rights abuse.
Yeah, because
when the law
don't,
doesn't. That's the whole premise of it.
Because I don't think that human rights abuse are defined by the law. Is that an unfair position?
That's like, something I think.
What else am I saying that's somehow contradicting? Like I don't think that there's like a clear contradiction. Like I think I'm well within my right to say that Donald Trump is plain authoritarian when he's infringing on the Constitution, and that human rights abuse are not defined by the law. Something can be legal and still be abusing human rights. I don't think that there's any type of like unsolved contradiction there.
Okay, I think I get what you're saying now. Which that morally, correct me if I'm wrong, morally, the law doesn't define anything.
Yeah, I don't think that the law defines
or somebody, yeah. But if a president or somebody is trying to break the protections that the government says you morally have, they are trying to violate your rights, even if you believe that that is like your right or not.
So what I'm saying is,
correct me if I'm wrong, right?
The law doesn't define what's morally wrong. Okay, right? But when Donald Trump is infringing on the law, this is morally wrong for external reasons of a consolidation of power to one person, playing authoritarian. And in my mind, morally wrong for the reason because I think the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil should have birthright citizenship, right? So it's like,
can I ask why for that? I'm just curious. I've never heard a perspective on why they should be allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, I'll happily give you that perspective, right? It's going to be just going back to the same justification used by Justice Gray in U.S. versus Wong Kim-ark in 1898, and we could discuss that. But maybe after, right, we like finish fleshing out this point about the human rights abuse on behest of the Trump administration. Just because something's not defined as human rights abuse in the law doesn't mean it's not human rights abuse. And the 510 confirmed instances of human rights abuse that was reported by that Democratic senator were just expressly the instances that broke the law, not including the instances that didn't break the law, like black bagging college students, taking them 1,000 miles away to a detention center, taking naked children, throwing them in the backs of U-Haul vans.
Although the throwing children in the back of U-Haul vans is a violation of the law.
It is?
There's
Shit, so that was
multiple
illegal?
violations there.
Damn. I didn't even know that was illegal.
Indecent exposure. There's multiple things that are illegal inside that whole situation, but
yeah, that's good. I'm happy that that's illegal.
Yeah.
It's crazy because we never heard anything about the White House on that. You know, we had definite reporting that, you know, ICE was taking naked children, putting them in U-Haul vans, and, you know, this is just not human rights abuse, but is illegal for ICE to do. They can't do that. And we never heard any word from the Trump administration. Seemingly, they don't really care about breaking the law.
Yeah, I'd say that's a bit of an equivocation, though, because the presidency can't respond to every single report of certain things. I believe they should have responded to that, but that's never going to happen in a perfect world. They responded to some of them, and I believe some of the responses have been bad. But the point that I was trying to make in the first place is that based on these human rights abuses, which was 510, you can give or take some of that for the ones that you count as human rights that aren't legally counted as that. There were 686 deaths in that same amount of time and disappearances that were recorded at the U.S.-Mexico border. And the original point that I was trying to make is that if you're looking at overall kind of a cost-benefit analysis.
Just out of curiosity, what's your source that there's 680 deaths at the U.S. border in that same time frame?
The source of that is the VOA. It was the UN agency report that said the U.S.-Mexico border is the world's deadliest land crossing for migrants.
Okay.
I can give you a link of that if you want.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah. If you go to voanews.com/a/IOM-US-Mexico-border
VLA News.
I'm going to make a tiny URL link. This is way too long.
No, VLAnews.com/a/IOM.
Yeah. I'm going to make this a tiny URL because it's much easier.
Wait,
it's a very long link.
Are you like a strict utilitarian?
Say again?
Are you a strict utilitarian?
No.
Then why does this even matter if it was true? Because you're just saying that there's like an overriding consequence of like maybe like the reduction or more deaths at the border onset by the infringement of the human rights. But if you're not a strict utilitarian, then that consequence doesn't even matter to you, as you think that an infringement of particular human rights is wrong regardless of the outcome that it generates. This is like saying that maybe if like a woman is raped, then like at some point in the future, this is going to allow like a family of 5 to like eat dinner for like the rest of their lives. And you'd say that like the consequence of that benefit would outweigh like the detriment of the rape. But like, I don't think that consequence would matter because, right, ultimately speaking, I think if you rape somebody, it's wrong regardless of that consequence, right? And now if you're telling me that you're like not a strict utilitarian, right, you hold on to like deontic moral principles, well, then you'd say that it's actually wrong for the Trump administration to do these things, regardless of maybe it caused there to be less deaths at the southern border. Right. Not to mention that I don't think that like it's a true dichotomy, considering like the alternative means that could be used to reduce the amount of deaths at the southern border, like opening up more legal ports of entry. So your two issues are, in one breath, you're assuming like strict utilitarian principles. In the second breath, you're denying strict utilitarian principles, as well as that this isn't a strict dichotomy, meaning that there's like other potential ways that we could go about reducing the death at the southern border without violating the human rights of innocent men, women, and children.
Cool. Yeah, I'll actually concede here for a second. You're right on this point, but I do believe you're unintentionally equivocating what I'm trying to say a tiny bit. The main point that I'm trying to get across is that you were saying beforehand, this is about 10 minutes ago, we've gone off rambling quite a bit, but you were saying 10 minutes ago
after this point, I am going to go ahead and move on to the next guess. But
yeah, that's
feel free to finish
fine.
your point.
Yeah. Is that you were saying that you think the cost-benefit analysis, well, you didn't say those exact words, but you said basically, I wrote it down, let me look at it real quick. You said that the overall benefits don't outweigh the drawbacks. And my main point was that if we were looking from that viewpoint of overall lives, I believe that the overall impact of less people dying because less are trying to come to the border is better than people, which by the way I believe is horrible, the abuses that are happening in America, because more lives are saved. Whether you disagree with those abuses or not, which I do as a matter of fact, I believe that in that simple scenario, lives are being saved, which is technically better. Now, the way that they are going about it may not be the best.
So basically,
It isn't the best. I'll say that.
your argument is assuming a strictly utilitarian view.
Yes, assuming that. It's not the view that I completely hold. I believe they can do this way better.
Without even like refuting the empirics there or making an argument saying that this isn't like the only way to reduce death at the border, which by the way, if you want to know the strongest argument, it's that this isn't the only way to reduce death at the border. Maybe instead of like abusing the human rights of undocumented immigrants in this country to reduce death at the southern border, right? We could reduce death at the southern border via like various other means too, right? That's going to be the strongest argument, assuming the strict utilitarian perspective, right? So even if we assume the strict utilitarian perspective, we could still dispute the view. But the next step would be, do you assume that strict utilitarian perspective? Your answer to that question is something you've already made clear. It's no. So now that we understand that you don't assume a strict utilitarian perspective, right, and you think that these things are wrong regardless of the outcome that they generate, well, then you're ultimately still telling me here that you disagree with the policy of the Trump administration.
Yes, I disagree. I think it could be better. I think there's two ways to look at it, though. Whether I disagree with it, but also if I think it's better than the policy of the Harris administration. Because the point that I came up in the start of the debate was that I believe I would have voted for Trump over Harris because I believe the policy.
I will completely take the Langford bipartisan border bill over, right, like ripping naked children out of their beds, throwing them in U-Haul vans, illegally deporting people, like human rights abuse, so on and so forth. Like, absolutely. You know, like the Langford bipartisan border bill doesn't lead to like all of these like incredibly detrimental humanitarian outcomes, not to mention the economic outcomes that we already went over of like a significant detriment to the economy as a whole, growth of GDP, prosperity of American business, negative impacts on the labor force, and negative impacts on government expenditure and revenue. But it would lead to like a significant reduction in undocumented entry. At the end of the Biden-Harris administration, they signed an EO into effect that reduced undocumented entry by like 72%. And the Langford bipartisan border bill was a significant step in the right direction of offering more legal means of entry into the country. Like, I'd just say it's night and day. Like, obviously, Langford bipartisan border bill is significantly preferable to fascism.
Yeah, I'd actually say that I would think the beautiful border bill, as they called it, would be worse. That's definitely talk for another time, though, because we've talked about this for a while. There's a lot of things I have issues with that specifically.
Dude, that's crazy though. Like, like bipartisan border bill or fascism. You're like fascism. I just fundamentally disagree there.
No, I'm not saying that I disagree with the bipartisan part with it. The issue was it didn't pass, so it wasn't truly popular enough inside the House. The reason that I disagree with that is because of some other things that allow the deaths to continue inside of the bill. If there was I don't know if you're talking about are you talking about the 2022 border bill or a separate bipartisan bill? I just want to know.
I mean,
I might be equivocating.
Is the 2022 bill Langford's?
Say again?
Is the 2022 bill Langford's?
I'm not sure what you're talking about there. It was the one that they tried to pass.
The main sponsor. The main sponsor was a guy by the name of.
I'd have to look that up.
Okay. Well, if the name of the main sponsor is named Langford, then we're talking about the right bill here.
Okay, cool. I believe there's problems with that too, which we can definitely talk about at a different time. But since you said we have to end here, I think we're kind of just at a differing opinion of what policy would be better. But I just want to say thank you for the debate. It was pretty fun, I'm going to be honest. Hope you have a good day, and hope I gave you some actual fun time away from these swastika idiots in chat. But yeah, you have a good day, Dean.
Yeah, you take care. One last thing I'll leave you with here, right, is like I just want you to like seriously consider like the humanitarian issues here surrounding the outcome of Donald Trump's immigration policy. Like you're very obviously like a debate bro, and like to some extent, you know, like I could appreciate that, I could respect that. I think it's like cool to like reasonably explore like the world around us. And like to construct arguments for what we believe is right with the use of facts, reason, and logic. I have some respect there. But like at the same time, I think that like a really big issue that a lot of debate bros like find themselves in, even a place where like I found myself like years ago when I like first started
confirmation
debating.
bias.
What was like kind of like ignoring things that really matter, right? for like an attempt to justify some argument. Like think about it this way, right? The last conversation,
like confirmation bias, right?
Yeah, the last conversation that we just had was like, well, if we assume a strict utilitarian standpoint, and we also assume that like 600 people died at the border, right? And we're assuming that there's only 500 circumstances of human rights abuse on behest of the Trump administration towards undocumented immigrants, then like all of a sudden, right, like we're okay with these human rights abuse. Okay, well, like. Okay,
I didn't say we're okay. I think that it's
yes,
better
okay,
than the previous
okay
part.
is like interchangeable with permissible, and you'd say that therefore you permiss these things. So I think the use of the word okay there is fine, right? And I'd say that the issue there is like, okay, well, you're actually like not really considering the weight of a governing body, right, infringing on the human rights of like so many individuals, right, sentencing them to be beaten and tortured and starved for 3 months in El Salvador, sentencing them to be black bagged and taken to detention centers or deported without due process, and it comes off as like a level of like certain indifference that I just think is just like wrong. So that's something I'd consider if I were you. But I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you. You too, man. You have a good one.
Yeah, we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult and you support Trump as president. It's funny. I've debated that guy and I debated his friend. Both him and his friend were apparently like contestants at like the highest level of debate competition in America, national debates or whatever the hell they call it. But we're going to move on to the next guest now, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. What is up? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how old are you?
19.
Okay, you're 19 years old. Listen, man, before we quickly hop into our debate, I just want to go and thank a couple people here. X, appreciate you for the $1 on PayPal, who says, Dean, I just got cracked. Well, I'm not going to read that. Anthony, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, who says, hey, bro, thank you for being the brain for the brainless and the voice for the voiceless. Appreciate you for that love, Anthony. Let's show some love to Anthony down below in that chat. As well as Alyssa, thank you so much for the 5. Eden, thank you for the 4. Samantha with the 5. Thank you so much. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5 as well. And then Molly, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, have you seen all the recent videos that the vegan teachers made about you? Yeah, she's been making videos about me for years. I just ignore her. She's insane. Thank you for the $5, Molly. And then Cammy, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, who says MAGA is disgusting. Listen, Cammy, I appreciate you so much for the love. I know that you've donated before. You're fucking awesome. Show some love to Queen Cammy down below in the chat for the $20. And holy shit, Lady Hawk, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Jesus Christ, Lady Hawk. Thank you so much for the love. Lady Hawk with 100 big ones says for standing up for the truth. Lady Hawk, thank you so much for your kindness. I do not deserve that massive donation. Thank you so much for your kindness. Just like literally insane, Lady Hawk. All the love in the world to you. While we're starting this next debate with Nathan down here, I want to see nothing but W Lady Hawks down below in that chat. There's a handful of others that I'd like to get around here to thank. I think I'm actually going to wrap up with those on PayPal, but then I'm going to like work in the donations on Venmo during our discussion with Nathan. But just to finish up here over on PayPal, Lacey, thank you for the 89 cents. And Tegan, thank you so much for the $6 saying, I've been watching your streams now for a while from the UK and love what you do. Thank you so much, Tegan. Show some love to our donors over there. Go ahead and take it away.
I appreciate you. I want to say I'm not as smart as the last guy. I do want to say that. That guy was pretty good. But
yeah, him and his buddy, like, you know, like they like do debate competitions. I mean, I've talked to them both. They're both like reasonably smart people. I mean, I disagree with the way they think. I disagree with the conclusions that they hold. But I can't deny that they're like reasonably smart people.
yeah, they're pretty smart, and that's not me, and that's kind of why I'm here. I'm not that educated on all this political stuff, but from what I've seen, I think. You know that interview with Trump, and it had him talking about the cartel recently, about how they say he wants to.
Yeah, you just go out and kill people. Go kill people. That's the process. Yeah. Oh, and like we don't need like a declaration of war to kill people. He also like wants to like take the leader of Venezuela. He just wants to go like take him somewhere. CIA black site. No declaration of war. He doesn't need that. He just wants to go get him. Yeah. No, I saw that.
Interesting. So. From what I saw, you was talking about the cartel, and when I think about the cartel, obviously they've done some gruesome, horrendous stuff. So when he's saying, when I saw him say kill them, personally, with all the stuff that I've seen online about them, I don't think that's that bad. Them like killing a bunch of killers and
we have the ability.
What do they say? Grapists.
We have the
I don't know what I'm
ability.
allowed to
We have
say.
the ability to arrest them. We have the ability to stop their vessel, detain them, question them, and if they're like coming into America with DRUGS, take the DRUGS, and like if they are breaking American law, take them to jail. I just don't agree with killing people without any due process, especially considering the alternative of detaining them, questioning them, taking their drugs if they have them, and throwing them in jail if they're breaking the law.
Okay, and can you explain me your definition of due process?
Yeah, just reasonably making sure that if we're going to accuse them that they did it, that they actually did it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But I guess, like I said, I'm not too educated on it, but I'm curious, like,
And also, I'm just like anti-death penalty. You know, even if they did do it, I don't think we should kill them. We should throw them in jail.
really?
Yeah.
Okay, then
I'm against the death penalty.
Okay, I guess that's where we disagree because I don't think you should throw it around like a baseball, but I mean, if I see my goal is when I grow up, I want to be a father.
Right.
That's like
wait.
my
So you
main
just think
goal.
that we should like kill rapists? For instance, that's one of the things that you said.
I think if someone does that to my daughter, eventually,
But if somebody does that to someone else's daughter, you make them president. You do understand that Donald Trump was proven by a civil court in a unanimous jury of 9 to have raped E. Jean Carroll.
I'm not too familiar with it, but I'm sure if you educate me, I can change my mind.
Yeah, civil court.
I can have my mind
it
changed.
Proceedings started in 2019. Finalized outcome and a ruling from the jury that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll came in 2023 with an agreement between all unanimous 9 jurors. You could find more about the case online by looking up Donald J. Trump versus E. Jean Carroll on Google.
I got you, bro. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Yeah, man, you take care. I guess it's all. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio over on TikTok and in the pin message over on YouTube. Appreciate everyone so much for the love today, including Victoria. This just came in. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, W won't tell the donors. Thank you so much for the love, Victoria. Thank you so much for the love. I'll get Momo some treats for you. Thank you so much for the kindness, Victoria. Show some love to Victoria while we're working on getting that next guest loaded up into the box. Yo, it's Will Samuel. Oh my God, dude. Like this is coming in like right now. Samuel, thank you so much for the $120 donation over on PayPal. Samuel with $120 says, I appreciate all that you do. Keep it up. Samuel, you're the goddamn man, dude. Thank you so much for the love. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Goat Samuel over here. Show some love to Samuel down below in that chat. Thank you so much for your kindness, bro. Huge fucking W's for Samuel down below. Thank you so much, dude. Fucking seriously, from the bottom of my heart. All the love to you, Samuel. That is just absolutely insane. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Love you, Dean. You're my favorite.
You know what? Hey, man. I appreciate you for the love. You have a good rest of your day. That guy faked a whole ass account. Trump 2028 is the name. Trump is the profile picture, just to get up here and say it. I respect the dedication. All the love to you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I'm independent.
Okay. Yeah. No. Are you a Trump supporter? Okay. It says, how do you still support Trump as president? Obviously, in order to engage in that conversation, you first have to support Trump as president. Do you?
Well, when I was a kid, the president's picture was on the wall, and we said the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think it was a more civil and honorable time. And so on some issues, I do support him. On most issues, I don't. And
most issues you don't?
Most I don't. No, I
Base, dude, you have a good rest of your day, Bovo. I hope that didn't come across as disrespectful, but just for, streamlining these conversations, that means that you're not really MAGA. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got that next guest loaded up in here right now. Is there any MAGA women that are watching that want to come up and debate? I feel like we haven't debated a woman forever. I'm going to go ahead and give a preference to the women in the queue. All right. I want to get a MAGA woman up here to have a conversation with. So just make sure if you are a woman in the queue that you're MAGA. Just please make sure about that. What's up, Alyssa? Do you support Trump?
No.
Hello?
Oh, hi.
Hi, are you MAGA?
Hi, I want you to debate my stepdad.
Is he with you right now?
Yes.
Then I'll debate him.
Okay, so.
Hey. Yo, dude, what's going on, man?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, dude.
Look at you, a good-looking guy.
Well, appreciate you for your kindness, Mr. Stepdad. So you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. Well,
and I voted for him. So.
All right. Well, this is the debate live. This is where we discuss that shit. Listen, I'm going to be honest, Mr. Alyssa Stepdad. I think that Donald Trump is the worst president of your life. I think that Donald Trump is the worst president of my life. I think that he is an indefensible creature and proponent of evil. Okay. And I mean every single word that I just said, and I mean it because of what he has done, including but not limited to taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, refusing to fund food stamps for the next month or so during the government shutdown for 41 million Americans, then taking food stamps away outright from 3 million Americans with a big, beautiful bill. And I could speak for another 15 minutes at length, but I feel like the best first question to you would be, why do you still support him as president?
Well, I do support many reasons. Let's say start with trying to bring peace in this world. I'm in the military business. I just came from Ukraine. I was on the front line while you're sitting in a comfortable chair, and I really like you. I told you already, a good-looking guy. But I seen the war.
Yeah,
and I'm supporting.
You're on the front lines of a war that Donald Trump said he'd end 10 months ago. That's my best possible counter argument.
Yeah, but please let's keep in mind who started this war. The Democratic Organization, and I know exactly because I've been there.
How did the Democrats start?
But I've been there.
How did the Democrats start Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
Look, but let me finish. Right. So he's trying to end that war for 12 hours. Why don't you give him credit for those 12 hours? Let's say, why just criticizing him?
Listen. Okay, how about this? Maybe if on day one he didn't lift the minimal restrictions on weapons to be sent to Israel that the Biden-Harris administration had in place, maybe on day two, if he didn't host a joint press conference with Netanyahu and say, we want America to go into the Gaza Strip, forcefully ethnically cleanse the 2.1 million Palestinians living there and expel them to Jordan and Egypt just to level the strip, build a Riviera to gift to Netanyahu. Then maybe on day three, he didn't call Netanyahu a war hero after Netanyahu has perpetually committed ethnic cleansing, genocide, killed children, starved babies, and violated international and UN law. I would give him credit for the quote-unquote 12 hours of peace.
Well, yeah, but they've been politics of the United States forever. It's a very strong Jewish community in the United States, and he is, how should I say, he's binded by the rules of the set by the very powerful Jewish community in the United States.
This is getting into that. I actually think that's anti-Semitic. I actually think it's anti-Semitic to say the reason why Donald Lord's ethnic cleansing is because of Jewish.
Well, yeah, because it's like
I'm not gonna lie. I in my mind, I make a real big distinction between the state of Israel, what they're doing, Zionism, and Jewish people, and now you're kind of blurring the lines.
Yeah, but it's being the policy of the United States to support Israel forever.
Well,
why do you?
That doesn't mean it's supported by the people.
That doesn't radically change the stand of the United States to support Israel.
That doesn't mean that it's supported by the people, okay? And it doesn't mean it's not wrong. 71% of Democrats at or under the age of 50 do not support the state of Israel. 50% of Republicans at or under the age of 50 do not support the state of Israel. And guess what? Even if every single American did support the state of Israel, that wouldn't change that when Donald Trump advocates for ethnic cleansing in Palestine, that it's wrong.
Yeah, but pretty much everyone supports. Everyone I know personally supports the state of Israel in the United States. Everyone, my neighbors, co-workers, whatever. So why are you saying that American people are not supporting state of Israel and the policy of state of Israel? And I'm not saying I agree or disagree.
I just gave you the statistics. I literally just gave you the statistics. Yeah, for younger Americans, right?
Well, whose statistics? I'm taking my opinion, I'm talking to people. I don't care about statistics. My people surrounding me,
right?
They all
you think that you think that you could learn more about the world around you by asking for your grandma's opinion on Israel compared to a nationwide poll. I get it. It's just
frankly, yeah. Listen, you can make fun of it, but yes.
Then that's just a delusion. That is a fundamental issue in the way that you think, and there's nothing I could do to help you not be so lost.
Well, I cannot agree or disagree on that because both of my grandmothers, rest in peace, their souls are dead. But
definitely my neighbors and coworkers.
Yeah, I'm
and
sorry
pretty
that
much
I'm sorry that your grandparents are dead, and I'm sorry for
Gmates.
laughing too. It was more of a vague representation.
That's
of just
all right,
asking
that's
somebody
all
in your
right.
personal life. Okay, obviously we're
But-
going to
but look,
learn
look.
more. Listen, my point is obviously we are going to know more about this country, the people in it, and their support for or against the state of Israel through a nationwide poll than you asking people how they feel in your personal life. Okay, because we typically surround ourselves with people that agree with us, right? You know, like when I was a Trump supporter and 15 years old, I go ask my mom if she supports Trump. She says yes. I go ask my dad if he supports Trump. He says yes. I go to my Catholic fucking school and I ask everybody there if they support Trump and they say yes. Well, all of a sudden, using like your standard of evidence here, the American people support Trump. But when you look at the polls, AP says his approval rating is literally 37%, and we're told a significantly different narrative, and it all has to do with us existing in social environments where we're predisposed to act in a cohesive manner and agree with one another, to get along better, and just wanting to distance ourselves from those that we disagree with and grow closer to others that we agree with, right? We can now, like, very much so methodologically, there we go, critique the manner of this quote-unquote survey that you've conducted by asking your peers, friends, and families for their thoughts on the state of Israel.
True, but listen, I'm very, very glad I had this conversation. I will definitely sign up for your debate. I give you back my lovely stepdaughter, and I respect everyone's opinion, and I try to really listen to everyone's opinion, and then build my opinion. All right.
All right.
Thank you so much. Bye.
You take care. You take care. We're gonna go and load up that next guest right now. Go ahead and hop in that queue. If you want to come up and have a conversation with me about why you support Trump, we're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up here right now, dude. Bro, holy fuck, you guys. Sean, thank you so much for the $125 donation over on Venmo. Holy shit. And that's not it. William, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. And that's not it. What the fuck? And that's not it. Jonathan, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck, you guys. Oh my god. Dude, Jonathan, William, and Sean. I really fucking appreciate all three of you guys so goddamn much. That is so incredibly kind of y'all. Thank you. Dude, let's get like 2,000 W Sean's in that chat for the $125. Sean says, fuck him listening to the VODs, to the lives or VODs at work. Listening to the lives or VODs at work keeps me sane and is very good for my brain. My therapist has less work to do thanks to you and Parker. Listen, Sean, I'm really happy that the streams here could help you out in a sense. I gotta say, the streams help me out in a lot of ways, and I hear that from others too. I'm happy that what we're doing here can help people out, make you feel less insane in such an insane world. Thank you so much for the $125 and a very kind message, Sean. Huge shout out to fucking Sean down below, as well as William. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. William, I'm going to keep your message to myself, and you know why I'm going to keep that to myself, but I think that's really cool to hear. Thank you so much for the $100, man. Show some fucking love to William. And then Jonathan, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal, who says, thank you for all that you do as a 54-year-old. I'm confident that you and your generation will right the wrongs of my generation and the generations before you. As a Jewish person myself, saying a person that is anti the Israeli government is not anti-Jewish. That is an insane claim. Thank you. No, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that we see a lot of bad faith actors, right, trying to say that, well, all Jewish people support the state of Israel, or if you don't support the state of Israel, then you don't support Jewish people. And that is anti-Semitic. That is truly anti-Semitic. People will be so anti-Semitic in their terrible defenses of Israel, right? Thank you so much for the $100, Jonathan. Show some love to Jonathan, William, and Sean down below. What's going on? We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, y'all. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue. If you happen to be MAGA, we'll happily get you loaded up here right now. We got Big loading up in. Everybody in the chat saying, let Ted in. Oh, he says, get me in, I'll win. Ted, if you're in the queue, I'll happily let you up. What's up, Bing? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay. I don't like the fact that you had to think about your birth year. I'm sorry if you actually are 19 and you just legitimately had a brain fart. That just kind of, made me worry. So I'm going to just kick you, if I'm going to be honest. What's going on, Molly? Do you support Trump? Molly's not here. Okay, we're actually back. I want to try to find a woman that supports Trump to come up here. Listen, if you're a MAGA woman, they had high school in their bio. Can you let me know down below in that comment section if you're a MAGA woman? I want to try to get a MAGA woman up on the live to debate. We've been talking to men all day long. Okay, I want to talk to a MAGA woman. As well as, dude, fucking Samuel. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Samuel. While we're looking for that next guest, show some love to Samuel down below in the comment section for the $50, who says, I was gifting you the other day, the quote unquote, the boss, on TikTok. MAGA fucking sucks. Dude, I remember you from the other day. Thank you so much for the love, Samuel. And you are absolutely right. MAGA does suck. Appreciate you so much for the 50. Let's show some love to Samuel down below in that comment section. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Dean, where's your vape at?
It is, well, actually, it's not a vape. It's an anxiety pen, but it's in
No,
my
it's a
lap.
vape. No, it's a vape.
No.
It's a teal vape.
No.
Is it a Lost Mary?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Stop accusing
You
me.
stop it.
No, you stop it. It's...
No, you stop it. Is it a geek?
No.
Is it a geek?
No. The only thing that's geek in here is you, because it's an anxiety pen with lavender.
It's not.
No! Don't laugh, dude. It's an anxiety pin with lavender and chamomile. They're natural herbs that help with my anxiety. You sick fuck.
No,
okay?
it's a Lost Mary.
No, it's not. It's not a Lost Mary. Okay? It's not. No, it's not. Stop laughing. Stop it. I can't do this anymore. I'm just gonna get clubbed by the kids. Get the fuck out of here. We're gonna go. Dude, I stopped doing that for a reason. However fun it is, I gotta stop doing it. Dude. My reputation is forever fucking burned, okay? Because of the handfuls that I've had fun, joked around, and then gotten clipped by conservatives and put on like fucking Fox News or some shit, dude. I had somebody walk up to me in public and be like, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. What's your name? I was like, oh, my name is Dean Withers. And then they went to Instagram, looked it up, and then I just hear this like clip of like me screaming, it's an anxiety pin, playing on their phone, and then they just look up at me with a dead face. Like really confused. Like I gotta stop doing that. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm a 15-year-old and I don't support Trump, but I have a question.
I gotta kick you, man. I'm sorry. You gotta be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Y'all gotta let me know down below if you happen to be a Trump supporter. I'll happily get you loaded up in here. Lauren, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, fuck Stephen Phil. Dead ass Lauren. Show some love to Lauren. Oriana, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. And yes, hopefully we will be doing a Q&A soon. And then Donald, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo as well as Donald. I just read your message there. I appreciate you. That is actually a fairly good pro-choice argument. Thank you so much, Donald. Let's get 200 Donald W's and 100 Lauren W's while we're looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and give us a piece of their mind. And for everybody spamming, let Ted in. I'm actually looking for Ted. I'd love to have him up. I saw him in the comment section. He's like, if Dean let me in, I'll win. So I'm actively looking for him. What is going on? Do you support Trump? Sandblasted.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to join.
No worries. Take care.
I didn't mean to join.
I'll kick you out. What's up, Alina? Do you support Trump? Hello? Alina, you got 5 seconds before I literally ban you. Okay, banned. Moving on, guys. Where are the Trump supporters at? They're hiding. They gotta be. They're not here, Crochet Queen. Thank you so much for the motorcycle. I have no clue where they went, dude. Okay? Trump supporters, you gotta, fucking speak up, y'all. Gabriella, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Same thing with you, Alina. Thank you for the 5.
Trump mods you.
You were like 13, my dear.
How'd you know?
Don't worry about it. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Let me know down below if you're MAGA. We'll get you loaded up here right now. Quite fucking frankly. Hey, Ruth, this came in 20 minutes ago, but I still really want to thank you. Thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, saying you are awesome. Fuck MAGA. Appreciate you for that love, Ruth. Show some love to Ruth for the $15. And KJ, thank you. KG, sorry, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Ruth. You are awesome yourself. Appreciate you for the 15. And then Renee, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Renee. You know what? I'm actually going to go at one moment, sir. How old are you?
Oh, me? I was just wanted to say that I'm a big fan of you. I don't support Trump. I just wanted to come in here and say I love you so much.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for your kindness, dude.
Thank you.
The youth is going to be all right. I'm actually going to have the youth shield your ears for this, though. Okay? Okay? Shield your ears, children. Renee, I got to read this because we just all have to... We all have to give Renee a side eye together. I'm just still like sitting here reading her message and processing it. Renee with a $10 says, it just got cracked with you playing in the background. It was so hot. Renee. Renee. You deserve everything you're getting in the chat. We're gonna go ahead and move on to that next guest, guys. Only hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Okay. All right. This guy's name is Far Right.
I love you. I love you.
Appreciate you for the love. Get out of here, though. We're looking for some Trump supporters. All right.
We're looking for some Trump supporters.
Hello?
All right. We're looking for some Trump supporters.
Hello?
All right. We're looking for some Trump supporters.
Hi, how old are you?
Wait, I just want to say one thing. When I'm with my dad next...
I gotta ban you, Ari. If I had to fill in the blank, though, what I'd assume is that you were gonna say when I'm with my dad next time, I'm gonna request him and have you debate him. Feel free. I do gotta ban you this time, though. Quite frankly. Yo, Patsy! Dude, Patsy and Rachel, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo, Patsy, and thank you for the $50 over on Venmo, Rachel. Holy shit, thank you both so very much for the love. I want y'all to show some love to Patsy and Rachel for the $50 each over on Venmo. Patsy with the $50 says, Dean, keep doing what you're doing. Patsy, all the love to you. It's good to see you. You've been hanging out with us quite a bit recently, Patsy. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then Rachel with the $50 says, both James and Colin are so close to getting it. Keep being you, Dean. You know, I feel like we've been pretty close on like breaking ground today at multiple points with both of them, but I mean, they both didn't prove me wrong, unfortunately. But Rachel, thank you so much for the $50. Let's go to get 500 Rachel W's and 500 Patsy W's down below in that chat. What's going on, Bill? Do you support Trump?
I voted for him.
All right, Bill, can I get you to say W. Cameron real quick?
Say what?
W. Cameron?
W. Cameron?
Yeah, for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you, Cameron. Can I also get a quick W. Axelot?
Well, good for him.
Dude,
I sent you money.
Thank you for the 25.
I sent you money. I sent you money too, but
Wait, you do?
You know what? I'm a Trump supporter, but I did.
Oh, dude, W. Bill. How about that? Listen, maybe that means I could change your mind. Here, let me just finish thanking Axelot here super duper quickly. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the kindness, Axelot. That is incredibly kind of you. Axelot says, my flabbers are gassed at the way that these guys don't understand why we're afraid of fascists in government. Yeah, dude, that last guy was like, well, what's the big deal? It was insane. I don't know. Thank you so much for the $25, Axelot. As well as Oscar. Thank you for the $11.11. Good to see you. Oscar's literally been watching for years. Good to see you again. Jordan, thank you so much for the $15. Saying I've only been watching you and Parker for a few months, and I just want to say that I love what you do. Thank you so much, Jordan. Then awesome. I think that we're actually all caught up over the donations that came through when we were talking to that debate guy. Which is good. Now, there's a handful of new ones that have just come through. Let me just see if I could catch up super duper quickly. Thank you so much, Catherine, for the $5 over on Venmo. Blake, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Asking how I feel about Newsom. I mean, I think he's better than J.D. Vance, but I mean, there's other people I like more than Newsom. But thank you for the $10, Blake. And then Juliana, thank you for the 5. Mackenzie with a 3. And yo, dude, you guys are seriously being so fucking kind today. Kate, thank you so much for the $150 donation over on on Venmo. I do not know what's going on today. You guys have been so fucking kind. I want to see, okay, 1,500 Kate W's down below in the chat for the $150. That is way too fucking much, Kate. Thank you, Kate. All the love in the world to you. Seriously, thank you so much for the $150. Kate says, just really happy young men have somebody to look up to. Keep on doing what you're doing. Kate, all the love in the world to you. I'm really happy that you're enjoying this stream. Yeah, well, I guess we're going to go and hop into this next debate now, but I want y'all to show some massive fucking love to Kate down below. It means the world. Thank you so much, Kate. Go ahead and take it away, Mr. Bill. Tell us why you support Trump.
I just like his policies and stuff like that. But I'm not going to sit here and argue with anybody like that. But I just want to say, you know what? I'm glad the younger generation is getting into it. And I'm glad you agree what you want to agree with. Okay. I don't agree with any. I voted for him, but I just don't agree with. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I don't believe it. I don't read anything on the internet and stuff like that because they're all bullshit. They don't care about us. So,
well, I definitely agree that
my foreign language.
I definitely agree that misinformation can be spread on the internet. That's why it's like important to like learn like how to like evaluate what you're reading, test it for its consistency, and like see if there's any evidence for it to be true. But Bill, if you didn't come up here to debate, I am going to move on to the next guest. But Bill,
absolutely, go for it.
If you want, man, I would love to have a conversation with you about why you support Trump. Okay, man, I'm going to be honest. I'd love to have it. So if you want to, okay, like go do research if you want it, learn more about the policies of his that you think that you support. Hop back in that queue. I will have you up, and with all like due respect, I will prove you wrong and hopefully make you stop supporting him because he's a goddamn menace that's terrible for this country.
No, I don't like any of them, so I'll agree with that. So I don't like him as a person. I probably want to punch him in the mouth. I'm going to agree with that. But you go on to your next guest and have a great time. And I'm glad you younger people actually getting involved. God bless you, brother.
You take care, Bill. See, so like that guy's kind. He's a nice guy, seemingly, and he supports Trump. What that tells me is that if I sat down and had a conversation with him, I could change his mind. Right? Because like anymore, right, when like I'm deciphering why somebody supports Trump, it's usually an intersect of being misinformed and like low-key kind of a bad person, right? But I feel like for Bill, he's a rarity in the sense that it just so happens to be the case that he supports Trump because he's misinformed, right? Like from the attitudes that he just displayed on live, I'm not really seeing like any portrayed moral virtues of like, I hate liberals, I hate poor people, I hate everybody and want to watch the world burn, and more so just misinformed. So Bill, I would love to have a conversation with you. I feel like I could change your mind. So if you ever want to have that debate, feel free to hop in the queue. You know where to find me. But we're going to move on to the next guess at this point, folks. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We'll get you up. Hey, DK, thank you so much.
You don't agree with Trump 2028?
No, do you?
I don't see it going any other way.
Okay.
With a $34 trillion deficit.
Hey, but what I asked you is, do you want Trump to be president for a third time?
I think it's going to happen.
That's not what I asked you, though. I'm asking a very clear question. If Donald Trump ran in 2028, would you support that?
No.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Kind of a weird guy there. Only up in that queue of you support Trump as president, y'all. We were just specifically looking for some debates, folks, and I'd really appreciate it if you guys could respect that. We're gonna move on here. Like I said, DK, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Who said, "Have you seen what will happen when federally qualified rural health centers get their Medicaid and Medicare funding pulled?" Yes, 300 of them are are at risk of closure. Absolutely insane. Thank you for the $20, DK, as well as Lando. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, saying, "Hey Dean, would you ever debate on Jubilee again?" It would depend on what the debate is about and who it's with, but possibly yes. But I appreciate you for the $10, Lando. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Aiden?
No, not really, but I would like.
I'm sorry, man. I gotta kick you. Okay, we're gonna start coming down pretty hard here. Okay, right? It's an all or nothing. Follow the rules or you're banned. Only hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. If that's not you, you're gonna be very promptly and swiftly banned. Okay, everybody. I'm going to start banning everybody, quite frankly. Okay, we got Biggs loading up into the box. All right, here we go, guys. What the fuck? Dude. Samuel. Samuel with another $170 over on PayPal. Dude. Samuel. Thank you so much for the love, bro. What is going on today? Dude, Samuel. Sorry, I'm just a little bit lost for words here. Samuel with another $170 says, "Have a nice day." You know what, Samuel? You know what? You know what? You know what, my friend? So do you. I hope you have a nice day. I hope you have a nice day as well. And yes, Samuel, I did see your other donations. You've been very fucking kind today. And it may just so be the case that, like, when I was thanking you, like, you weren't in the app. So Samuel, I really hope that you're here now. Thank you so much for the love, man. You know what? Let's just go ahead and get W. Samuels in the chat for like the next 10 minutes. Like, I'm reading his donation here. He's like, "Did you see the other $50 I sent you? If not, here you go." And yes, we read off Samuel's other $50 donation maybe about 10 minutes ago. So maybe he was like out of the app or something. So just to make sure that Samuel isn't out of the app now, because I really want him to know just how much I appreciate him. Like, seriously, Samuel, that's insane. Let's spam some Samuel W's down below. Thank you so much for the love, bro. That's just fucking bonkers, dude. Thank you so much, Samuel. I'm literally fucking lost for words, man. So let's get so many W. Samuels in that chat. And Briggs Real, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Cookie King mogs you.
What a patient child. They're usually not that patient. Moving on to the next guest. We got Melissa loading up into the box. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hey, are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Your year born in?
2000.
Okay, really. And what were you doing during the shutdowns?
What the hell is that?
You're not 24. Moving on to the next guest. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Everyone just do be patient. Everyone just do be patient. Damn, that's actually a good question. Oh, that's a good one. I just came up with that one on the spot. Okay. When somebody says that they're like 20 through 24, maybe even like a little bit younger than that. But like, you know, like younger adult that I don't know if they're actually an adult, asking them the question, like, what were they doing during the shutdowns is such a good, like, question to determine if like they're actually like the age they say or not. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age right now, please.
What?
Age, please.
18.
And how long do you expect me to believe you for? The answer would be no time at all. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, children, please stay out of the queue. Okay. This is not a daycare, quite frankly. This is a debate live. Hello, do you support Trump? Hello? No? Okay. All right, you take care now. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Just looking for a singular Trump supporter to come up here and have a conversation with us. We are just simply not seeing it at all today. We are just not seeing it at all today. You know, like, MAGA is going extinct, guys. It's a fact. It is a fact. MAGA's going away. You know, not much else to say. You know, support for Trump is dwindling. Hey, Nicholas, thank you so much for the $40 over on PayPal. Let's get 400 Nicholas W's. Nicholas with a $40 says, "I started watching you when Biden dropped out, and I was a Trump supporter at that time. Your knowledge changed my mind, and now I am on the left. Everyone I know is MAGA. I just registered to vote for the first time in 30 years and voted yes on Prop 50. Fuck Trump. I'll be voting blue in the next election." Nicholas, you are why I do what I do. I cannot fucking, like, scream that loud enough. W's to you, bro. Like, literally, if it wasn't for you and people like you that engage with this content and inevitably change their minds, I wouldn't be doing it. Huge shout out to you, my man. I think that is so fucking awesome. You shouldn't be the one giving me $40. I should be the one giving you $40. Let's get some fucking W Nicks in that chat. What's going on, King? What a name. Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean. I want to kiss you so bad.
A little bit weird there. That's a little bit strange. Okay. All right. Gonna ban him. Hey, Rose, do you support Trump?
No fucking way, Dean. I love you.
I appreciate you for the kindness. You are awesome. You are indeed. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. All right. Moving on to the next guest. We got them loading in right now, guys. Only joining that queue if you are a Trump supporter. What are we doing?
Stroking my dick. I got lotion on my
Okay,
dick.
what are you doing, sir? This is no, we're not going to be doing that here. You will not be. No. Moving on. Right now. Hello. Do you support Trump Paranormal Yeti?
Yes, I do. But I want to tell you, Dean, I did debate you before, but you don't seem like you have many, wanting to truly debate you. So I figured if I could debate you again, I'd love to.
I talked to you like last week. I remember you. If I can't find anybody to talk to me here in like the next 5 or so minutes, I'll happily have you back up. But I'm going to look for somebody new first. What's up? Do you support Trump and bro?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
21.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 12:53.
Right. Unfortunately, we're just going to talk to people in America. You have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest, Jolly. Yo, would you go to put a me with your age down below in that comment section if you happen to be a Trump supporter and you want to come up here and debate me? Okay, what is going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Jolly, hello?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, are you MAGA?
You hear me?
Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yo, what's up, Chad? Are you MAGA? Nope, it doesn't look like Chad's here. Unfortunate. Go ahead and take it away, Jolly. Tell us why you support Trump. Jolly just left. He's gone. For all the people in the chat spamming W Jolly, he's already gone. Your champion left. Moving on to the next guest here. MAGA's running scared, quite fucking frankly. Holy shit. I'm going to start crashing out.
It's me, RFKI.
It's not funny at all. That's terrible. Don't do that. Moving on to Brian. Oh, man. Moving on to Brian. Here we go. Why was he doing that? That was not funny at all. Hello. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're how old are you?
35.
Perfect. I trust it. Okay. Listen, I'm going to thank two people. Then I'm going to pass you the mic and you can tell us why you support Trump. First and foremost, Natalia, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Natalia down below in that comment section. As well as Natalia, a big difference that you could point out between Obama's immigration policy and Trump's is that Obama wasn't violating the human and constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants to get it done. But there's still a lot of disagreements I have with Obama's as well. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, mostly because of the abortion issues.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, we could talk about abortion. Yeah, so you are pro-life. Do you hold any exceptions? Do you think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion? Yeah or nay?
I am pro-life, mostly. I guess I feel like if there's complications and you have to pick one or the other, then...
So that's the life of a mother. But what about if there's like no complications that threaten the life, like immediately, of a woman that is impregnated, but she was impregnated by rape? She's a rape victim. Should victims of rape be able to access abortion?
I feel like all life matters.
Okay, is that a no?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, you definitely should.
I was raised to believe that all women belong in the household.
Do you still believe that today?
I mean, for the most part.
Okay. Go ahead.
I currently am a stay-at-home wife, and my husband does the work, and most of my family hold true to that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's talk about this. So you said that you were raised to believe this. What that makes me think is that you were like the victim of like the patriarchy, and you were like told that you had to conform to these particular rules, and like seemingly like you recognize that there's no base to those rules. They're just a misogynistic prescription to control women. Or are you telling me that like you legitimately believe that that is where women belong, and you think you have an argument for it?
Honestly, I I was brought up to believe that.
Yeah, but that's not true at all. So women, like any job is a woman's job, and anybody that tells you anything else is a bold-faced misogynistic liar.
I mean, my father has always pushed the agenda. My mother could never work. She was to stay home with the children. So I was never to go out, and I was told to stay home and raise my children.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah. So traditionalism saying that like men should go out and work, women should like stay at home and raise the kids, right? And this like should be the format for like every household in this country. Is just like pro-controlling women. There's no base for it. Women are just as capable as men in some circumstances. Speaking empirically, they're even more incapable in the workforce. Like surgery, for instance, female surgeons are significantly better at performing surgery than male surgeons, according to the American Medical Association. And there's just like no good reason why, right? Men should lead women, or why men should be the ones who work and provide, and women should be the ones who stay at home, cook, clean, and raise the kids.
So my father will judge me very hard when he comes here and sees my husband help me with dishes or helps me with laundry.
Yeah, you sound like a victim of what your father taught you growing up, and like that's a really big reason why we do what we do here, is just to ensure that there's going to be less fathers like that in the future. But we are here to debate about, like why you support Trump. But I mean, if you more so just want to talk about that, like we could continue this conversation a little bit.
Okay, so I mean, I voted for Trump, and I guess more so because I was conditioned to. I want to say,
well,
my whole family did.
I mean, I think I'm gonna be honest with you here, and I think that maybe like this is like maybe something that you're looking to hear from me, and I want to tell you that it is true that is abuse. Okay, right? Like if that's what you maybe been thinking in the back of your head, and that I'm just assuming that, and the reason why I'm assuming that is because you came up here and you decided to share these things with me. You are right if you've been thinking that is abuse, right? That is wrong, and this is abuse that has impacted generations of women and girls in this country, and it is so absolutely archaic. It is barbaric, and it is wrong, right? Your capabilities ought not be defined by what's in between your legs or your gender identity, and anybody that tells you otherwise is operating off of principles suggested by cavemen at the dawn of time, created to control women. To gain support for male-centered leadership because of what I believe to be the incredibly narcissistic male ego.
Okay. I mean, I listen to your lives a lot. And honestly, my husband does too. And my dad hates the fact that I do. My husband, honestly, is the one that introduced me to you.
Listen, I'm going to be honest. I mean, I don't really think that sitting down and having a conversation with me on live is going to help you as much as maybe like some communities in your local area could. What I'd recommend doing is to reach out and find like support groups for women in your local area. I swear to God that they exist, and I think that is a good next step for you to kind of better understand maybe the way that you were brought up, the way that you were raised, and the psychological impacts that can still has on you to this very day. I mean, you're telling me that you have a good husband?
Yes. Yeah.
You have a good husband.
He tries to help me around the house, and then my dad kind of like steps in and tries to put me in my place. And
so I'm happy. I'm happy that you have a husband that doesn't think the same way that your father does. But something else I'm going to recommend here is that no man will be able to to talk to you about these things and understand them the same way a woman or a group of women would. And that's why I think that, you know, reaching out to local women's support groups is a great thing for you to do. Seriously.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but listen. Like, I'm gonna be honest, man. You know, I kick people the moment they come up here and they're not here to debate about Trump. And the reason I haven't kicked you yet is, I mean, just because, like, shit, dude. Like, if you want to talk to me about this, if you wanted to come up on the live and have this conversation, I mean, what that screams to me is that, like, you know, you actually, you know, are hurting and you have hurt and you want to help stop that pain. And you know, I mean, just to let you know that you are not alone in those experiences. It definitely does not make those experiences any better. But what it does mean is that there's many other individuals out there that have been through very similar things that you can outreach to and have this conversation with to help gain a better understanding about the way that this has played out in the lives of others, the ways that they have helped to overcome the conditioning that was set forth because of it. And also, I mean, just on a greater level, an advocacy to prevent this in the future by making the appropriate decisions, not just in politics, but also socially speaking, about what you teach your children and the way that you want them to grow up to be.
Yeah, you're right. Because I want my children to be better than me.
We all do. You know, I don't even have children. I'm fucking 21. I'm gonna wait till I'm like 30 to have children, but I can't. But you know, one thing that I do know is when I do have children, I want them to be better than me too. You know, that's something that we all want. And you know, based upon the way that you're thinking already, I bet they will. And that's not being mean to you. In fact, it's complimenting you. And you know, I'm just really happy that you know, you recognize that was wrong, and you recognize that you've been mistreated. And I'm really sorry, and I'm really sorry that you were brought up that way by your father. I really am. You know, no one deserves to go through that shit. No one at all.
Thank you for having me. I'll let you go to the next guest. Thank you.
You didn't waste my time at all. I appreciate you for coming up and having this conversation with me. I hope that you have a great rest of your night. And seriously, bunch of local groups. I don't even know where you live, but I know that they exist. You could find them on Facebook. Facebook is probably a good place to look. I bet you could find a bunch of groups on Facebook and then talk to them in person. But hey, listen, you have a good rest of your day.
You too. And I'll continue to watch you daily.
You have a good one. You have a good one. All the love in the world to that guest, man. All the love in the world to that guest. Let's go ahead and move on to that next guest right now, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into that box. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How old are you?
21.
21. What year are you born in?
2000. Dean, where's the vape?
Buddy.
Be honest, bro.
Buddy. Okay. All right, guys. We are looking for Trump supporters. All right. We have an hour left on the stream. We're gonna try to get back, you know, to the debates here. We're looking for some Trump supporters. Hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Oh boy, I think we just found a Trump supporter. No, this is definitely a troll. Their bio says Trump will make America great again and is still working on it. Dean is scared of me. Trump is so good for America, so vote Trump for the next election as well. But then their reposts include Roblox, me, and Parker. All right, this is a troll. I'm gonna kick them out before they even connect. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Everyone right now, we are just simply looking for the next Trump supporter to come up here and join us on live. So if that is you, feel free to hop in that queue and we'll happily have you up. Okay, all right, go ahead and hop in that queue, guys. You know, I gotta say, like, we are seriously running out of Trump supporters, which is a good thing, which is a very good thing. Yeah, what's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Are you MAGA?
I am.
How old are you?
18.
18, what year are you born in?
2007.
Everyone is 18 today. All right, why the hell do you support the worst president of your 18 years of life, Mr. Donald J. Trump?
Because I do not align with the Democratic Party at all.
So you align more with Trump than the Democrats. Okay, all right. So why don't you align with the Democrats? Let's start there.
Stance on LGBTQ.
Okay, so you align more with the people that like rape women, for instance, Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist, sexually exploit kids, for instance, Donald Trump boasted about sexually exploiting minors and naked grown adult women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA to Howard Stern, then you do align with the people that just simply don't think it's wrong to be gay.
Did he really do that? Like, are you sure he did that?
Yeah, he admitted to it. He boasted.
Yeah, but he didn't admit to exploiting them. Because you can get arrested for that.
Yeah, that is what he admitted to. No clue.
So did he get arrested for that?
No clue why there's never any prosecution for it. No clue.
No clue?
No clue.
I mean, the people that said that came out when he was running for president. Pretty convenient after 19 years that they decided to come out.
No. He said this in 2005.
Yeah, but no one came forward about it until 2016.
Okay, yeah, I think that you're right. And?
Why wouldn't they come out earlier, especially if he can get arrested for that?
Why are you blaming them?
I'm not blaming them.
Yeah, why is your first thought, why didn't the victims come out about their experience earlier compared to why did the victimizer, Mr. Trump, the sexual exploiter, do this in the first place?
I'm trying to say that he didn't really do anything.
He didn't really do it. He admitted to it. How many times do I need to repeat that? Do you want to hear him admit to it? I'm sorry, this isn't a question.
He's just admitting to walking around in the same room as them.
This isn't a question on if we know he did this or not. No, we know he did this because he admitted to it. Let's go ahead and listen to him together.
But the thing you're saying that he did.
I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina.
And, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, so just to recap before you respond with the common bullshit MAGA sophistry, he just admitted to sexual exploitation. Sexual exploitation can be defined as including the abuse of a position of power, vulnerability, or so on for some type of sexual gratification, pleasure, so on and so forth. What Donald Trump admitted to in that clip was allowing himself, abusing his position of power as the owner of these pageants, to walk backstage into the women's private space with no men around, quoting him, to look at them while they had no clothes on and they were undressed and changing, abusing that position of vulnerability that they felt in that place, to take away the sexual gratification of seeing naked women and naked girls, quote unquote, per his liking, right? And then even at the end, he said, and I get away with this, right? You don't get away with things that are good, you get away with things that are bad, so even he understands that this is wrong. So do you understand now how it actually is true that yes, Donald Trump did admit to exploiting naked girls and or naked adult women at the beauty pageant contestants?
No, I do not, because he did not admit to doing anything at all that is in alignment with sexual exploitation according to the law.
So you don't think that barging into a woman's private space where they're changing and naked just to look at them while they're naked is exploitation?
Well, he's not barging in. He actually runs the pageant, like he said.
Yeah, he opened the door and allowed himself to barge in.
Barge is very... I don't know about barge, but...
Barge
yeah, he
went in there unconsensually to look at them while they were naked and undressed.
He runs the pageant.
Okay, yeah, he owned the building that the pageant was taking place in. What kind of input does that have on the scenario of him walking into the women's dressing room in this pageant to look at the naked contestants? Right? Imagine that you're a business owner, you employ women, one of them is using the restroom. Does this all of a sudden give you the right to go into the women's restroom, peep under her stall, and look at her while she's using the potty? Or is that still sexual exploitation? Right? Obviously, that's still exploitation. He owns the pageant. He doesn't own the women.
All right. And, I mean, you can get arrested. If he admits to doing what you say that he is doing, then he can get arrested for that. And put in jail.
Hopefully, right? That's the hope, right?
Well, it just seems pretty weird that he's never prosecuted for that.
But that
especially if it happened to so many people.
But that doesn't lead you to question if he did these things or not, right? Because he admitted to doing these things.
It leads
We
me
just
to
listened
question
together. It
how-
should lead you to question the criminal justice system.
No, it leads important it really is, or how meaningful it was to the people that he did it to.
Okay, so yeah. Well, if they didn't, right, if the naked 15-year-olds, right, didn't find it too meaningful that he sexually exploited him, then you don't care. And how
They
do you
don't
know
care.
that?
What's wrong?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's the same sick shit every single day. Yeah, you just said that you do not care about the sexual exploitation of little girls. Yeah, you're a sick fuck. You're probably a goddamn pervert yourself. The only people that don't care, right, about the sexual exploitation of children are pedophiles. Are you a pedophile? And I'm not asking that in a funny way. I'm not asking that with a joking demeanor or a non-serious tone. I'm being serious. The only people that don't care about predators preying on children are predators. The only people that don't care about women being raped are rapists. Or could be rapists. Could be predators. Could be pedophiles. So are you either a current rapist, predator, pedophile, or are you a could be rapist, predator, pedophile?
I am none of those.
I mean, I don't believe you. Okay, right? Because, like, go ahead and give a defense for your claim that we shouldn't care about the sexual exploitation of 15-year-old girls.
When did I say that?
You said, well, if they don't care, I shouldn't care. So do you understand the nature of how, like, children can't consent? So even, like,
all right, see, what you're saying,
even like assuming a scenario, which, by the way, right, the contestants at these pageants, how do you know that, like, in all reality, they did care, but they stayed quiet about it? So he wouldn't like fuck over their career in the pageantry. I mean, you said it yourself. He owned the pageant. Okay. He was abusing that position of power, right? Is it unrealistic to assume that they would like almost like be coerced or socially forced into maintaining their silence to not disavow the owner of this pageant where they saw like career prospects? And do you not see how this is just a larger part of an issue in society of men with power controlling, harming, and preying on women and girls? Right? Taking advantage of the fact that there's social pressures that would prelude to them staying quiet about the occurrence. Okay, but then even if you just completely ignore that, and we assume a scenario of like, this happening to a 15-year-old girl and then them leaving that scenario, like truly not caring. Okay, that doesn't change the fact that children cannot consent to that. Okay, that's like saying the 15-year-old girl wanted it. That is straight up rapist rhetoric. That is straight up pedophile rhetoric. That is straight up predator rhetoric. That is straight up you should be on a list rhetoric. They're kids.
All right, you're putting words in my mouth. Because I actually agree with you that women are exploited in some ways, especially by males with power over them. Like, I agree with you that does happen a lot more than people think. But you can't say it's sexual exploitation if he was not charged for it and he only admitted to just walking around and seeing people.
Okay, yeah. So if a child is raped and the rapist is never charged, because maybe it was legal since that child was married to their rapist in one of the 16 states where that's still the case in America today, is that child a true victim?
Yes.
Okay, so then we just completely get rid of if they're not charged, then it's not sexual exploitation. That one's off the table. We'll apologize. Apologize to all the victims that just had to hear you say that. Say you're sorry.
For what?
Yeah, for saying that it's not actually exploitation unless the aggressor is charged. Apologize to the victims.
I can't do that because you're basing it off of a hypothetical.
I'm being dead fucking ass. Apologize to the victim. Say you're sorry.
You're basing it off of a hypothetical.
What I said wasn't a hypothetical. What I said is something that actually happens. In 16 of the 50 states, there's particular legal parameters that allow children to be married.
He was not sexually exploiting people, is what I'm saying. That's not hypothetical. You can't assume just because he's walking around that he's exploiting people.
So the first reason that you gave for why he didn't exploit them is because he wasn't officially charged with sexual exploitation. The response that I gave to that is even if there isn't a charge for this, or even if it is legal, that doesn't change the fact that it's exploitation. There is a lot of sexual exploitation that is legal in America. The example that I gave you was adults marrying minors with the parents' consent of the minor.
So do you think that the point of that rule is so people can exploit people legally?
Oh, dude. I'm sure in the minds of some
Why do you think that
lawmakers,
exists?
absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. But even regardless of the intention for the law, it's still the outcome.
Yeah.
Do you deny that?
No, I agree with you. Some laws.
Okay, so then
are interpreted
apologize.
different.
So then apologize to all the victims of rape and sexual exploitation watching this stream right now that just had to listen and hear you say that, well, if they're not charged with a crime, then they're not actually exploiting.
That's not what I said.
That is what you said.
That is not what I said. Because I said that
you said that he didn't
nobody
sexually
came
exploit
forward.
them because he was never charged.
Nobody came forward.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. A victim not speaking up doesn't mean that they're not a victim. Fuck you.
Maybe one victim, but how many are participating in this thing?
He only exploited one little girl. Is that your new argument?
No, I'm saying there's multiple. Someone could have came up.
So multiple victims not like speaking out publicly about these things doesn't mean that they're not a victim. Do you disagree?
You don't have to do it.
Do you disagree?
publicly.
Do you disagree?
Can,
I'm so sorry. Oh, do you disagree that if a victim doesn't speak up, that doesn't mean they're not a victim? Do you disagree?
no, but there are ways to do it privately.
Okay, so then apologize to all the victims watching this live that just had to hear you say, well, none of them
There's
spoke up,
ways to
therefore
do
they're
it
not
privately.
victims.
There's ways to do it privately and investigate privately.
Like make a private report to the cops. I'm pretty sure that's what you're getting at. If a victim doesn't make a private report to the cops, that doesn't mean that they're not a victim. And by the way, all reports to the cops are public.
No.
Yes.
You can.
Yes. No. We have policy in this country, right? Like public records are exactly that. Public records. You can make public records requests. If somebody is like charged with a crime and prosecuted for the crime, that is public information. Yes. Right.
Well, yeah.
Regardless
that's
of that.
after the
Regardless
fact,
of
not when
that.
someone comes
Regardless
forward.
of that semantic fact. Okay. Even if we assume that they're privately speaking out to the cops, right? No one knows. Okay. Even if a victim doesn't privately speak to the cops, that doesn't change the fact that they're a victim. Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree. People can be victims.
So then apologize
and
to
not come
all the
forward.
victims watching the stream that just had to hear you say otherwise.
I didn't say otherwise.
Yes, you did. You said, oh, they didn't
This
speak up,
isn't
therefore
applying
we didn't
to
sexually
everybody
exploit
else.
them.
This is applying to this one thing.
Oh, exactly. Oh, so when the victims are of Trumps, then they're not actual victims.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then apologize to all the victims watching this live that just had to hear you say otherwise. You spineless fucking pervert.
What?
You heard what I said, every single syllable. Yeah, you're probably a pervert. I feel like we have more reason than not to conclude that you are a pervert, a sexual pervert.
All right.
Yeah, no, I'll say that. I mean, listen, like only perverts say this shit. If you haven't already, I bet you will at some point in the future. Okay, I mean, if you're seriously like holding, like the thing that you said that really got me is that if the 15-year-old didn't care that they were sexually exploited, then I don't care either. Why did you say that? Why did you say that gross, sick shit?
You can keep trying to put words in my mouth, but
No, that's what you said. Hey,
No, because in this instance-
can you give me a timestamp for the people on YouTube? Could you give me a timestamp of when he said
this
that so I can
instance-
just replay it? No, I'm not putting words in your mouth. Let me just go ahead and replay that. What's the timestamp over on YouTube? Do you want to hear yourself say that?
I remember saying it. Yeah.
Okay.
But
so you now affirm that you did say the 15-year-old doesn't.
the
care
meaning
sexually
is what I'm
exploited, then you
talking
don't
about.
care.
The meaning is what I'm talking about.
So why did you say if a 15-year-old doesn't care that they're sexually exploited, then you don't care?
Because in this instance, if there was multiple people that just did not come forward, then I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying that maybe it isn't sexual exploitation.
Okay, why?
That's what I'm saying.
Why?
Maybe it's not that, because someone would have came forward if it was.
Okay, so you're saying if somebody is raped, they will come forward.
I'd say about 30% of the time, 25% of the time.
So you understand, in saying that, you are invalidating millions of victims millions of victims. You are invalidating, right? What I would project to say, hundreds of people watching this live right now that were sexually exploited or were raped that never came forward, right? Because men like you exist, knowing that they would be invalidated.
How would I invalidate them?
You're actively invalidating the victims that came forward in 2016.
Isn't the law doing that with statute of limitations?
Yeah, the law is too. Guess what? You're not the only one on the line for culpability, buddy.
So then should we get rid of that?
Yeah, we should. We should also get rid of the way that you think.
What's so bad about the way that I think? Because if I'm talking about
invalidating victims of a sexual exploiter that admitted they were a sexual exploiter is bad, because not only, right, does it make them feel about maybe that sexual exploitation wasn't wrong, right, because so many people are defending it, but also because it allows for more men to go out and do these things, because they know if they do, then they'll have people like you defending that shit. God, dude, I have this conversation every day. There's so many sick people out there, so many dark, sick, twisted people. Gotta unmute that mic. So why did you say that you don't care if a 15-year-old girl is sexually exploited?
All right. I'm going to say this. I'm going to keep saying this because for some reason you're not really understanding it.
I don't think I'm understanding it at all.
Or you're choosing not to understand it. But in this instance, right, if maybe it is not sexual exploitation, if they didn't feel compelled, I'll put it this way, if they did not feel compelled to come forward.
Okay, why?
Why what?
Like, why does it mean it's not sexual exploitation if the victim doesn't come forward? Why is that the case?
Because maybe nothing bad happened, so they have no reason to come forward.
Okay, so you're saying that...
You're just walking through...
So you're saying if we have a man admitting to sexually exploiting a woman, if that...
But where is that? Where is the part where he admits sexual exploitation?
When he says he'd go into the women private spaces to look at them while they're naked. That's sexual exploitation definition.
But he never said, I'm going in just to look at them. I'm going in, I'm looking at them, I'm coming out.
Yeah, he said he's going in, he's looking at them unconsensually while they're naked, and then they're going out. That is sexual exploitation because he's abusing his position of power to go into that private space without consent of the people in the space because he owns the pageant, and then he's abusing their position of vulnerability, right? That position of vulnerability, them feeling vulnerable enough to get naked, right, and take their clothes off, so then he could look.
Okay, but if you're just walking through, like if you're just passing by, you're gonna see it. But it's not like...
Right, he went in there to see it, yes.
I'm stopping, I'm staring.
He passed through a space where no men were, where only women were, because it was a woman's private changing room to look at them while they're naked. Yes, that is what he did. That is what he said he did. That is sexual exploitation, you idiot. You deranged, lunatic, sick, twisted idiot. Also like to thank you super duper quickly. Let's see, DK with another $50. Thank you so much for the love, DK. DK says, let's say your boss does something illegal in front of you and then says, if you say anything, I'll fire you. And then you wait until after you stopped working there because you were weak, or did you need to survive? Did you need to survive? Well, I'm not sure I tracked the second part of that statement, but I think that the point is clear. And I think that guest is gone. Yeah, he left. Thank you so much for the love, DK. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness, man. All right, we're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here. I'm just so repulsed by him and the guests that we've had come up every single day arguing that same shit. It's been a person a day. It's been a person a day. Hey, let's see here.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 20.
What year are you born in?
2005.
Okay, let me thank a couple people, then I'll pass you the mic here.
Sure.
Atlas, thank you for the $2 over on PayPal. I'm gonna go to keep it to myself. But thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you for sharing that with me, as well as Andrea. Thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, who says, so we're openly supporting P3 radios and rapists. Yeah, that guy was just arguing that we should support P3 radios and rapists. As well as George, thank you so much for the $4 over on PayPal. And Clayton, thank you so much for the 5. And then Harold, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Harold. Show some love to Harold down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $50. Show some love to Harold down below. As well as, let's see here, Estelle, thank you for the $5, and Olivia with a 1. We have a handful of other individuals to thank over on Venmo, but I'm going to let this guest take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I didn't like what the Biden administration did under COVID. They systematically stripped all our human rights away from us, especially to do with forcing us to take vaccinations. And you're pro-choice for abortion, Dean, but I'm pretty sure you said on your other live with the girl you're not pro-choice for vaccinations. So that's a real strike contradiction in your viewpoints.
Okay.
And these vaccines were causing deaths among Americans across citizens. I haven't been up. I don't know what everyone's saying. I've been up. These deaths were causing deaths across the whole world. And for something that was systematically put onto us, you would think that it would have absolutely no zero deaths, but people were getting gone left, right, and center.
Okay. So the first thing that you said was that the Biden-Harris administration forced you to get vaccinated. You were wrong. I mean, A, that's not forcing you to get vaccinated. That's forcing you to get vaccinated if you want to keep this particular job. And B, Biden didn't even do that. Can you show me the executive order that Biden signed into law that forced people working jobs to get vaccinated?
It was under his government. It was under you Democrats.
Oh, okay. So you're saying a job that you had, right, in 2020 required you to get vaccinated for public health and safety. I'm not talking about 2020. Right? Yeah. And then all of a sudden that's somehow Biden's fault that your employer was benevolent, smart, and good? I mean, like employer, right? I think that employers should have required their employees to be vaccinated. But what the fuck does this have to do with Biden?
So how are you pro-choice when it comes to abortion?
No. What does this have to do? What does this have to do with Biden? That's the first question I want you to answer.
He put in the executive order. He said that everyone should be getting vaccinated.
Okay. So what was the executive order that forced everyone to get vaccinated?
It wasn't forcing, but they were single-handedly taking out certain of our liberties so that you were forced into getting it. It was an illusion.
Okay. So saying it was basically forcing people to get vaccinated. So what executive order did Biden sign into law that basically forced people to get vaccinated?
Well, I'm basically going to Google that up right now and give you an answer.
Yeah, do it. You won't be able to find jack shit, my friend.
Anyway, we can continue going.
No, we can't. You have to name the executive order.
Yeah, I'm finding it.
So then find it. Just don't focus on anything else while you're trying to find that. Sierra, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love. Saying, hey, Dean. Actually, she got restricted for misinformation. She just got banned for misinfo. I win the debate. And TikTok agrees. Thank you so much. Sierra, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, hey, Dean, can you please say hi to Keisha and Brittany? We are all watching right now. Dude, shout out to Sierra, Keisha, and Brittany. Thank you guys so much for the love. As well as Ali. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Ali. Holy shit. Ali with the $50 says, thank you for always speaking up. As a victim of SA, some people don't come forward because of the judgment from those with views that the last guest held. Abso-fucking-lutely. It is an incredibly, incredibly sad reality. Man, dude, that last guest, he really fucked with me. Honestly, I may end soon. I may end a little bit early. I'm just not feeling it after that last guest. And God, I just need to kick people out like that, super duper quick. I've been ending my stream every day because I have a guest like that up and they just completely kill my mood. For very obvious reasons. So I think I just need to start kicking people like that off. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, we're going to move on. Let's see here. But seriously, thank you so much for the $50, Ali. Let's show some love to Ali down below in that chat for the 50. Thank you so much. As well as Sean. Thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Sean. Sean with the $40 says corruption or crime can only be done in quote-unquote secret. Corruption or crime done in front of our eyes is quote-unquote transparency. Sexual exploitation included. I appreciate you for the $40, Sean. Thank you so much for the love. Let's go ahead and show some love to Sean down below in the chat for the $40. As well as Taylor, thank you so much for the $15 over in Venmo, who says, you are one of my favorite debaters. and TikTokers, and I love your live streams. Keep up the great work. I love you. All the love to you too. Thank you so much for the $15, Taylor. Show some love to Taylor. Appreciate you so much for the love. We are still looking for that next Trump supporter to load up and join the stream. We're looking for them right now. We're going to go get Cherry loaded up. As well as Sid, good to see you. Thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Sid says, Dean, hope you're doing well. Well, thank you so much for the love, Sid. I am doing well. How are you doing? Let me know. You should actually, Sid, DM me. I want to know how you're doing. Been a while. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello, do you support Trump? Nope, they're not here. Gonna go and kick them. Move on to the next guest. Shannon, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Kelly, thank you for the 5. Brandon with the 5 and Ashton with the 5. Appreciate you guys. And then Ruth, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. This came in 9 minutes ago. Ruth with the $50 said, your work is so appreciated. A lot of people would change their minds if they were actually provided the accurate information, but obviously there are many who are fully informed and just evil, like this guy. Yes, that last guy was a good example of somebody that is informed about the circumstances and still doesn't care because he's literally evil. Thank you so much for the $50, Ruth, as well as your astute and true observation of that last guest. Show some love to Ruth down below in that box. Thank you so much for the 50. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
My cat ran across my screen and I think he pressed the button. I'm so sorry.
No worries. No worries. Told him I said, pss, 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 pss. We're going to move on to the next guest. All right. We're going to go and get Gay Boy up in the box. Wow, what a name. I'm sorry. Kind of read that one off before, read it off out loud before I read it in my head. Hello. They're gone. Moving on to the next guest. Shaylee, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Shaylee, I'm going to go ahead and keep that to myself, Shaylee, but I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you, and thank you for the $10. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Grab the screen for Lamar Jackson edit.
Innocent fetus. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got that next guest loaded up into the box. We got They Love Jesus connecting. As well as Taylor, this came in 22 minutes ago, but I still want to thank you.
As well as Taylor, this came in 22 minutes ago, but I still want to thank you.
A little bit of an echo. Just give me a second. Taylor, with a $20 on Venmo, says, kudos for how you handled the guest who said she was seeking to move away from her father's misogynistic values. Shout out to her directly, quote unquote, you are so loved and not alone. Well, Taylor, I really appreciate you so much for the $20. Yeah, man, I hope that, she figures things out. It's an uphill battle, but like seriously, we're all on her side. Thank you for the $20, Taylor. What's up? Do you support Trump?
What's up? Wait, hold on, my fault. I'm kind of nervous. I'm kind of in the middle. I don't support both parties, but like I usually would choose which one is the better candidate. I don't support fully support one or the other.
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
You can't be 18, born in 08. Moving on to the next guest. Great try, though. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. We got Rob loading up in here. Demi, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Who says, fuck Steve. Yeah, fuck Steve. Appreciate you for the $10, Demi. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello?
Yo, hello?
Hi. Do you support Trump?
It's crazy.
I'm going to turn your camera off. Do you support Trump?
I don't really know which side I support yet.
Okay. I think that you're in a great place to watch the live. Definitely not in the great place to be in it. Plus, you sound underage, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to move on. You take care, though. And then, Sean, this came in 30 minutes ago.
Is hearing one of the administration, which is shoot.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you support Trump?
Hi.
No, but my boyfriend does.
Is he with you?
No, but I do have a question.
You know what? Run it on me real quick.
So we get along well, but I feel like it's almost like a moral issue.
Yeah.
Us being together, and we are able to communicate, and things are, but morally, I disagree with him.
Right.
And I'm wondering where's the middle ground for dealing with that? Because I'm not about just because you believe something or support something, then you're just the most horrible person ever. I don't get that. But some of his views, like abortion and the immigration and, paying the troops from private donors. Like, I take issue with it. And I'm just wondering, what is the middle ground? Is there a middle ground?
I'm going to be honest. Listen, I've asked myself this question many times. And the best answer I have came to and will likely continue to come to is that there's just simply no middle ground between fact and fiction.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling. But like, I don't, but it's also like, I'm an atheist, he's a Catholic, say enough.
Well, listen, I wish the best of luck to you, and maybe you should try to get your husband up on the live. I'd love to try to have a conversation with him. I'd say the best bet for you is, obviously if you want to stay in the relationship with your husband, is to just try to change his mind. I think that people are capable of change. Sometimes it's just harder than others, but still I still do believe that people are capable. And then I just had a few more donations here. Sean, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Sean. Show some love to Sean down below in that chat. That came in 30 minutes ago, but thank you for the love. And then Mark, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo, Mark. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, man. Mark with the $50 says, watching you allows me to have faith in our future. You're a good kid. A nice guy. You were watching yesterday too, weren't you? Thank you so much for the $50, my friend. Thank you not just for the money, but also for the incredibly kind message. I want y'all to show some love to Mr. Sean and all the donors down below in that chat. I really appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Sean down below. And then this came in a while ago, but holy fuck, Mandy. Thank you so much for the $80 donation on Venmo. Holy shit, Mandy. Mandy with the $80 says, I truly do not know how you keep your cool with MAGA people you debate. It is mind-numbingly painful to hear the words that fall out of their mouths. The real tragedy, is that they actually believe what they are saying. Our country's in real trouble. Thank you, Dean. You know what, Mandy? I've had to make myself a little bit numb to it. At this point, I think that, my forced psychological numbness is mistaken for patience, when in all reality, it's just that my brain has had to conform to hearing the craziest shit every single day after doing this for so many years. And yeah, I agree though. Sometimes some of the shit that they say is just so fucking mind-warpingly insane. Thank you so much for the $80, Mandy. Show some fucking love to Mandy down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Please grab the camera. Follow me.
Oh, the fetus is back. I don't think I can. I don't think I could if I tried. The camera's kind of far away. You see that? Can't really grab the camera. The camera's a good 5 feet in front of me. Camera's a good 5 feet in front of me. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Everyone just give us a minute. I saw somebody by the name of Matt in the queue that I want to bring up and talk to. There we go. There's Matt. His name is country_dude_2. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
You're 14, kid. Get out of here.
All right. Well, fuck off.
Sorry. Maybe I was a little bit too hard. Sorry, Matt. You're a good kid. A nice guy. Okay. All right. I gotta stop cracking myself up. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Here we go. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello.
Hey, are you MAGA?
I'm totally MAGA, yes.
Oh, dude. No, you shouldn't be MAGA.
I'm all the way MAGA. You're not. What's the opposite of MAGA?
Intelligent. You're laughing, but it's true.
Nice. So, okay, what's the question? How do I still support Trump?
Yeah, is that you in your profile picture?
That's me.
It's AI generated. This is you.
Yes, that's me. Show everyone the real me. Put it up again.
Why did you just try to pass that off as you?
Because it's clearly AI, fool. You thought it was real?
Okay. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for the laugh.
You thought it was real.
No, I appreciate you for the laugh. Go ahead. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump, man.
Well, I support Trump for the same reasons why I like you. You both are the same. You and Trump and Parker are the same.
How am I the same as the rapist?
Oh, come on.
Inform me.
Dean, you both have, I wouldn't consider you a narcissist all the way, but you have narcissistic tendencies the same way that Trump does. You both are opportunists in the fact that you both see the weaknesses of whatever the party is, and you guys take advantage of these people that are not as educated as you or Parker, whoever else, and you guys take their money. I mean, people call you grifters. I don't think you're a grifter. I think you're very intelligent. I think you have a gift, the same way Trump has a gift.
Okay.
And you both are able to.
So you think I'm the same? You
people-
think I'm the same as Trump because you
Yes.
think I'm a narcissist and I take people's money?
No, you have narcissistic tendencies. Not 100% narcissist. You have to be.
So you think
know.
So you think I'm the same as Trump because you think I have narcissistic tendencies and I take people's money?
Yes, that's part of it. I mean, that's part of much of it. But look at the way you are. Look
Holy
at the
fuck!
way that
I
you are.
just
Look
choked
at
up
the
my
way you
water.
speak to people.
Okay, listen. I'm sorry. I hate to drop the truth nuke on you. Matter of fact is
Bring it.
I don't think that I have narcissistic tendencies, but what I will say is I think that the way that I act on these live streams can come off sometimes as narcissistic because of the conviction and confidence that I have in the things that I say. But I want to make it clear, okay? It doesn't take a narcissist to be confident that a Trump supporter is wrong when they say it's a good thing that 41 million Americans are losing SNAP benefits. It doesn't take a narcissist to say that a Trump supporter is wrong when they baselessly reject the findings of a criminal court, of civil court saying that he's a rapist, and defend him when he goes on Howard Stern's radio show and says that he likes to sexually exploit kids. And by the way, okay, you're saying that I'm like Trump because I get donations. How is me getting donations make me like Trump? Okay, I'm not selling $1,000 Bible here. I'm just simply allowing people that watch the stream to support me over Venmo and PayPal, which you can find in the bio right up on top of the phone screen or linked on the YouTube. In fact, we actually have a couple people right now. Y'all is their name. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, can you wish my most liberal friend Bill White happy birthday? He watches your streams all the time and is probably watching right now. Happy birthday, Bill White. Appreciate you so much for the 20 bucks. Give me a second. I'm thanking my donors. Calm down. I'm nothing like that orange fool. I got to think.
You are. And
no,
like
I'm not. I just got to thank my big donors. Haley, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I want everybody to show some big love, huge love. Never seen anything like it. Love in your life. I'm not making any sense, but that's
no one knows how to get donations.
Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Francis, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for the love. Thank you, Francis. Shout out to you, as well as Ella. Thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I would also like to thank David for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, any chance you'll do a Q&A in the future? Yes, I want to start doing them more. Just have anybody up to ask a question. Thank you for the $20, David. Show some love to David down below. And Bobby, holy fuck. Bobby K, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Shit. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you so much for the $100, Bobby K. Trump, show some fucking love to Bobby K down below in that chat. Bobby K says, Dean, you are breaking the code of silent essayers. Hide the code of silence that essayers hide behind. This is why you get so many on the live to gaslight. Calling them out is powerful, and I'm happy you do it. Good on you and fuck Steve. I appreciate you for the $100, Bobby. That is so
Dean, you're just like Trump, dude. You're just like Trump.
To Bobby down below in that comment section.
All right,
as
Bobby.
well as Nicole, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, I bleed blue. Thank you for the education and awareness that you strive to bring to the public. Thank you, Nicole. Oh, and then Nate, holy shit. Thank you so much for the $75 donation over on Venmo. Show some fucking love to Nate, who says, looking forward to my week off of work next week because it means I can catch up on the streams and start listening earlier. Thank you for helping me stay informed outside of the healthcare world. Dude, fucking shout out to you, Nate. Thank you so much for the love, Nate. And then Angeline with a 5, Kayla with a 5. Thank you so much. And then Joanna, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. What the fuck is going on? Joanna with the $50 says, I love you. You are amazing. Thank you so much for the love, Joanna. Show some love to Joanna down below. Holy fucking shit, you guys. Thank you all so much for the love. Thank you guys are so fucking kind. As well as Ariel, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Saying, please keep up your debates. Thank you, Ariel. Kelly with a $5 says, good kid, Dean. Thank you so much for the love, Kelly. You are fucking awesome.
I've sent you money
Thank you so much for the love. Well, I mean, yeah, you said I'm just like Trump. I would believe that you'd like to send people who you think are similar to adjudicated rapist money.
I like what you guys
Listen, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Rebel with a 5. Thank you so much. Okay, we are all caught up. Thank you everyone so much for all the love. Big love.
All the love. No one does it better than Dean.
That's
no one
right.
gets donations better than Dean.
That's right. All the love. I'm nothing like Trump.
I got to tell you something, Dean. I had a debate with Parker yesterday.
Yeah, no one cares. Just tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I'll tell you real quick that I had the same conversation with him, and I told him that he only gets about 6,000 viewers versus you're like 12 to 13,000 viewers whenever you go on, and I told him that there's a vacancy right now on the right side. Now that unfortunately Charlie Kirk got murdered, that Parker could go on that side. You can be on this side. You guys can debate each other, and you'd have 100,000 people watching. Think about how many donations you both would get if you guys did that.
Yeah.
You understand?
Your thought process here makes total sense for a Trump supporter. Hey, you're like, hey, sir, I'm a grifter. You should be too. I
don't consider you a grifter. I think you're better. Grifter is not a good word for you because
hey,
you're
sir, I'm not going to lie. Listen, I'm 3 hours and 44 minutes into the stream. Last night, I slept like total fucking shit. Literally woke up 13 times. It was absolutely terrible. I'm tired, and I'm done with y'all. I'm going to be honest. We're close to 4 hours here. Just get to why you support Trump. I'm just going to ignore all that shit that you just spewed out of your mouth. Just tell us why you support Trump as president.
Oh, well, I mean, the obvious thing would be is because the alternative is just a nightmare.
Okay.
There's no way I would have voted for Kamala Harris. She wasn't even voted into the primary, XYZ. It would have been unconstitutional for her to be a president.
Why would it have been unconstitutional for her to be a president?
Of course it would have, because no one wanted her in there. No one voted her in. No one. She was not the.
Wait, but if she was the president, then she would have been voted in.
She was not the nominee, Dean.
Wait, not being a nominee for the well, she was actually.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, she was the nominee for the Democratic Party. But you understand, even if she wasn't the nominee for the Democratic Party, if like a sufficient amount of the American populace, like say, wrote her name in on the ballot and made her president,
you're talking about the 80% of the Democratic Party.
I'm going to go ahead and speak.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
So first of all, she was the nominee of the Democratic Party. But second of all, even if she wasn't, and over 50% of the American populace wrote her name in on the ballot, and she won in the Electoral College because of that, she still would have been our president, and that wouldn't have been unconstitutional. So you said that it would have been unconstitutional for her to be president. I'm just quite frankly.
You said over 50% of the populace voted for her? When?
I'm saying if she won the election, then she would have been an unconstitutional president. What's confusing?
No. Before you said that, you said that over 50% of the populace voted for her.
No,
when?
I'm saying if they did that, they like wrote her name in, and she wasn't a nominee of any like major party, then she would have become the president, and it would have been constitutional.
But what happened instead?
Right. Instead, Trump won. No, we all know that Trump won the election. Yeah, no, we all know that we lost. Okay. Right. This isn't a haha Dean loses, you win moment. This is a we all lose moment, and I could explain why Donald Trump is such a bad president. But I mean, I want your facts that you are using to argue that.
No, but you're spewing opinions. It's not facts. In other words, Kamala Harris lost by how much?
I just stated a fact, sir. The fact of the matter is, if she won the election, then there wouldn't have been any constitutional bars preventing her from serving as our president. Okay, in response to you saying that she wouldn't have been a constitutional president.
I said she was not nominated by the Democrats, the Democratic people.
Okay, no, what you said, and we could rewind it here, is that it would have been unconstitutional for her to serve as president. You said that.
Rewind it.
You were so fucking annoying. Holy shit.
Come on, dude. Let's be real here. Okay,
not making any sense.
No, but you're
president. What's constitutional? Well, even if she wasn't, and over actually,
I know what you're going to say, Dean.
Wait, not
her in there. No one voted her in. No one. Okay. There's no way I would have voted for Kamala Harris. She wasn't even voted into the primary. XYZ. It would have been unconstitutional for her to be a president.
Why would have been? You just said it would have been unconstitutional for her to be president. What is your argument for that?
And that is that she was not voted into the primary. She was not the nominee of the Democratic Party. She got bullied in there. Read her book. It even says it in her book that she was bullied in to go in there and step in for Biden because Biden couldn't do it. So they pushed her in there, and then they set her up for failure. It's in the book. I mean, she said it herself.
So point number one, she was the nominee for the Democratic Party. Point number two, if she wasn't the nominee for the Democratic Party and she won the election, it wouldn't have been unconstitutional for her to be the president. You don't have to be the nominee of a major party in order for you to be constitutionally eligible for the presidency.
That's incorrect. That is 100% incorrect.
Can you please?
Where did you see that? Where did you read that? What
please,
amendment says that?
Can you please point me to where in the Constitution it says, in order to be president, you not only have to be born on American soil, 35 years of age or older, but you also have to be a nominee of a major political party?
It wouldn't be in the Constitution. That would be an amendment. So which amendment would that be?
Dude, the amendment, the constitutional amendments are part of the Constitution. Are you stupid?
I know they are, but what amendment would that be?
So I'm pretty sure the eligibility
I don't want to hear
requirements.
pretty sure.
One moment. You're going to have to allow me to finish speaking. I'm pretty sure that the eligibility requirements for the presidency are not listed in the amendments of the Constitution, but rather the articles. Would you like me to look them up?
You don't have to, because I already know this, Dean. There's no way that would have been constitutional. That was just a...
Okay, what's your argument for
her
that?
being bullied. She said that in her own book.
Okay, where in the Constitution does it say, in order to be constitutionally eligible for the presidency, you have to be a candidate of a major party?
It doesn't, but it also says that you can't be like a freaking green alien that was born here in the States and be a president either. Like, there's many things that it doesn't say, you understand? But you still can't be a president if you're just a vice president and the guy in front of you doesn't feel good, and he's running for the presidency, and then they just push the vice president in.
Well,
that's
actually, so I mean, actually, in accordance with Article 2, which is what describes the eligibility requirements.
I've heard that one.
Eligibility requirements in order to be the president. If a green alien was born on American soil and then like courts adjudicated them to be a person and granted them birthright citizenship, they actually would be constitutionally eligible for the office of the presidency.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, in accordance with Article 2.
What gender would a green alien be?
In accordance with Article 2, you just have to be a person. You have to be born on American soil, and you have to be 35 years of age or older. You didn't know that? You idiot?
And a green alien is a person.
I said, if the courts adjudicated that, then yes.
Dean, you're never going to win this argument.
Well, I mean, actually, you're never going to win this argument because you're the one that is just espousing misinformation. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that you have to be a candidate of a major party in order to like serve as our president, given that you win the election. That's why like you have the ability to like write the name of a candidate in, right? Like so, like in 2024, when you went to the voting, booth, right? It gave you like an option between Trump. Not Biden, Kamala Harris, maybe like a libertarian candidate, and depending on your state, maybe even like Jill. But then it also gave you the ability to like write some random person's name in, right?
Well, I mean, you can spin it however you want, but the facts are, what's the reason why she lost by so much?
Oh my God,
Dean,
you're changing the topic of the conversation. We're not talking about why Kamala Harris lost the election. We're talking about your claim that you can't be constitutionally eligible to serve as our president unless you are a major party's candidate.
Exactly. She wasn't.
Okay. Where in the Constitution does it say that?
Where in the amendments does it say that?
Exactly. That's the question what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Articles or amendments, where does it say that in order to be eligible for the presidency, you have to be like the candidate of a major party? Where in the Constitution or constitutional amendments does it say that?
Where does it say that you have to be voted into the primary to be a president?
Exactly. Yeah, where does it say that?
Where does it say that? I'm asking you. Where does it say that?
Well, this is a question that you have to answer because you're the one saying that this is...
I'm looking at it right now, but I'm asking to see what your knowledge is. I'm looking at it right now on my computer.
It doesn't say that anywhere.
Are you serious, Dean? I thought you were so smart, dude. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to Google it. Go ahead, take your time.
No,
focus on it.
It doesn't say that anywhere. In order to be eligible for the presidency, right? You just have to be 35 years of age or older and born on American soil. That's all.
Dean, why do you keep muting me?
Because it's fun.
And it's your prerogative. You can do whatever you want to do. Are you looking it up? I'm looking at it right now in front of my screen.
No, I'm just reading the Constitution. Yeah, it reaffirms me. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5.
While you're looking at that, okay? While you're looking at that, I'm going to tell you something.
No, you're going to tell me where in the Constitution it says that you have to be like a candidate of a major party.
No, I'm going to wait for you.
Serve as our president. You don't have to wait on me. I just know the Constitution.
I even gave you a clue where it is. I gave you a clue where it is.
It doesn't say that anywhere. Why are you lying? It doesn't say that in the Constitution.
You are a liar, Dean. Don't be a liar, dude.
No, read it. If it's on your screen, read it.
I'm waiting for you.
You're not waiting on me because I'm already telling you that I know it doesn't say
Dean, okay, I'm going to allow your viewers to look it up also and see which one of them gets it first.
Dude, you're just going to waste their time too. It doesn't say that in the Constitution, sir.
Dean, while you're wasting time, I'm going to ask another question real quick, okay?
Dude, like literally, dude. Oh my God,
lose by-
literally, dude. If you read, so this is Article 2 of the Constitution. This is Section 1, and it's Clause 5, which is literally titled, per the Constitution, and I quote, "Qualifications for the presidency." These are the qualifications for the presidency. No person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible for the office of the president. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident within the United States of America. Those are the constitutional qualifications to become president. You absolute dumbass get absolutely fucked.
Did you hear what I said?
No. Did you hear what I said?
Google requirements to be president of the United States and go look to the third paragraph down.
I literally just read you the requirements from constitution.gov.
It's okay, Dean. You're going to be just fine, bro. Come over to the right side, man. We need you over here.
Why would I be on the side of the dumbasses?
We have better barbecue over here.
I mean, I guess you have like worse fucking like interpretation of the Constitution over there. I mean,
no, we have the original.
Okay.
No, Dean, you're a genius, bro. I really
dude,
love
this guy's so fucking annoying. Are you going to like point me where in the Constitution it says that or not?
I'm going to point out what you do and why these people are watching you.
Dude, this guy's a goddamn idiot. Wait, I'm so sorry.
I gave you money, so you have to hear me out.
Are you going to take me calling you an idiot? Are you going to take me calling you a dumbass? Are you going to take me reading off Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, qualifications of the office of the presidency, and then reading it all off, right? Once again, I'll read it again. No person except a natural U.S. Okay, I'm going to read off all of the qualifications for the office of the presidency per Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. Before I read this off, is there anywhere else in the Constitution where it gives qualifications for the office of the presidency? And if so,
no, you have to go to the amendments.
What amendment?
You have to keep. I need you to read. You're a bright boy. I need you to look into the amendments. It's not that difficult.
I mean,
but you can keep going to the Constitution where it's not there, and I told you that before.
The only amendment surrounding qualifications for the office of the presidency would be Amendment 22, where it says that you can't serve more than 2 terms.
No, keep going.
What other amendment?
Keep reading, buddy.
No, there's not one. Name it, buddy. Name it, buddy.
Dean, I'm not here to do your work.
No, name it, my friend. No, you're here to justify your own. You're
supposed to be smarter than me.
You're here to like justify your own bullshit claim. So do it.
No, Dean, it's just it's such an easy game to play your game against you. But it's there. Just keep looking. I see they're typing away. Keep typing away. You're gonna find it.
What is it?
I have it in front of my screen right now.
So then what is it?
No, I want you to look it up.
Well, I did look it up. Can't find anything, man. Beat me.
I know you can't.
So then what is it? Educate me.
I'm going to leave that up to you, bro. I promise.
No. Educate me. I just can't find it anywhere.
No, the thing is that...
I mean, it looks like the First Amendment like guarantees like freedoms of religion, speech of the press and assembly, nothing to do with the office of the presidency. Second Amendment is gun rights, nothing to do with the presidency. Third Amendment like prohibits like soldiers from like quartering in your home, nothing to do with the presidency. Fourth Amendment secures freedoms from unreasonable searches and seizures, nothing to do with the presidency. Fifth Amendment like gives you due process and a couple other things, nothing to double jeopardy, nothing to do with the presidency. Sixth Amendment, guarantees the rights of the accused, speedy trial, nothing to do with the presidency. Seventh Amendment serves the right to a jury trial in certain civil cases, nothing to do with the presidency. Eighth Amendment prohibits excessive bail, cruel and unusual punishments, nothing to do with the presidency. Ninth Amendment enumerates specific enumeration of specific rights in the Constitution does not mean that any other rights are not specifically listed are also protected. Nothing to do with the presidency. 10th Amendment reserves powers to be not delegated to the federal government, that are not delegated to the federal government to be delegated to the states or the people, nothing to do with the presidency. 13th Amendment, slavery, nothing to do with the presidency. 14th Amendment, citizenship, a couple other things, nothing to do with the presidency. 15th Amendment, Prohibits denying a citizen the right to vote on the basis of like race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Nothing to do with the presidency. 16th Amendment gave Congress the power to like impose taxes. Nothing to do with the presidency. 19th Amendment, women's right to vote. Nothing to do with the presidency. 22nd Amendment established a 2-term limit for the presidency. Has something to do with the presidency. Nothing to do with having to serve as like a candidate of a major party in order to run. So nothing to do with your claim. Do I need to keep going, man? You were getting fucking embarrassed. I feel bad for you. I feel bad for this nerd. Holy fucking shit.
I'll tell you what, though. You speak incredibly eloquent. And if you were like in my Thanksgiving dinner, all the adults would be like, he speaks so well. A bunch of gibberish, but you speak so well.
Okay, so are you able to point me where in the Constitution it says that you have to serve as a candidate of...
I'm not going to do your work for you, bro. You're a smart kid.
I literally just like read off like vast majority.
I said at the very beginning of our argument, and you just...
That guy has to be rage baiting. I think I just got rage baited. I fell for the bait. Sherry, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Sherry down below in that comment section for the $50. She says, thank you for all that you do. You give me hope. Please send some positive energy for my daughter who has a severe health issue. Stay strong and keep up the fight for democracy. Dude, all the love in the world to you and your daughter, Sherry. I'm really sorry to hear that about her. I wish you the best of luck. And I wish her the best of luck as well. Thank you so much for the $50. Show some love to Sherry. As well as William. Thank you so much for the $50 as well over on Venmo, who says, glad the younger generation is getting involved, even if we disagree on stuff. Listen, I'm happy that the younger generation is getting involved too. And if we disagree on Trump's presidency, you should hop in that queue. I'd love to have you up here. Show some love to William and Sherry down below in that chat. As well as Lisa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, who says for supporting the truth. Appreciate that, Lisa. Thank you for the $20. Kirsten, thank you so much for the 10. And Allie, thank you so much for another $20 on Venmo, saying please use this for some self-care. It's important and you deserve it. Have a good night. Thank you so much for the love, Allie. You know, I feel like after I get off here, I'm going to need some self-care. I'm barely holding it together right now, folks. I'm really fucking tired. As well as Cheryl, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, saying the DNC payment to you through me, the imaginary deep state Democratic Party using tin hats to make people vote blue no matter who. Yes, no, the 5G radiation goes in through your eyes, hits your brains, and makes you a liberal, right? And we were discussing that the other day. As well as Ella, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, as well as I just read your message there. I'm happy that this live can help you feel seen. Thank you for the $10, Ella. Shout out to you. As well as Candace, thank you so much for the 5. And Chloe, thank you for the 5 as well. You guys are quite frankly awesome. I took the bait. Fuck me. I took the bait. I took the bait with that last guy. He was a goddamn idiot though. No, good kid. Okay. All right, guys. We are now 4 hours into the stream. And yeah, I'm going to end. I'm going to be honest, guys. I think it's time for me to get off, unfortunately. I've actually really enjoyed the stream today. Before we hop off here, maybe it's worth kind of filling you guys in on some things that I got working behind the scenes. One thing that I've really been struggling with, something that, me and my girlfriend have been struggling with, is the fact that because I do this 7 days a week, right? It's really hard to travel at all, even a day trip just to get out of town. I haven't really been able to do that much at all over the course of the last 3 years. So right now I'm actually in the process of building an on-the-go streaming setup. And it's going to be so fucking cool. And it's going to be cutting no corner type shit. So I just went out and got this really fucking hefty laptop over here. That's going to be the base for the on-the-go streams. And then for the camera, I'm going to be using the same camera that you're looking at the stream through right now, just getting a slightly different lens so I can have it a bit closer to me. Looking into an on-the-go lighting setup too. Ordered that today. Super excited to see how it comes out. And then I am also looking into various different ways for an internet solution when I'm on the go. You can always trust hotel Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? You can always trust hotel Wi-Fi. So I'm trying to find a way to get a mobile hotspot through T-Mobile to maybe run the studio. But anyways, the outcome of this, if I inevitably get everything to work, will be significantly more frequently than you've already seen. When you'll tune into these live streams, you'll see a completely different background, and you'll be like, "Huh, what is Dean doing?" And then I'll tell you I'm in fucking Boulder, I'm in DC. You know what I mean? So I think that's going to be super duper cool. But anyways, Yeah, we'll be seeing that one soon. The best on the go internet is Starlink. But I'm gonna look for other options first. But anyways, you guys have a good rest of your night, folks. I will see you tomorrow. Peace and love, guys. Bye-bye.